Welcome to Big Shilling, Ting, XTV and Channel 7. Bright and early on election day, I'm joined by Evan Moosehide, Indra Craig.
Good morning, Jules. Good morning to our audiences out there everywhere, tuned in, locked in. We have a full day of activities for you guys. Moos, how are you feeling?
Definitely. Always a moment when we start, and we were calling when we first did it, there were no glasses and no gray hair. I don't know what that means, but when I realized no glasses have to be available. But we got to make sure that we do Ting.
Do Ting.
And I walked in the and I had to comment to Jules. I said, I feel like I entered a party headquarters with the campaign. The branding is exceptional. I love it. I love it. I love it, Brother Jules.
We have to thank Gilvano Swayze, who designed the set, and Iman Hyde, the special child of Channel 7, and XTV, Iman Hyde, who did the design, the overall design. But also, and I'll have his name later, the young man who produced the track. Out of Stone Tree Records, the music you'll hear all day is a total Belizean modern composition.
Nice.
The marimbas are from 1970s Radio Belize recordings. And also, after the marimbas, you have the ding-a-ling from 1994, Mr. Peters' original ding-a-ling. The bass on the track is the boom drum from Peters.
Good stuff.
Right? And you have some funky guitar in there at the end. All Belizean. So the track may sound modern, it may sound dancehall, it may sound reggaeton.
Might sound old.
But yeah, but it's a totally Belizean track, and that's, I don't want to make too much of it because we're here to talk about elections, but it's an important part of why we do this, right? Because we try to keep it as fresh as possible.
Anti-normal.
Yes.
That's authentic and Belizean.
For real, 100. And so that you know that from the music matters in this collaboration, you know that every aspect of the coverage is going to be, we are committed to accuracy and to promptness and to making sure that everybody is aware of every aspect of elections 2025, the Big Shilling. And we have a team of people who have joined the Ting election day party. We are only the heads, you will see, but all over this country, we have a team of energy. Some regulars, you might be familiar with them. Some new energy. Fresh,
a lot of new
young faces are part of the team, so we're very excited. They are very excited to be able to participate in the gathering of information that's going to be taking place from north to south, east to west. So it's good seeing Jules, Indra, come from the Zinc, we come on Albert Street. We do it once every 5 years, more or less.
More or less. Well, we're going to be bringing it from the polling stations this morning all the way through to the big moments that's going to be unfolding later on today. We're going to be your eyes and we're going to be your ears on the ground, bringing you all the accurate, up-to-date information about what's happening out there, because I think that's what people really want to know. How it went today. What happened out there today, and that's why we're here. We're going to be bringing it live to you guys. So make sure you stay locked in. We have, of course, some correspondence that's going to be coming in, or panelists throughout the course of the day. And just to have you know, you can stay locked in with us. We'll be here until the final ballot is counted.
I wouldn't say that.
No? Depending on how long
because
normally we are, though, for the most part. I
think we have to start talking on real politics, and we have to accept that it is the most distorted and unusual election in Belize's independent history.
For sure.
There are 204,000 plus registered voters. Only 197,000 of them can vote today, because for 7,000, they will have no vote because there was no contest. So we are having an election for 29 constituencies today, right? And I think we have to keep focus on that such is the state of the democracy in Belize, that it's literally the UDP imploded before our eyes, and we are heading into an election where there are some in the PUP for the first time talking of a clean sweep. I do not believe it will happen, but it is within the realm of the possible, and that has never been within the realm of the possible before. I will not engage in speculation today on predictions, because we want people to go vote as with their mind clear. Once 6 o'clock come, I know the easy. But there's a lot on the line today. 197,000 voters in 29 constituencies can vote. The turnout in the last election in 2020, right after re-registration, was about 82%. What kind of turnout today? I think we had in that election, we had 182,000 registered voters, and 81.86% came out. What kind of turnout will we see today? It's a holiday. It's a PUDP holiday made for voting. But I believe we will have a quite low turnout. Why do I, and I'm not, please don't go vote. Go vote. I know they say no go vote. But we have to look at multiple factors. This assembly of the UDP, the falling apart of the UDP. 2, the lethargy of the electorate. It's not an energized election. 3, there's a disincentive to go vote for young people who work at call center and tourism business, because all of them make money today, time and a half. Mm-hmm. Everybody who can work today, and we know we have a lot of people working for hourly basis, a lot of them will choose not to vote. I hope all of them choose to vote, as they should. And number 4, there are people who feel that by staying home they are doing a protest vote, because we have a totally distorted and unconstitutional voters list. The ratio between Stan Creek West and Mesopotamia, the largest constituency and the smallest, is 5-1. That means that a voter voting in Mesopotamia has 5 times the value, gets 5 times the attention, he or she gets 5 times the attention, 5 times the caring than a voter in Stan Creek West. That is unconstitutional. It is unfair. And I think many people, because this has been revealed which in such stark contrast, at the last election in 2008, it was 2-1, just to show you. I know it's 5-1. It has grown. So badly do we need redistricting. I'm just saying that all these things are working against robust voter turnout. There's another X factor. The UDP is broke. There are reliable reports that the SB UDP, we have to clear our terms from early. TP UDP, Tracy Panton UDP, SB UDP, Shine Barrow. For those of you all who may get confused at home, it's hard even for us to keep up. Brother, they broke like a joke. There is a text going around. I believe that it's a credible text, circulating from the Freetown executive, and the candidate, Dr. Flowers, is saying, I need to be transparent with you all. At this point, the party leader has not dispersed any finance for tomorrow, so the Freetown committee is broke for election tomorrow. No, that's pretty grim, right? Now we know that Freetown is one of those areas that UDP has not a chance. Or again, I don't want to foreshadow things. I
come out the gate really hot.
UDP doesn't have
June
a great chance.
But you come out the gate really hot.
Historically, right? Historically, PUP have held that constituency. Pretty much since the UDP have not won that constituency since the 90s, I'm thinking, or late 80s. We have not had a UDP Freetown. It's a PUP, strong, among the strongest held. So I'm just saying.
You're thinking we're going to be seeing a lot of firsts in a lot of ways in terms of even the machinery that we always keep talking about every election day, because clearly there's a lot that's happening in the background right now that is not the normal.
What is not good for democracy, unfortunately, makes for great coverage and makes for great theater.
Yeah.
And so, as far as storylines go, this election has an abundance. It's drenched with storylines of all different type of things that we have never seen before being possible. We don't know which of these things might come through, but we know that it's very likely that we are going to see some scenarios unfold today that are historic. This, from a standpoint of coverage,
right,
in the media, means that this is a must-watch coverage. This is a really the thing, because that we're going on today. I feel that you're going to have, when you set that backdrop, Jules, we understand that when it comes to really putting your finger on what the implications are, or the health of our democracy, how do we not find ourselves in this position like that? That's an important conversation that's going to happen once a year. The gong says 6 p.m.
Right.
It's on, but the jewels will be unleashed. But it's important to point out that even with all the hiram scarum, every single election matters and has an impact going forward. I was thinking last night about this being the 10th general election since we became an independent country. I believe that the count stands for the United Democratic Party as having won 5, and the People's United Party having won 4. You could correct me. I think that's where we stand at 5-4. So when we talk about the disarray that the UDP is in, this is not the UDP pre-1984 that had the kind of bridesmaid reputation. This is a winning party. It has won 5 of the 9 previous general elections since we became independent country. And each of those elections, I feel, had a very particular theme. When we think about 1984, it was really the election of change. It was the Raise Up election. It was young people coming to that anthem. I think Jules shared with me the photo of Kenny Morgan, who I think did that song, Raise Up, in 1984.
Rise up out of political sorrow.
And so that was 84. It was the first time we would have a change of power. And it was the first election after independence. Somehow 89 comes along, and the empire struck back with what they call a throwback nostalgic campaign about Belizean first. Then we end up with the big upset in 1993. We move to 1998, where we end up with the Musa Fonseca emerging and taking control. And then I think one of the most boring elections, that 2003. It lacked anything memorable. Yes, the PUP won, but maybe you could think about what really stood out. When I'm thinking about these elections, and then I go to 2008, it was the great reform, it was the great change, the emergence of Dean Barrow as the Prime Minister. 2012 was the near upset. It was the kind of like, what the hell was that? Because everything was pointing to a comfortable victory for the incumbents. 2016 I look upon as being the year of, we came with the whole Petro-Caribe years under Dean Barrow, and there was a rebound on the part of the incumbent. 2020 we look at the pandemic, and we look at the emergence of the Bisenyo administration. 2025, I suggest will be, for whatever the results are, will be remembered, I feel, for Shine Barrow. This is the
great
this
breakdown.
This is
for sure.
we don't know where it happened. We know they already said that yet.
This storyline is important.
But he stands central.
Right, for sure.
As when we think about 2020, he has dominated all the news cycles about this coming election. I mean, he is stand as the guy in the middle of it all. Like
for better or worse.
For better or worse. Yeah. When you think about 2025, so it's definitely not a pleasant, when we think about all the details of it. If you're somebody that cares about the democracy, about how how our electoral politics is functioning, this is a low point for us. This is not based on what the results are. We don't know what the results are going to be at 6,
definitive,
before 7 o'clock in the morning. We just know it'll be crazy and chaotic and uncertain, and some things will happen today where we never see before. I mean, because some things have happened that we never see before don't happen. We only have 29 of the constituencies have live wire today. 2 they per mute.
So we'll take our first commercial break, but I just want to show where we'll work with you. Victor, you ain't give me the life. If you want to see one dark board behind most, so these are the previous iterations working.
Do Ting.
And we got a dark board here.
Oh my goodness.
And we're going to see how the darts come out. Who ain't get 16? Who ain't get 16 holes? So every time somebody win a seat, we try to throw a dart. So we have a dart board there that you're seeing behind Moses' head. And we have the early iterations of the design. So here we
every
are.
Every time you have one, somebody win. So why?
Throw a dart.
I don't think, right?
So why we not doing a 2 darts?
Exactly, we should. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll go through the constituencies, tell people who they got to vote for.
Let
and
them know the
polling
details
stations,
of what's
right?
going on.
Public information, and we'll hopefully have something from our correspondents. So let's take our first break. Big Shilling. Do Ting.
Do Ting.
Tech Systems understand that technology isn't just a tool, it's a game changer. At home, smart devices and AI are revolutionizing daily life. In education, tech is making learning more interactive and accessible for students and educators alike. For businesses and government, it's driving innovation, streamlining operations, and unlocking growth leveraging tech for better services.
Make light work lighter and quicker with Switch.
Big Shilling do Ting. We are back. Jules, we have to at least have our audiences know what to expect with the course of today, where to go, where to vote, what the polling stations where they will be, and try to get in some of the correspondence.
Can we honor the sponsors before we get
course.
into that? So you guys go ahead, and then I'll just list those that we have here. Or I could just go ahead. Our sponsors here: Elections and Boundaries Department, Benny's Home Center, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habit, March Women's Campaign, and contributing sponsors are Jaime Price Piling, JNN's Culture Kitchen, Calpetch Village Resort, Gosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Rubish Jewelry, C&G United, and Human Dignity Trust.
Okay.
Corporate? Did you mention the corporate
No,
from us?
you got,
So we're corporate sponsors for today. Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize. The Big Shilling sponsors is Benny's, Belize Bank, Fulltech, Barefoot Hotel, and the Caribbean Sprinter.
Okay, so if we could switch over now to start talking about the candidates first, right? So let's start in Corozal North, guys.
Sure.
In Corozal North, there are 3 candidates. They are David Castillo for the PUP, Candace Lo Expedito. Lo is her known title, Expedito. Do we have the graphics, guys, of Corozal North? Hugo Pat for UDP Shine Barrow. Yeah. And Hugo Pat is the incumbent. Hugo Pat has won there since 2012. He's a 3-term incumbent. So he is the incumbent, and David Castillo is challenging him, I believe, at least for the 3rd time. And he's hoping to win out there. But UDP has been controlling that constituency since 2008, right, when Nemencio Acosta won. So if you could move down from Corozal North to Corozal Bay. Corozal Bay, there are, let me pull that up here on the map. Corozal Bay, there are 3 candidates. Thea Garcia Ramirez for the PUP, Hernan Riverol for the UDP, and Elvi Vega as an independent. Her candidacy is closely watched. She was a PUP area representative up until the dissolution of the House. And she threw in her hat at the last minute to say that the people want her back. So Elvi Vega Samos is running as an interesting independent there, one who got 1,200 votes in a recent convention, while Thea Garcia got 1,800. And Hernan Riverol is the UDP candidate. He takes the place of Ivan Puerto, who stepped down some months ago. And he is linked to Hernan Riverol is Tracy Panton, UDP. Let's move it to Corozal Southeast. Antonio Tony Herrera represents the UDP Shine Barrow. He was a senator up until the parliament was dissolved. And the incumbent Florencia Marin. The PUP have held that seat. The PUP have held that seat since the 60s. It's the longest held seat in the country since Jesus Ken, Florencia Marin Sr. In the 60s. The UDP have never won that seat. So, again, one of the strongest strongholds in the country. From there, we go to Corozal Southwest. Corozal Southwest, the incumbent is Ramiro Ramirez for the PUP, and the challenger is Martin Rivera for the UDP Shine Barrow. This is going to be a very closely watched constituency. The UDP feels they may have a chance in this constituency, and this is going to be fiercely contested. And so we've done the Corozal Southeast, Southwest, Bay, and North. We move to the Orange Walk District. Orange Walk North. Ramon Monchi Cervantes will challenge, he's the incumbent,
right,
going for his 2nd term, and Carlos
Vega.
Gabriel Zetina will challenge him from the UDP. You have it up here as well?
Not yet.
Okay, so then after that we come down to Orange Walk East. Kevin Bernard is the incumbent. Lance Pelayo, UDP Shine Barrow, will challenge him. We know that Eloy Aragon Jr., the candidate there for some time, since about 2015, stepped down, and he stepped down right before the election, and so he has been replaced by Lance Pelayo at the last minute. UDP are hoping for a miracle there. I said I wouldn't prejudge. Let's move on to the Orange. Oh, we have to go to Orange Walk South, sorry. Orange Walk South. Let me come down to Orange Walk South. Orange Walk South is Josemai. Oh, I can't forget Orange Walk Central. Make I do Central first, guys. Orange Walk Central is Juan Antonio Briceño, John Briceño, versus, he has two opponents, and let me just find it here. I think we have another candidate there, though, for Denigre It's for TP UDP, guys, but we have another candidate there that is Yara Maritza Calviera. Yara Maritza Calviera, so we'll need to revise that. Yara Maritza Calviera is for Shineboro UDP, Denigre Halva is for Tracy Panton UDP. And then let's finish up with Orange Walk South. Orange Walk South is Jose Abelardo Mai for the PUP and German Tillett for the UDP Shineboro. Right, we know there are a total of 40 UDP candidates in the election, I believe, due to the some of them running two slates, right? TP and SP UDP. Okay, so if we can continue down to Belize Rural North, Marconi Devane Leal Jr. and Anthony Lion Truth Reynolds. There's no UDP, Eustace Big C Shaw is running for Shineboro UDP. So do we have the Belize Rural North, guys? Marconi Leal, Andrew Reynolds for the PNP, and Eustace Shaw. So after we come down to Belize Rural North, we go to Belize Rural Central. Belize Rural Central. Belize Rural Central, we know, is David Almendarez for UDP Shineboro, Dolores Balderramos Garcia for the PUP, Dolores Balderramos Garcia for the PUP, Alejandro Pereira for the PDM, Beverly, Miss Bev Williams for UDP Tracy Panton, and Aaron Bonnie T. Wilson for Belize Justice Movement. So that is 5 candidates. That's one of the few constituencies with 5 candidates. So if we move down from Central to South, right? Belize Rural South. Belize Rural South, we have again 4 candidates there. Abner Bakab for Belize Justice Movement, Manuel Junior Heredia for UDP Tracy Panton, Lagha Danny Mahmoud for UDP Shineboro, and the incumbent Andre Perez for the PUP. And then if we move over into Belize City, we'll start at Freetown, right? We're starting at Freetown. Let me just pull that up. Belize City map, it requires special love. Dr. Abraham Flowers, UDP Shineboro, and Francis Fonseca, the incumbent since 2003. Since 2003, yes. So he is a 5-term representative, Francis Fonseca, in Freetown against UDP Shineboro, Abraham Flowers. And then if we go to Caribbean Shores, we know that we will have, let me just bring that up quickly one time. Caribbean Shores, Tyrone Laureano for Shineboro UDP, Karim Musa for the PUP, and Andrew Bradley for Tracy Panton UDP. Moving on to Fort George constituency. These are the candidates you have to choose from. In the Fort George constituency, it will be Fort George is decided. Winner is decided, forgive me. Forgive me. And so we move on from Fort George constituency. We move over to Pickstock, where it's already decided there's no election in Pickstock today or Fort George. And from there, we go across the bridge to the Albert constituency, where we have 4 candidates. Kaya Catus for the PUP. Jose Luis Espat, Oak Espat as he's known, for UDP Shineborough. Cornelio de Galvez for the PDM, and Tracy Panton, the incumbent for the UDP. So Tracy has 3 challengers in that constituency. From Albert, we move over to Queen Square. We can move to Messop. Let's try and move to Messop, since that is the closest. We move over to Messop, and in Messop we have how many candidates, guys? There we are. Lawrence Ellis for the PUP challenging incumbent Shineborough. Lee Mark Chang for the TP-UDP is also challenging Shineborough. We know that's going to be one of the most closely watched constituencies, and everyone wants to know the outcome there. Can we move it over to Queen Square? In Queen Square, we will have Godwin Haylock for the UDP. He takes over from the standard bearer, Sister B. And we have his challengers, Shane Williams for Shineborough UDP. He beat Shane handily in a convention mid-2024. And then we have Dr. Lorna McKay, who is challenging for that seat. The PUP have not won that seat in the history of the seat when it was formed in 1984. Someone named Barrow has held it since 1984. And the last name, gentlemen, let's bring back up the last name for me, please. The last name is Michael Bonner. Right? So he is for Queen Square. Moving over from Queen Square to the next contiguous division, it will be Port Loyola. So Port Loyola has another constituency with 5 choices. One of the 2, I believe, with 5 choices. Nelma Mortis Jones for the Shineborough UDP. Gilroy Usher for the PUP's incumbent. Philip Willoughby for the Tracy Panton UDP. Boots Martinez for the unaligned UDP. And this is really the height of ridiculousness. I love me some Boots just as much as anybody. But it's totally insane that he should still be allowed to fly under the UDP banner when he doesn't even have, none of the party leaders recognize him. But I believe it shows the willful havoc that elections and boundaries is happy to create. And the last name there for the UDP in Port Loyola is Wilmore Tablada. So that is Port Loyola. We've moved over from Port Loyola to the Collett constituency. And in the Collett constituency, we know that Shineborough wanted to have a candidate there, could not get enough nominators. So if we move over to the Collett constituency, it'll be, guys, let's move it along. It'll be Patrick Farber. He's incumbent for the UDP. And after Patrick Farber, we have Devin Daly. Mm-hmm. It's going to be an interesting challenge out there, and we know that Mr. Daly comes from a UDP family. I believe we may have one other candidate there as well, guys, and I don't recall too clearly in the Collett constituency. Hold on. I had it here on my notes
Raymond
just
Rivers?
now. He dropped out.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then
So it's 2 in Collett. So moving along, and then we have from the Collett, we go to Lake Eye. Lake Eye, we know, has three people running, I believe. So guys, can we bring up the Lake Eye? Lake Eye, we go to Cordell Hyde is the incumbent. He has been, well, since 2015, he had an interrupted term, but really he's been the incumbent from 1998, choosing not to run in 2012. Samuel Cott-Kelvin represents the Shineborough UDP, and Cecil Jenkins represents the Tracy Panton UDP. This is a Cordell Hyde won by a historic margin in the last election, 89%. And, let's see how it goes this time. So we go over from Lake High. I think we covered all for the
We done?
city.
We're finished with.
With the city.
Okay. We have some mood on the ground for us.
Oh, let's
Some
go.
of our
Yeah.
correspondence. We start off and then we come back to that, Jules. We go out
Sure.
over to Corozal Southwest just to get a view on what's happening on the ground.
Corozal Southwest.
Yes.
Corozal Southwest, that is the constituency that is being covered by Ariadne Luna
Yes.
and Victor Noble is our cameraman and driver. We have it up, guys? And we know that Southwest, as I said, the UDP hopes to make some inroads there. And it's not promised, but we know it's going to be a fight.
Here we go.
Once more to all the viewers home and abroad. Ariadne Luna here with XTV Channel 7, Big Shilling, Ting. With us this morning, we have our PUP candidate, Mr. Ramiro Ramirez. How are you feeling this morning?
Well, first of all, good morning, Belizean people, especially my constituency, Corozal Southwest. Thanks to the Almighty, we have a good day. We can say very fresh, very nice. So that means we're smelling the victory. So yes, I'm happy to be here with my people, and we're ready. Of course, we're ready.
You think you got this? How you feel about today? Do you feel any competition, any doubts about you and your candidate you're going against?
Well, I have confidence on God, and I know things will happen, and I believe on this. There's no small enemy. An enemy is an enemy. I have the trust of the people, and of course, by the end of the day, we're going to be victorious. That's for sure.
And that was Corozal Southwest, Jules.
Ariadne Luna.
Ariadne
Yeah.
Luna, our correspondent out there. Thank you, Ariadne. Let's go over now to Southeast to get a little bit of the mood over there.
Corozal Southeast.
Corozal Southeast.
Corozal West Division. It is currently 6:30 a.m. The polling stations have not opened as yet. Nevertheless, we can see movement. We can see personnel from both political parties ready to start. In addition, elections and boundaries officials are entering the polling station as we speak in preparation for today's events. The environment is calm, nevertheless, preparations have commenced. Stay tuned for more updates throughout the day. Ariadne Luna out with XTV Channel 7, Big Shilling, Ting.
Okay. Are we going to go over to the Lake Independence area? That's what we have lined up next. Can we get a little bit from Lake High? What's going on over there?
Okay, well, we know that Lake High, again, historically Lake High is a PUP stronghold. The UDPs like to say that that's where the natives are. The PUP, the true blue PUP natives. And it's a constituency also that the UDP, I don't like to say these things, but the UDP conceded that constituency some time ago, ceding to Port El Hyde, and they proceeded to drain out that division of all UDPs, right? Like, you know, what you do is you register them in other constituencies where they're more needed, right? So that we have to confront these things and accept that registration fraud is a big part of our electoral system. We have OAS observers in Belize, a team.
Yes.
And they will be doing an interview, which we plan to have live this afternoon at around 1:45. They'll be doing it in Lake High. But I will never accept that the 300 plus people who voted for Dan Finnegan in 2020, that they only got 300 UDP to Lake High. they may only have 300 willing to come out and maybe only 500 registered. But in any demographic group in Belize, you have to have 30% who are UDP, at least 25, and 25% of the amount in Lake Eye is 1,500, right? So you have to have just statistically by you know, we know that 38 to 40%. What's that? We have Lake Eye.
Yes, we have them out.
Okay, let's bring them up.
Belize, Kadim Vernon here reporting for Big Shilling Ting with Channel 7 and Creme XTV. As you see, the voters are lining up. There are about 50 to 60 voters waiting patiently for the polls to open here at polling station number 17 in Lake Eye Independence. It's a very cool, easy morning. As you see, the blue machinery is very present here today as they came to represent their party and their candidate. So I'll keep you updated on how things are happening here in the Lake Independence.
Jules, there we go.
Yeah, so Lake Eye,
right.
Lake Eye, the last election had 4,863 voters. Lake Eye has grown the most, right? And it's not organic growth. Lake Eye, physically, the constituency has not grown. But so 4,863 in the last election. And at this election, Lake Independence now has 6,807. It has grown by over 2,000 voters. How can it grow by 2,000 voters? Well, in there, then can you Gongolum? They don't. It is just fraudulent registration, which is a normal political practice in Belize.
I think we've talked a lot about that for the first time, just being very open and transparent about how pervasive and real it is on the ground.
Fort George has over 1,000 new voters from the last election. Well, they won't vote this time.
Yeah.
But they don't got 1,000 more people that live there. Right? You know, I'm just saying that we have these distorted situations that you and I know that 2,000 new adults of voting age have not come to live in Lake Eye because adults come with children. So if there are 2,000 adults of voting age, you have to have 6,000, 8,000 people of non-voting age total, right? You don't have it. But people are chasing figure registered at Lake Eye. The politicians want them as well. This is the norm. Voters chase politicians, politicians chase voters.
We have,
so now, let's see. Go ahead, sir.
We have Mesop. I think it's important to see what's going on out there.
Big things. Let's go.
Let's jump to Mesop to see what's happening on the ground.
Good morning, Belize. Big Shilling Ting here on Channel 7 and XTV. We're here in the Mesopotamia area, one of the hottest areas to look out for this election day. And we're here with an early voter. Sir, what time have you been out here?
5 o'clock.
Why did you come so early?
Because we anxious to paint this area blue back. It's been 49 years since Mesop has not voting for the PUP.
What has those 49 years looked like for you?
Pain and agony. Well, actually, I'm 47 years old, so I never even know the man when my whole era, CLB Rogers, back in at the time. I'm only 2 years old now.
Okay. So you, as the polls open, you were like one of the first to vote?
Oh, yeah, I'm anxious because Mesop why blue this year.
Have you been seeing a lot of people coming around the same time you came?
Definitely.
Okay, so you think that the voter turnout in Mesop will be higher than usual or lower?
I can't predict the actual turnout, but I know people as anxious as I am to get rid of this tyrant in this area now.
How does it feel to be one of the most closely watched divisions this time around?
I'm so proud. I want to be a part of history in the making. Hence the reason I got out here this early.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say to other Mesop voters who are kind of on the fence, not sure if they want to come out or not?
I just want to tell them it's not too late to come over now. So, and indulge in the moment with us.
Great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Early voter in Mesopotamia, he out there for 5 and that has the polls just opened. So he's been out here a long time waiting on. So again, we are here in Mesopotamia. There's a line behind me. It's not too long. I think that it will move relatively quickly. We will have to see as the day goes on how much more people come out, if the long lines will get any longer. Right now the streets are pretty empty. I haven't seen any of the standard bearers as yet, but I'm sure we'll run up into them sometime during the day. So this is Grace Primary School. This is one of the polling stations. And again, Mesopotamia, one of the hottest constituencies, one of the most closely watched. And I think this is the make or break constituency. So whatever happens in the end, this is the one that will really set the tone for the next 5 years, I believe. And so keep it tuned in here to Big Shilling, the Ting. I am Courtney Menzies and we'll be out here with you all day.
Thank you, Courtney. Courtney definitely bringing the energy this morning.
Of course, she had her coffee early. I just want to say, I want to focus in on Mesop, and I want to give you all some real statistics. 2,385 registered voters, roughly, I believe. 1,600 are going to come out and vote, roughly, I believe. This will be a race to who can get 600 votes. The PUP have rarely gotten more than 500 votes in Mesopotamia. Candy Spitz got 738 in 2020. That was almost record-setting, right? That was the tsunami of 2020. This is a race for 650 votes between Shine Barrow, Lee Mark, and Larry Ellis. If Larry Ellis can get what Candy Spitz got, 700 votes, he will win and break the UDP stronghold. Shine Barrow, tough kid, but Shine Barrow has to fight to get that 550, that's 600 votes. And Lee Mark just started working 2 months in the constituency. I think that somewhat works against him, but he has been working night and day. It's going to be interesting to see, but that will be the most closely watched race. Courtney said it right. The UDP are focusing everything on that. Lee Mark's mission is not to win. His mission is to make Shine Barrow lose.
Take him out.
Yes, he's there to take out Shine Barrow. And Michael Finnegan likes to always say, nobody can predict an election. You don't know what them voters will do till you open that box. And I'm going to give you an example. In 1993, the PUP were poised for victory. They just went tongue board and win a free tongue by election. Sorry, I said 93. They were poised for victory. They called the early election normal, natural political reflex. And the people got a funny feeling, of course fueled by the British changing of their status, etc. And also other things that were happening. But I'm saying that people in 1993, mysteriously out of nowhere, voted the PUP out. The UDP were not in condition to win. That led to a very poor government, 93 to 98. I'm just saying, same way in a mess up. We can have our feelings and our instincts. The voters have something in their mind, and we know those people are UDP. Mr. Yearwood is a PUP, has been a PUP, he was formerly in the Albert constituency for many years, right? Formerly, Mr. Yearwood, who Courtney just interviewed.
Oh, okay.
Right? Right? He is a PUP, and it has been his dream for PUP to win that division. But that, just like Lake, I have the natives of the PUP, that has the natives of the UDP. There are 1,000 UDP ready to vote in there. But who will they vote for?
Yeah.
So that's the kind of reality that we have with this election. That's a huge storyline where you are not only watching who runs Bemapan being decided, but to a great extent, this potential checkmate for Shine in mess up if he should lose, the implications for who then controls the UDP.
Right.
So that division counts as a singular story. Besides being a count towards the representatives in Bemapan, it's really about the future of the UDP. So the UDP voters that you were speaking of, to some great extent, carry the weight of what the courts have not been able to do, what the UDP constitution has been unable to do, they can, with a certain result today, resolve the UDP.
No, this election, as the Elections and Boundaries Commission has sanctioned it, this is a convention. This election is a convention. So sanctioned by Elections and Boundaries, so determined by the UDP in their mess, in their disarray.
It's a convention as well as an election.
Yeah.
Yes, but for the UDP, who can't settle nothing,
Yeah.
the voters will settle it for them.
But you're true when you say that. I know that we have had polling. I know that the parties do internal polling. Even Lord Ashcroft does his polling, which we've put out there. I have contended that we don't want difficult people for poll. I don't think I don't think that we are very generous with our convictions or what we lean towards.
No.
And traditionally, candidates all feel at this moment, right now, all feel that things are pointing in their direction because they generally do not get resistance on the campaign trail. When they go into homes, people, come in, man.
We learn off a show we hand.
But this is a colonial system.
Yeah, we learn
this political system is colonial. We are doing a colonial performance for the politicians who are now the masters.
Yeah, they're not the governor no more.
They're not the governor, it's the minister.
We learn
so as soon as the minister comes, yes, man, yes, governor. We do a performance for them.
But for all candidates.
What we want, yep.
Because of the patronage system, the way they set it up, we perform for all of them. Only the real hardcore cuts you out and chase you. And I think that era has died down. Because right now, everybody realizes the only way if you eat, that to make their hand, man open their hand, man and woman open their hand to you. So this is a colonial era performance. So Mr. Briceño loves to talk privately about his polls. He in the poll, brother. He must have poll Channel 7 to say how much people support me. He got poll for everything. He quote me a poll from a constituency where an obscure candidate that I know will not get more than 27 votes, and I will say his name at 6 p.m.
No, right now, all right?
Right, not right now. Will not get more than 27 votes. Here, if he poll it show that how the man get 15%. Sorry, in the round.
No. I'm just trying to make sure that we get what we have on the ground. We have back in mess up with Henry.
Let's do it.
Usher, so we'd want to just quickly put that in, and then we get back to the conversation.
It's election day, and we're here with an early voter. Sir, what time have you been out here?
5.
Good morning, Ting. We're out. Charles Usher, who is already the area rep for Fort George. Sir, today it's a lot calmer than I'm sure you thought it would be.
Well, it's just started. We have to give thanks to the Almighty for a beautiful day, and we hope that everything goes peacefully today.
Have you, I see you here in the messed up area, have you been pushing your resources in this area to help your colleague, Mr. Ellis?
Well, to use an American football term, you ever hear about a free safety? Somebody who roams around and makes sure that everybody is okay. So that's what we're doing today, but certainly I'm here supporting my colleague, Lawrence Ellis here in Mr. Potemia. I think that he has an excellent chance to deliver today, and we will do what we can to assist him.
In terms of the party on a whole, what's the machinery looking like today?
Very good, very good. I've been getting reports from all over. Our machinery is out in full force in all of the constituencies, 29 constituencies today, and we believe that we are going to have an overwhelming victory with the support of the people.
What are your predictions in terms of voter turnout? Do you feel like a lot of people are disillusioned this time around?
No, I believe that people are ready. People want to vote. People want to exercise their right. And I think we're going to have a good voter turnout throughout the country.
What's your thinking going into these elections? We have 3 tents and we have 2 UDP tents in a lot of these constituencies. You know, how does that fare for, you know, Belize and democracy on a whole?
Well, I think it just shows that our democracy is strong. It shows that people want to participate. And certainly we are ready. The party is ready to deliver a victory here in Mesopotamia. We want to make sure that we bring out our people to the polls. We get our voters for them to go in to exercise their right. And we have our machinery working. The fact that there's 2 tents on the other side speaks well, it assists our side in making sure that once we bring out our base, once we bring out the supporters that we have, we feel confident in victory.
Do you think you'll get all 31 like how Perry said?
Well, I don't make predictions, I do the work.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
That was Henry Charles Usher. He is the area rep for Fort George. In an unprecedented historical win, he and Anthony Mahler, they were declared victorious on nomination day. And so they've been pushing their resources in the constituencies that are like UDP strongholds. So Albert, Messop, Queen Square, all of them, they've been out and about in those constituencies in particular, and Collett as well. I'm sure he'll be around and we'll be seeing him around. For now, we see some standard bearers. I've seen Lee Mark Chang and I've seen Lawrence Ellis. So we'll try to speak to them, but keep it locked in here at Big Shilling, Doting, Channel 7 XTV. I am Courtney Menzies.
And like you guys pointed out, that's one of the storylines now, because another big storyline will be over in the Albert division. But before we get a look at what's happening over in Albert as well, we want to go to LJ Wade.
LJ is in Cayo South.
LJ is in Cayo South, yes.
Yes, good morning. This is LJ Wade from Cayo South, reporting for the Big Shilling, do the Ting. So, right now in front of our lady, Fatima, RC Prime Pool is one of the many polling stations in Cayo South. Yeah. And the polls are officially open. Voters are flocking in. They're just getting some quick little rundown of the rules by the police officers, but the polls are open. We came out here, I would say, about 15 minutes to 7 before the polls open. And as you can see right now, there are a lot of blue shirts. They're officially walking in now. There's a lot of blue shirts here in the Cayo South area in Rowing Creek at this polling station. But if you look to my right, where the UDP camp is, you can see that size difference. I would say it's maybe something about 30 to 1 right now, I would say the ratio is. Because if you could look that way again, that's the stark difference of the blue shirts compared to the red shirts. Is that any indication of how today will go? I think it's still too early to say. It's just about 5 minutes past 7. But we will be traveling throughout Cayo South to the different polling stations to get a feel of the situation on the ground. We've already lined up an interview with the incumbent, the Honorable Julius Espat. He says he's feeling good, so we'll hear from him later. Reporting from Cayo South, LJ Wade, Big Shilling, good thing. Yes.
Hey.
Yeah, I just, we have somebody else in there. I just want to underscore that Cayo South is one of those mega constituencies, 8,244 voters. There are 3 candidates. I don't think we got to it. 3 candidates, Julius Espat, Javier, help me with the graphic guy, Sato Mayer, let's say, for UDP Shine Barrow, and Dr. June Young for UDP Tracy Panton. As you can see, PUP, it's a large geographic constituency. Antonio Samaoya, and he is for Shine Barrow UDP, Dr. June Young for Tracy Panton UDP, Julius Espat is incumbent. That is one of the constituencies that the UDP drained. There are very few UDPs left registered there. It's a large constituency, I'll say again. Cayo South is 8,200 and, let me get the exact number here. Cayo South is 8,244 voters. It is the 5th largest constituency in the country. So, the PUP are going to show, or are trying to show, great dominance there. I don't want to predict the outcome, or I don't want to say it today, but I did speak about it yesterday. But, you have 2 UDP candidates. It's like we said in Messop. I believe there are 1,000 UDPs in Messop. But the 2 are Shine and Lee Mark have to split it. There are 1,000 UDPs there, but Shine and so, it gives an opening to Ellis. That's not the case in Cayo South. I don't think they got 1,000 UDPs left in Cayo South. So it's going to be real interesting, and you have to remember in Cayo South as well, largest immigrant populations, right? Yes, a lot of indigenous Belizean villages as well, but large immigrant population, and then people love blue and white. Then people come from Central American republics, and they love blue and white, right? Like blue and white, they have a natural affinity to it. No, that's factual. You don't know that?
If I don't know what? That because they come from...
Well, all the flags in Central America...
No, I'm aware of the blue and white, yeah.
But they have a natural affinity to that because that inspires national pride in them.
That in there.
Yes.
The blue in there, the blue and white.
That's, it's a fact. I mean, I'm not saying it's unovercomable, but I mean, make no mistake, and I don't want to go into criminality, but the Lakei being a strong PUP constituency and having large Crip gangs is not a coincidence. Mesopotamia and Queen Square have a large blood gang. That's not a coincidence, right? That large blood gang is spread between Mesop and Queen Square. There's a consonance in Fort George as well, the birthplace of the Crips in Belize. Right? The birthplace of the Crips in Belize is a strong PUP division. It can't just be coincidence that the two gangs have the same colors as the two parties.
But I think when it comes to Lakei being a family, there is more a historic, strong red gang. So, and you had, I don't want to get into the
we don't want to get into
nitty-gritty of that, but I think it's a little less aligned that way. I think there's been an emergence of a strong Crip gang over the last recent, I would say, 8 to 10 years. Yeah.
Only on Channel 7 can we be doing election coverage and then on the top gangs.
Yeah, but
Caribbean Shores, guys.
Who we have? Oh, we have Caribbean Shores online. Push it. Push it.
It was kind of strange. I walked in and there's 5 of us. Normally around this time I know that the line is usually kind of long, and it was not, the atmosphere is just, everyone is, I guess they're just waiting to see what will happen and what the outcome will be. I had small talks with the electorates inside, and they don't believe that it will be a huge turnout. They feel that Karim is uncontested, so they don't believe that much people will be out. And messed my nail up, but still good.
Okay.
Different. That's Giovanni O'Brien is the correspondent there, and I believe he interviewed a voter. So, because I heard his voice on the
Right.
So let's try to rectify that. But she had on a big Shilling shirt, so I'm not understanding. Please don't try straighten that out for me. But my point is that, Queen Square is, Caribbean Shores is one of those where PUP are, they have 2 UDP candidates, Andrew Bradley for Shine Barrow, for Trade Sipanton UDP, and Tyrone Laureano. But it has a Musa political machine. And a Musa political machine is a formidable thing. Karim Musa has been winning in that constituency since 2015, so he's a 2-term representative now, going for his 3rd term. And his machine is tremendous. And so Caribbean Shores is a constituency of average size with 4,383 voters, 4,383 registered voters. It's an interesting constituency because it's considered one of the most discerning constituencies where votes are not as easily traded, right? Because you have higher income people, you have working people who are not in the socioeconomic situation that makes election day a come up day. And when we speak about that, we have to speak about Pickstock and Fort George, where many voters were hoping to come up on election day. Again, it's not something we happily discuss, not something we celebrate, but there is a political dividend to be claimed on election day. There's a dividend. Every 5 years, you got a company called the PUDP, and every 5 years, you collect a dividend. It's sad, it's cynical, but it's true. And for many of these shareholders in our political enterprise in Pickstock and Fort George, cumulatively a little over 7,000 voters, they were denied their annual general meeting or their quintennial general meeting to claim their dividend. What did Biggie Small say? I see no ends on my dividends. If it ain't dividend, never come. So for these people, and we have one of them right in studio with us, Glenn, our cameraman, is a Pickstock constituent. And he told me a true thing this week. He told me that what were the words you used? That like, you feel that he had no choice when it comes to voting. And that's why I'm saying we have a distorted democracy. Provision needs to be made to change the law. You cannot win by default. You must have a mandate. Even if they're only you must get 30%. You must have an election with just your name paint, and 30% of the voters have to come out and say, we want this man represent. Some minimum threshold. Your view.
I absolutely agree, and I find it shocking that you've not had a proclamation of such by the political leaders to say, I've seen all sides interviewed. Some have been saying this is sad or whatever, but nobody's saying, listen, this will not happen again. This should not have ever happened. But at the very least now, we are obligated to make sure that this never happens again. This is grotesque. This is as bad as it gets. And the people of those constituencies have been denied what is a basic constitutional right. So what are we saying then? Yes, we understand. A betting person would say they know who would win. But you cannot use such arguments when you're dealing with a person's right. They could have decided today, the people of both those constituencies, no, since we're not going to vote. We're not absolutely going to vote. Nobody goes to vote. What is the provision for that? If you have a situation where nobody shows up to vote, I think the legislation is absolutely wrong that facilitated this, and the leadership of the respective parties or whoever wins today should declare how quickly they are going to change that legislation, that this never happens again. And the electorate should be so demanding.
And what is the most cynical was the Prime Minister opened the door to dictatorship when he said, well, they're doing such a good job that nobody want to run against them. Isn't that a democracy? That's what dictators say. I'm a benign dictator. I'm doing such a good job. Oh, no need to vote. Everybody loves me. That's what dictators say. And, it's really a slippery slope, and we have to change the law that you need to have a minimum threshold of people saying, just like for a referendum to pass, you have to have a minimum threshold of a certain percentage of the electorate. So if you put a referendum and only 3 people vote in favor of legalizing marijuana, it doesn't come. You have to get a certain minimum threshold of, I think it's 40% in our laws, of the electorate to come out. In a recall, you have to get 60% if there's a recall vote. You have to get 60% to vote to recall a person, more than a simple majority. The same way, if you are going to be the only candidate for a constituency, you need a mandate. You can't govern without a mandate. It's really, really bad. But it has happened, and it's real, and that's where we are.
I think we have Lee Mark, an interview with
great.
him.
Let's kick it.
Big Shilling the Ting. Good morning.
Good morning.
And what are you doing out here so early, ma'am?
We're working hard. I'm sure you're working hard too.
Oh, it's very early. I haven't even gotten breakfast yet.
Me either.
I hand it back over to you, the professional.
All right, right, guys, we're here with Lee Mark Chang, one of the UDP standard bearers for Mesopotamia. Sir, what's the energy on the ground this morning?
Well, as you've seen, most of our voters have went to the polls already. So as we come back, then we'll definitely see more energy. We expect it to be busy up to about 8, maybe 9 o'clock. After that, we expect a slowdown, and then it's a continuous trickling through the day.
Do you think that the voters will turn out to vote?
I don't believe. I know they will turn out to vote in Mesopotamia, especially because they have a message to send.
Your opponent, the last time I spoke to him, said that the elections would be over by 10 a.m. Do you share this same sentiment?
Well, probably if he's still here, then probably.
How many people do you have working in your camps today?
I would estimate probably about 150, 200.
And what's the mood been like so far?
They just want to get it over with.
I think we all do.
We just want to get it over with.
So, how have you been deploying your machinery? What's it been like having to transport voters, if anything at all?
Well, we already have our guys out there doing their rounds to pick up and stuff like that. But as soon as the day trickle on and continue, then we will get more precise, accurate numbers.
I'm sure you didn't expect, maybe a year ago, you didn't expect you'd be here.
2 months ago, I didn't expect to be here.
Right.
2 months ago, but I have a job to do and I need to get it done. And I know majority of the country is looking forward to the favorable results here. So we'll keep on fighting for these results, okay?
Was it difficult for you to jump back into the political world like this?
If you're a natural, friendly person with good PR, it's never hard, right? But when you have bad attitude and try to holler at people when you want and how you want, then they got a problem.
So you're saying most of the voters who came out this morning, they're your supporters?
Well, if you notice, everybody's supporters right now, right? But it's the what we call the fence voters, the people who come out between the lunchtime. That's the way I say the true difference coming in.
Okay, good. So we'll be seeing you here. Win or lose tonight, you'll still be out here.
Yes, man, I'll be out here today.
Great.
And tonight.
Good. We'll look forward to it. So
okay,
that was Lee Mark Chang. Thank you so much, sir. That was Lee Mark Chang. He is one of the standard bearers here in Mesop. Like I said, we're still looking for Mr. Ellis and we're looking for Mr. Barrow. We're going to stay out here. Hopefully we get them pretty soon and we can send those in for you guys. So keep it locked in here. Stay tuned in. Big Shilling, Ting. I'm Courtney Menzies.
We should go right over now. We have an interview with Julius Espat.
Okay, with Julius. All right.
Yes.
That's so.
Do it. The big thing. The big shilling. I saw her do the thing. The big shilling that the tagline for today. So I'm here with the incumbent, the Honorable Julius Espat. So, Mr. Espat, big day today. Did you get any sleep last night?
Barely.
Barely any sleep?
Yeah, I tried, but it was difficult.
How are you feeling this morning with the crowd that you managed to bring out?
No, we put in the work, and so we have a really highly organized team. But it's always exciting. It's humbling when you see this. I was telling the guys that were with me this morning, and this is the 4th time, and it's always humbling. You get emotional when you see people coming out on their own accord and giving you the respect and respecting the community. What we've been doing is community work.
Yeah. Did you have any problems bringing out supporters?
No, not really. Not really. Kaya South has been strong with us since I got elected in 2012, and we have been having continuous work.
Yeah.
And so it hasn't been difficult.
So now, I know Kaya South is huge. I mean, we've got Armenia to take it out to Unitedville. What is your day looking like in terms of visiting all those areas?
Well, I normally start in Roaring Creek because it's my home village. And so once the first surge goes in, then from there I'll be going to the different polling stations. And it's really just to say hello and to see if there's anything technical that the guys need a support with. But normally it's not a difficult day for me. For the team, it's harsh because every polling station has a zone commander and they're in charge and they're the ones that we hold responsible. But apart from that, it's looking good.
So your days are already mapped up more or less?
Yeah.
Not nervous for the final result?
I was nervous. Stop being nervous and it's not fun.
So I think this is one of the few areas where you're running against 2 UDP candidates. Do you think that bodes well in your favor?
I really haven't been concerned with the other side, and we have been more focused on what we are doing. Let them worry about that.
All right, thank you so much.
quickly, I know we have someone else, but I want to say that I'm receiving reports from the polling station down in, the UDP camp, the Shineborough UDP candidate, Samaoya, appears not too well organized. He doesn't even have a single polling agent yet. We just have to keep an eye on what it's looking like on the ground, right? So that's Antonio Samaoya. It's a large constituency. We know that Shineborough's candidates have not been getting funds at time.
Right.
And the little funds he has, they're going to give that to the constituencies that have a chance. And we need to specify those constituencies where the UDP have a fighting chance, battleground. Corozal Southwest, Cayo North, Cayo Central, Cayo West. That's 4. If we go to where they feel they have a fighting chance. Do we have something in the queue?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so now, and then if we go to those Cayos, and they also feel they have a fighting chance in the Collet constituency, and that's Tracy Panton UDP. And I think they feel they have a fighting chance, they have to fight in Albert. So that's 6. And if I have to think that, and Queen Square, those 3 are for Tracy Panton, where they feel they have to define themselves. They have to hold on to Queen Square, Collet, and Albert. That's Tracy Panton's UDP. Shineborough's UDP is hoping to claim Cayo North, Cayo Central, maybe off chance Cayo West, maybe off chance Corozal Southwest, right? And obviously mess up, right? Watch the throne, as they say. In who we have on queue because
We don't have anybody on queue right now, but we
they
gotta
tell me
take a
stuff is
break.
piling up. We'll take a break. Let's pay some bills.
Yes.
On Wednesday, 12th March 2025, voters
Welcome back to the Big Shilling. If you've just joined us, this is Channel 7's XTV coverage. Ting 2025. Just a quick mention of our corporate sponsors before we get back. We have Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habet, Elections and Boundaries Department, and Benny's Home Center. Also Belize Bank, Full Tech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jaime Price, Piling, J&N's Culture Kitchen, Cahal Petch Village Resort, Rosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, Human Dignity Trust. And Jules, we have some of the voters on the ground to give us a little bit of feedback on what's happening.
Right.
We could go out and just take those before we get into an interview from Freetown.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing today?
Oh, fine. Happy.
Great. So tell me, how long were you out here to vote?
I don't tell a good while, but I know they knock out myself, but soon go vote. Soon, reckon. As the crowd die off, I'm going to put my X. You have to put it.
Okay. Well, I like how you be suggestive with it, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm happy too.
All right. Is this your first time voting in a general election?
Oh, no. I'm voting for years. For years,
Okay.
yeah.
So tell me, what do you expect from the turnout to be here today? Do you expect more voters to come out than the last general election?
Yeah, more, of course. More voters will come out. More. We will knock them one by one. Knock them two by two.
For that voter from Freetown. And we have live Jo Marie Lanza joining us from Corozal Bay. Jo Marie, okay, she's not up yet. She's working on it. But we will have Jo live from. So we have another voter we spoke to in one of the voters out here we spoke to. Yep. Oh, there's Jo Marie. So Jo Marie is standing by to go live. Jo, I don't know if you can hear us. I don't think the connection with the audio is set yet. So I don't know if Jo can hear us yet.
Not yet.
But I know she's standing in front of Elvis.
There we go.
Okay. Hi, Jo. Are you hearing me? Okay. I don't think she's up yet, but we're working on establishing that connection. Hey, Jo. I think you'll need a Bluetooth headset. Can you hear me? Okay. Jo is working out our difficulties.
Right. We'll have that a little bit later on.
So we'll play another interview from Lake Independence, voter.
Good morning, Belize. Kadim Brennan here with Big Shilling, Ting, XTV, and Channel 7. I'm here with one of the early voters. What's your name?
Alan McCoy, known as Alan the Real McCoy, talented saxophonist from Belize City.
That's great. How early were you out here to vote?
I was out there from early as 6:30.
6:30? And basically, what do you expect the results to be today?
Well, I expect that the results will be very, very tremendous because of the amount of people that showed up this morning. Because when I got out here, you'll see a lot of crowd out there early this morning.
Okay, great. Is this your first time voting in a general election?
I voted from 2015.
From 2015, 2020, and now 2025, the
Correct.
Big Shilling.
The Big Shilling, yeah.
So you think this election is the one where matter the most?
That's correct. Yeah, it matter the most. Because, we don't know which one will win. So, one thing you have to do in an election poll, you have to exercise your rights.
Yes. So what do you have to say to other voters out there who are in your constituency right now?
Well, I would advise the general public, one thing you gotta do, when you go and cast your vote, don't say who you're gonna vote for. You just gotta remain quiet and just
Okay. So that was Alan the Real McCoy. And I just want to specify that mysterious Caribbean Shores interview earlier was with our Kikaka correspondent, Sasha Ely. On her way to Kikaka, our correspondent called her. So she is a part of the team, a new part. And so that's why there was that confusion. But so now we have Karim Musa in Caribbean Shores.
This is Giovanni O'Brien reporting from polling area 3 in Caribbean Shores. I am here with incumbent Karim Musa. Good morning, sir. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you so much.
So, did you sleep last night?
Yes, I did. I woke up, fortunately, with the very same butterflies and nerves that I always do. It's always good to have that fire in your stomach to wake up each election morning with that fire to come out and fight.
So how prepared are you today?
I would say we are at 100%. The team has been energized. I don't think the team slept last night. They've been ready for this day for quite some time now. We have all our people out at all the polling stations. So far, it is still early. It's only 7:30, 7:45. So we expect that the votes will now be coming in between now and midday.
So you're confident they're going to get the people out? You're not afraid that maybe they figure, well, you win already, we're not going to come out?
Surprisingly, yes, that is one of the comments, but I've been visiting house to house over the last month and letting the people know that I do still need everybody's support. So I just want to encourage everybody to come out and vote.
And I think I speak for the nation when I ask you this question. So should you win, can we expect another dancing performance with you?
Boy, I promise it's only every 5 years, but who knows, I might bust a move later on.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
All right, we're reporting. This is Giovanna Bryan again, reporting from Caribbean Shores, polling area 3, EPR High School.
From Kaya South.
Is LJ Wade for the Big Shilling Do the Thing, reporting from Kaya South. I'm with Dr. June Young, one of the candidates for the United Democratic Party. Ms. Young, how do you feel today, man? It's a very big day. What's the feeling like?
I feel very blessed because I have health and strength this morning. I am mentally strong. I still have the same conviction that I have when I entered my name to run for the United Democratic Party. And I have that same conviction this morning, 12th of March, 2025.
Yes, ma'am. So let's talk about your machinery that you managed to bring out this morning. It's a little small compared to Mr. Espat's. Is that in any way disheartening, or are you expecting a bigger crowd in the afternoon?
No, I'm not disheartened at all. At the end of the day, it's the will of the people. It's their choice. Your vote is secret. And you may not be wearing a shirt or under my tent, but I trust that for the most part, the people that I visited morning, because the people that I visited, that they will be true to their word and they will give me the vote.
So Kaya South is huge.
Yes.
I mean, you got Armenia, you got ticket to Valley of Peace.
Yes.
What's your day looking like?
Well, the day I am, like I said, I'm feeling blessed because all my scrutineers are in place. I have representation at the 7th polling station, and on my campaign trail, I said to the people that UDP will be represented at all the 7 polling stations. So for our solid UDPs who want to come out and support us, I will be here to represent you, and for those of them who are perhaps disgruntled with the PUP, I am here to represent them.
So this is one of the few constituencies where you have 2 UDP candidates. You have yourself and Mr. Jose. Do you believe that that situation in any way will take away votes from you?
Perhaps maybe in Armenia because he's from Armenia, but I am not intimidated by that at all. I did my groundwork, and I believe that most people in Kaya South knows me, so I'm not intimidated by the candidate. Well, I did my homework, and I did a lot of voter sensitization to explain to them how to vote on the ballot.
Yeah. Well, Dr. Young, we'll catch up with you later today.
Sure.
Good luck.
Thank you, LJ.
Yeah, so June Young, showing some semblance of organization. Sure. You know, in Kaya South, it's uphill, but it's election day. That's why we do it, right? We have Jo Marie live now.
She's ready.
From Corzal Bay. Hey, Jo.
Hi, good morning.
How's it looking out there? I see Elve Vega sign back ayo.
So I'm here in front of St. Paul's Anglican School. This is one of the polling stations for Corozal Bay. And things have been... It's traffic out here. Lots of traffic, of course. We've been out here since 7.
Bastante gente que viene todavía ahí y te invitamos a todos ustedes que se unan.
Hold on, Joe. You're still up. Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay. But but what's the activity like out there?
So we've been out here since 7, and I've noticed so far that Tea's crowd really pulling out. There's vehicles coming in and out. But one thing to make note of is the fact that the UDP tent is absolutely peeled. There's nobody. There's only 2 people out here in red shirts.
There's only 2 people out there in red shirts? Really?
Only 2 people. Even Elvin's crowd has pulled out significantly as well. As you can see, the traffic is really starting to pick up. I think this is like the 5th ban I've seen of everything.
So Joe, based on what you're seeing, Tea has better organization than Hernan Riverol for the UDP?
There's absolutely no organization. What is there to organize her? And there's nobody under the tent.
Wow. And is that one of the major polling stations in Corozal Bay?
Yes. This is actually the biggest with 2,639 voters. So I'm walking over here to Hernan's tent, and there's absolutely nobody. I can only see a handful of runners standing there at the entrance of St. Paul. But for the most part, there's no one here. There's no one picking up names. No one, they're here waiting for voters to come. In comparison to Elvis Camp and Tea's, there's so much better organization. There's just no one showing up here for UDP.
Wow, that's really crazy, Joe. Explain to me, maybe they're late. Maybe they had a big party. I know it was your birthday. Maybe everyone was at your house for a party. Might that have happened?
Man, unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I think this is as a result of them putting in a candidate with, like, what, a few days. No one was acquainted with Mr. Riverol. It's as if that they just put in a candidate to say, hey, we got something. But so far, man, the turnout for the UDP is very, very poor.
Okay, Joe. Well, really interesting. We look forward to you speaking to some of the candidates. I know that all of them have to pass through your front door. You're in your hometown, so.
Yes, that's right. They also noticed that there's a nice big crowd for Elvin as well. I was hearing the other day on the BC. So I know, like, you made a hit and tell she that she don't like t-shirts, that they come out with t-shirts and poster board.
So LV is showing a stronger presence than the UDP.
By
wow.
far.
By far.
I mean,
wow.
I mean, we are seeing it. It's not a matter of opinion. It's right there in front of your very eyes. Just from a standpoint of just the visual presentation, without even the heads. You're looking at Elvi Vega. You know what? Amazing here is that.
Okay then, Joe.
Thank you, Joe Marie.
Joe, let's keep us in touch.
Sure. Thank you.
I wanted to just say that one of the things that has always struck me about the North, as compared to, say, the Belize City experience, is that voters are very loud about who they are with from a standpoint of just visually. You will find more posters and flags on people's property when you get in the North as compared to, say, Belize City. They're not, even when all the momentum is with say, an opposition party, and that they are still like, when you go in the North, people put their flags and banners in the trees. So for me to see an unattended tent on election morning without as much as a party paraphernalia is like that one thing for you, the heads do not come out on time for you, but the fact that there is no visual sign that that tent even belongs to the United Democratic Party, which has, well, repeat, has won 5 general elections since independence. This is a party that has more victories since independence than the PUP.
Well, it's indicative of the financial situation, Amos, and I think if it's one thing you can look at and have that be completely clear is the fact that when you say no money and you talk about broke, it's actually really real, because for you to not have not even one presence, that's a lot.
I think Jumari alluded to the fact that it's not just only that, it's the whole securing a candidate and what happened with getting that candidate in place and it being a last-minute candidate. But I'm saying that one of the things that I feel is that
we have a number of things queued up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
No, man.
But I see we have someone on the live, but also I think we'll have Hosemai, and we have something from Dangriga as well.
We have Lerna Mac.
Okay, we're going to have a live with Mayor. This is from Punta Gorda. Awesome. Okay, from Toledo East.
Well,
here we are. Okay.
Well, what is the mood for today?
The mood is to change Toledo East. The mood feel like we're going to change Toledo East today.
Okay. Okay, so what is your machinery today? How are you transporting your voters to the various locations?
Our experience and our people start up. If a voter wants a ride, we will deliver that ride, but a lot of people say they will walk to the polls. Our disappointment is in the Elections and Boundaries office, who have changed the polling station from Otosha to Corazon. It's a big slap in the face. They never informed us that they did that. So, the whole elections today, the people of the lead, I hope that they learn that we have an election system that is broken and it needs fixed. We are in the race and we hope to win the race. But we want the people of the East to realize that there's no real democracy in the East. But if we continue to have an election and boundaries department that is aligned with the government, that make the government of the day, and this is not just PUP, this is PUP and UDP who control that department. It's just like a shame because democracy in Belize, election in Belize, debate right now is like a joke.
So, you win today. What is one thing that you'd like to change in Belize?
First of all, I'd like to go after elections and boundaries offices. When I care that in the workers, because the workers, they are working. But the people who run that department, they're like, they are doing an injustice not only to the Belize to themselves, but to the Belizean people. So that's one thing I would like to change. Then after corruption. Corruption is rampant in the Toledo district, in Belize on a whole. You're spending $3.2 million to build a bridge across the creek. It's outright stealing. Do an audit on those. You get $2 million for streets in PG, and you get some standard streets for $2 million. So we want to tackle corruption. That is our big thing. And I hope that people come out today and vote for me, because those are the things that I will be tackling. So things that will make Toledo East and Belize a better country.
Thank you, Mr. Will, for this interview. This is Iran Jub reporting here in Punta Gorda from Channel 7 Prem. Thank you. Make it a good thing.
Okay, great. Ethan Shub from Toledo East, Punta Gorda. We're going straight to Jose Abelardo Mai in Orange Walk South. Let's.
So now the thing now, Big Shilling, good thing.
Yeah, that is.
Where you straight them in?
Audio.
From polling station number 70 in Trinidad Village, Orange Walk South. And with me this morning, I have the incumbent, Mr. Osemai, running for Orange Walk South and going against German Tillit. How do you feel this morning, Mr.?
Well, this is my fourth election, more I think. This is my fifth election, as a matter of fact. So we have had a lot of experience in running elections and organizing an election. The size that we've done, not numerous when it comes to elections. And so our teams are very well prepared today.
Right.
We have a logistics team, we have a communications team, we have different teams all in place.
How is the machinery oil this morning?
Well, our machine is ready, up and running from last week. I finished campaigning last night, and so we are prepared, and we are very optimistic that we are going to be victorious again this 2025.
Right. In polling station number 70, we have 487 voters, registered voters. What percentage do you think you will be getting from this total?
This village has always been a very competitive, I should speak. Here, you win by one and you lose by one, or you lose by one.
So highly competitive with both parties.
But in the last election, we won, I think, close to by 30 votes. I think today is going to be that plus or minus. Yeah.
Do you want to say anything else before?
Well, I want to thank the people of Orange South for all their support. I want to thank my campaigners. They've done a wonderful job. They've kept very loyal.
We have with Shane.
Queen Square constituency this time around with Dr. Lorna McKay, one of the PUP standard bearer. Dr. McKay, how are you feeling today? How's the energy on the ground?
I'm feeling great. Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm feeling great. The energy on the ground is hype. We are going to bring out our voters. We are going to win Queen Square.
How is the mood in your camp today?
The mood is very hype. The people in Queen Square have worked with me. The people in the camp has worked with me, and they know what to do.
What resources have you been deploying? How many people are out here with you today?
We have over 100 people out here in the various areas, and they have been trained. They have been given the task to bring in the people for Queen Square.
And do you have support from your other colleagues, Mr. Henry Charles or Mr. Anthony?
Yes, of course, they're in the background supporting us. We have met.
So have you been seeing a lot of voters coming out early?
Right now, the voter turnout is quite slow, but I'm sure that they will start to come out quickly as the day progresses.
What's your prediction of when people more or less will come out?
People have to sleep, it's a holiday too. So I believe they will come out around 9, 10, going up, and then it will start to ramp up.
Do you think the holiday incentivizes them, or maybe they just say, yeah, let's just stay home and chill?
No, they're not staying home. People want change in Queen Square. They will come out.
Okay. Have you seen your opponents around? Have you spoken to them any at all today?
Yes, I've seen Shane. I've hugged him because it's not about the opponent. It's about getting Queen Square, being the best Queen Square that there is.
Great.
It's not about the opponent.
Great. Thank you so much.
I speak to them.
We wish you all the best, Dr. McKay, Dr. Lorna McKay. Well, you heard it, PUP all the way. So we'll see.
Yeah, thanks for that, Courtney. I think Courtney or another correspondent also spoke to the other UDP aspirants for Queen Square, and those are Shane Williams and Godwin Haylock. Do we have that, guys? Okay, I know they're working on that. Yeah, here we are.
Big Shilling, do Ting, you just heard from Dr. Lorna McKay, but now we have the two UDP standard bearers here together. They've joined forces. Just kidding. Just kidding. We have Shane Williams and Godwin Haylock. How are you guys feeling?
We're good. Finally, the day is here, and hopefully we have a good and smooth and crime-free day.
It's been a positive feeling so far. The people are coming out one by one. We're not seeing that strong voter turnout this morning, but we're seeing a constant turnout today.
Yeah.
Are you guys friends or hanging out? What's going on?
Well, we've always been friends. In fact, today his machinery is absent completely. He's free to come under my tent, and we'll continue to push on as one UDP no matter what happens today.
Well, we are one UDP, of course. At the end of the day, the goal is to keep Queen Square red. Hopefully I beat Godwin because I believe that I'm a far better representative for this area.
So it's a bit of friendly competition going on here.
Oh, well, Godwin is my friend, you know.
Right, and I never bet on hope. I really bet on hard work, and I've done hard work for this constituency over 20 plus years, and we've just intensified since election, and we expect a positive outcome, okay?
So what's the mood and energy out here today with your camp, Shane?
Well, it's slower than normal, slower than we are used to in Queen Square. Normally, we have long lines at this hour. Queen Square is usually an early voting place, but probably because we are all new candidates, the dynamics have changed.
You feel like maybe holiday two people are sleeping?
Well, I probably too. I hope they'll come out eventually throughout the day, but normally Queen Square voters come out earlier than this.
But I have to ask you about Mr. Halak's accusation that you don't have nobody out there with you. How's your machinery going?
Well, this is my 10 cents. So back this way, my people are out here and they're going and visiting the homes to try and get people out. We don't have no lot of vehicle. My people actually to walk to try and encourage people to come out. So if machinery he means vehicle, then of course he has more vehicle than me.
Do you feel like that hurts you though?
Well, of course it does, but I can't be here crying about not having the vehicles. We have to walk this era. Queen Square is right here. We can't convince people to come out from across the street, then something is wrong with that.
Good. And you're expecting a high voter turnout?
Yeah, well, it's slow so far, but hopefully people come out later on.
Great. Thank you so much, Shane. Mr. Halak, they almost poached off and we're not finished with you yet, Mr. Halak. All right, so how's your machinery going so far?
It's good. Like I say, it's been in the making for more than a month. We've been out there intensifying this machinery. We've not even pushing shirts the way how we normally push shirts, because in 2020, Sister B taught us that shirt really don't vote. The people know what they want to do on election day once you educate them. So our educational campaign for politics is being at their home before election day.
Was it difficult, the voter education, to say, I know they have two red, but you have to vote for this one when said Godwin Halak?
Right. The people know either you're going the shine red or going Tracy Pantons red. And I think at this point, anybody who goes shine red is in trouble today.
Do you feel like because you have the endorsement from Sister B that helps you greatly?
Absolutely. I really have the support from Dean Barrow to Sister B, and now to me. It has been a rather smooth transition, I must say.
But do you feel like because the votes will be split between you and your colleagues that Dr. McKay might come out on top because of that?
I don't expect the votes to be split in a fashion that will affect me that I can't come out on top. What I will say is that Shane got about 119 votes, the most at the convention. We expect him to do about the same or a little less, so we'll see how it goes.
And so are you concerned about the low voter turnout so far? I know polls just opened, but still.
I feel like it's when times are hard in this country, people don't even want to come out. I feel that the UDP is not united, so it's hard for them to come out and just do it early. But I'm still hopeful that before the end of the day, we'll get our voters out.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Halak. So there you have it, the two UDP standard bearers, one lick. You know, that's how we do it here on Channel 7 and XTV. So stay tuned. We will be around in Queen Square and Mesopotamia all day. We haven't gotten Mr. Ellis and Mr. Barrow yet from Mesop, so we're going to be working on that. For now, keep it tuned in to Big Shilling, Ting.
Constituency to interview, Jules.
Important, however, that the voters aren't coming out.
Yeah.
That's bad news, in my opinion, for the UDP. That is a UDP constituency. When voters do not come out, it is bad news for the incumbent, right? When voters come out, forgive me, when voters come out in large numbers, it's bad news for the incumbent. When voters don't come out, and I mean incumbent from the government.
Right.
But in Queen Square, UDP is like the government. They know no other. That's a UDP constituency. They have a registered voter count of 2,824, the third smallest in the country. I am surprised to hear that both of them are complaining that their voters aren't coming out. Let's be very specific. Shane is from Supal Street, right? And Godwin Halak believes that Shane will only take away those voters, which tell maybe 100, 200 voters. But he believes those are PUP voters. Anyway, Supal and PUP area. My point is that this is a defining moment for Godwin Halak. He's been understudy to Sister B literally for 20 years.
Smooth transition is what he called it.
Right, but he needs to get some voters out. He said a very telling thing about Shane. Again, what we've said from morning. UDP Shine Barrow broke. They is broke. And, you know, it's refreshing indeed to see those two UDP brothers. But at the end of the day, Shane, they try to take away the votes that are for Godwin and Sister B.
And let's look at what Lorna presented out there as well.
Right,
Dr.
Lorna.
McKay, she looked very, very strong. She had
did.
quite a robust backing.
I think that as many interviews will be when all is said today, that's a souvenir piece.
Yes.
For election 2025, that one is be a souvenir piece for the United Democratic Party, where you actually have two candidates side by side in red shirts, saying we're friends, and running after each other, undermining each other's interests. That is
running for the same vote.
Running for the same. That's a souvenir piece.
So
that's a collector's item.
Yeah, it really is, and
Lorna
it shows.
all the way through.
And it's again a UDP convention, except they had one last year. They had one last year.
The first of many souvenir items for 2025
That was
election.
a classic. That was definitely
But
a classic.
I you know, one thing that he referred to 2020, and we really did see that also in 2024 municipals. Sister B, not into no scenery. Sister B, do your work. Whether Godwin Haylock will be able to do that this time, you know, it's left to be seen. But if he's as cool a cucumber as delivering, we got to take a break, Mr. Craig.
Shirts no vote. That's how he say.
Yes, indeed.
We're coming right back, guys. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Keep locked in to the Big Shilling Do Ting.
Do Ting.
Do Ting.
We are reopening our ay, 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 ay.
Welcome back to the Big Shilling.
Do Ting!
You always have one line for you.
Yeah, my line, I come in.
So we have Marisol Amaya in the Port Loyola division, hotly contested 5-way race.
Yeah.
Do we have Marisol from Port Loyola, where the aspirants are? There we go.
He won 4 elections, but those were municipal elections. Since 2006, he's been winning all the way up until 2015. In 2018, the entire UDP slate lost. He lost with them, and after that, he joined the big leagues, but he lost against Gilroy Usher Sr. Interestingly enough, Gilroy Usher Sr. started running, I believe that would have been in 2012, and he lost against Boot Martinez, but he won, so he's lost 2, and then he won in 2020. Let's see what's going to happen for this one. Will he be able to keep the division? Will the votes be split up for the UDP because you have so many candidates running? We're going to leave it there, and later in the day, hopefully we can get interviews with those candidates. For Big Shilling Do Ting, Marisol Amaya. Stay tuned.
Good morning, Indira, Jules, and Mose. Good morning from beautiful Cayo. I am in Santa Elena town, and we are located at the polling booth. That is the Santa Elena Primary School, responsible, the largest polling station in Cayo Central. Driving up, we passed by Georgeville, which is another community that is voting in this constituency. We had about 6 UDPs under their tent and about 50 PUPs in their area. Here, in this particular location at Santa Elena Primary School, there's equal representation between the 2 major political parties. I don't see any kind of tent or paraphernalia for the independent candidate and the Belizean Justice Movement, but they are going to be running in this constituency as well. If we take a look at the people who are running in this constituency, they're all males. For the People's United Party, you have Alex Balona. He is the incumbent and has served out his 4.5 years and has come back to the people. And then in white, we have Francisco Juni Escobar. For the United Democratic Party, there is only one person on the slate, and that's Mark O'Brien, very well known in this constituency. And then another independent, well, he now has put together his political party, Rudy Lewinsky Wade. He has run before, and he is in the orange color. So at this present moment, the stream of voters coming into this constituency is very consistent. And things are calm, especially between the 2 political parties. I have covered this constituency before, and as the day gets warmer, so the political temperature. So I'll be out here for the rest of the day, giving you the information on what's taking place here in Cayo Central. Louis Wade and team for Big Shilling.
At least we could depend on out west for at least make we go a sense of the normal universe.
Yes.
A bit. Right? That looks visually like the universe we are familiar with when it comes to general elections.
It does. It's a huge differentiation between other areas where we're seeing...
We're existing in the multiverse.
The multiverse. The multiverse. I think we have something from Freetown online as well, where we have an interview with Dr. Abraham Flowers. I don't know if they have it up yet, but I know that our correspondent is working on it. But Cayo, as I said, the UDP is hoping that it can steal 3 of the seats.
Which one of the UDPs?
I'll be very specific. The SB UDP is hoping that it can steal 3 of the seats in Cayo. That is Cayo West, Cayo North, and Cayo Central. Those are traditional UDP areas. We know that Orwin Contreras won Cayo West in 1998 and did not lose it till 2020. We also know that in Cayo Central, Rene Montero controlled that from at least 2008 to 2020, but UDP have a long history in there. In Cayo North, which was a recently created, or Cayo Northeast was more recent, but in Cayo North, the UDP, that's the home of the famous Red Hills. And that is the fiercest of the battlegrounds between Michelle Shabat and Omar Figueroa. We have Freedom queued up now, I think, with the interview with the UDP, with the Shineborough UDP candidate.
So again, this is Jose Suarez with 7 News, Big Shilling, the Ting. And today we're here with Dr. Flowers, the newbie in this election. And so we want to hear his side as to how he feels coming into this election. So good morning, Dr. Flowers. How are you feeling today, coming on to election and seeing the crowd here and all of the people in the blue shirt and what's that?
Most definitely, I want to say good morning, Jose. On my Belizean people, I want to say good morning. So today is a very important day for me because it's experience in which we're actually gaining, all right? And like, this is my first time, it has actually, I've actually learned a lot, right? And I don't worry about the shirts. What is more important is the experience and the possibility to actually give back to the people, the possibility to actually grant the people, all right, the idea of having democracy.
All right, and so when it comes to the financing and so forth, when it comes to campaigning, it was like, a David and Goliath scenery. What was it like?
Unfortunately, I wish that it wouldn't have been a David and Goliath scenery because we know that Goliath is using finance from the taxpayers' money to actually, which is fuel their machinery, which shouldn't be, all right? And yes, in this case of David, our budget was practically little. Huge thanks to my wife, who actually went and sewed the flags and we had to paint and everything. So if we underline the budget per flag, I would say that we spend less than 200 or 150, all right, and other flags, which is a total of almost 200 flags and 2 banners.
That's definitely a lot. So in constituencies like this, you're going up against a big minister, and a lot of other candidates are afraid to go up against ministers like the Honorable Francis Fonseca. What has fueled you to come and run against someone like him?
So most definitely I know is that big is just a word, right? But it's your possibility to actually develop is what is very important. And I'm a person that loves challenge. And I actually deem Freetong as actually been a challenge, all right? I've actually went back behind Freetong phase 3, 4, and 5 all the way, and I've seen the condition that these people actually live in, right? And it's very surprising to see that we're in the 21st century and these people still walk on London Bridge. These people still have crocodile in their yard. These people basically don't have light and water in partial part of phase 4 and 5, right? You know what? We got to give huge thanks to Dr. Carla Barnett. We got to give huge thanks to Mr. Lee Mark. We got to give huge thanks to Mr. Elrington, all right, for actually helping these people to have lampposts, to have electricity now, presently, all right? This wasn't the PUP doing. This was the UDP doing. But unfortunately, the people still went from and vote Fonseca. So we pray to God that in future that things would actually improve and these people may actually choose wisely so development could actually happen.
All right. And I know that there is other newbies here that is actually running today in your party. What advice do you have to give to them?
Advice to them is that, listen, be courageous, be strong. If you are for the people, it doesn't matter what the challenge is, you will actually come above. Now, your first battle will never be victorious. It's like what my parents usually say. Your first girlfriend is never your wife, all right? It's the same case, all right? Your first battle will never be your battle. It usually comes after the second and the third. The reason being is because your first battle, you're learning, you're adapting. And in that process of learning, adapting, you tend to actually, you change, you restructure, and then you improve. So to my friends out there, to the politicians, the new ones, please continue, be strong, keep your head up, go again. Don't stop, continue, go again. And for those that want to pursue their endeavor, the field in politics, I advise you all, go for it. If you think you can contribute to the country, the development of the country, go for it.
All right, and there you have it. I say thank you, and I wish you the best of luck. And there you have it from Dr. Abraham Flowers, the newbie in the Freetown Division. Once again, I am Jose Suarez with 7 News Belize, Big Shilling, the Ting.
Awesome interview. We have Francis Fonseca on deck, but quickly, Indira, you're a Freetown voter, I suspect.
Yes, I am.
What did you feel about what you just heard?
In terms of the candidate?
The candidate, yeah.
Well, it demonstrated it was a fooling feeling, because he pretty much, in a sense of a way, kind of conceded right out the gate that his first time is not going to be a winning time. I don't know if that's what you say as a candidate, especially at the onset of an election. But he's been very clear about that. I also like the fact that he demonstrated that no money not there, because what his wife did, how they worked to be able to be out there, is a testament to just that's important, your own personal drive.
Yeah, and that's a real UDP.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? That's a real UDP. If you go and, you make your wife the so flat, a lot of people would have bailed out. No money, not appear. Shine was telling those guys, no, spend on own money and I pay on the back. Promise is a comfort to a fool.
He's very transparent about what he spent as well.
Well, when you ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing to lose.
Yeah. By the way, we should be getting some early numbers from election boundaries.
We do have Freetown, though, Francis Fonseca.
Okay,
so maybe
let's go ahead with that. Yeah.
End with that, and then we get into the numbers.
To our voters, so we got off to a very good start this morning, an early start as we usually do in Freetown. And we were able to bring out a good number of our voters to be present at 7 a.m. when the polls opened, so that they could exercise their right to vote.
All right, we definitely saw a long line with some of your supporters. I know you worked very hard leading up to Election Day, but what are your thoughts, or what were your thoughts coming into today?
Very confident. I've, of course, won 5 elections in Freetown. So over those years, I've established, I think, a very good, strong working relationship with the people of Freetown. And going around over the past few weeks and talking to them, they have expressed their continued support for me and their confidence in me. So it's all about making sure that our people come out today to vote. And we feel very confident about a victory here for the People's United Party in Freetown.
Perfect. And we received tip from a reliable source. Right? It's unofficial, all right, but stating that you didn't receive enough funding for your campaign from the Prime Minister. It is unofficial information, but what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know where you got that from. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We got absolutely full support from the party, and of course in Freetown we use our own resources as well. We don't just rely on the party. We raise our own funds, so absolutely not the case. Your source is wrong. We have everything we need to run a full effective campaign.
All right, perfect. Thank you, and I wish you the best of luck.
We'll have to concur. I will have to concur with the good Francis Fonseca. Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. And here's why. This is the first, I will repeat what I have said before, the first minister in the history of our parliamentary, governmental, Westminster, cabinet system, whatever you want to call it, that has a portfolio in a pocket. The man shall say, open your pocket, make us see the lead. The first man going to election that the Prime Minister has already said, you are my next Minister of Foreign Affairs, has never happened before. Not even through the dominance of Ralph Fonseca. The best Said said is I will be Minister of Finance, meaning Ralph would not be it, and Ralph became Minister of Budget Management. But I'm just saying, that man He is the Prime Minister.
You are not the source of our team members.
No, sir.
Okay.
Inaccuracy.
No, sir.
Disclaimer
if Francis asks for the world, it shall be given. The man, he made a public statement that he liked foreign affairs. And before election, the man said, I got it for you that like you ask mommy and daddy for Santa Claus and then tell you the week before Christmas, no worry, and give you a bike. They don't even wait for Christmas Day or the day after. I'm just saying, Francis is as safe as, how do they say it? Safe as church. Safe as mother's milk.
Safe as church.
Right. So, but we don't have, they don't have hourly count out yet, I believe, because
nothing as yet.
The first report will be at about 8:15, thereabouts. They will post them hourly and the polls open at 7. But what we have seen so far, if we can look at the totality, is we have seen a real political action out west in Cayo. We have seen no show for the UDP so far in Corozal Bay, and a stronger showing for TEA than for for LV than for the UDP.
Right.
And the PUP obviously have a dominant showing. When we go to Orange Walk South, we also saw for Orange Walk South, we also saw a strong showing for the PUP, but I expect German Tillett will not go quietly. I think he has resources and intention. And then we saw the little we've seen in the Belize district. Most concerning for the UDP has to be the situation in Queen Square, very poor turnout. But I want to look at San Pedro. I don't know if you have the footage. Very slow turnout in San Pedro. Now San Pedro, Belize Rural South, of which San Pedro is a major part, is the second largest constituency in the country. And San Pedro is, so that's a photo we got from there just now. Extremely poor turnout. Usually there would be lines after 7 a.m. I don't know if it's because it's a holiday, but that is a bad sign for Andre Perez. Now I want to put one more thing in the mix. TP-UDP believes that the back from the dead candidate, Manuel Junior Heredia, back from retirement. I don't want to be unkind this early in the day.
Yes.
They coming out of retirement, they believe that Andre Perez is not a popular candidate, and they believe Junior can pull a big upset. I do not share that view, but I'm just saying that is a bad sign. Can you show that street again? And that's at one of the large polling stations there. Usually by this time you would be seeing a long line, and that's the polling station by the high school, right? And there is no line. Usually the line would be all along the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. And we also want to point out the OS has posted on X. The OS has made a post on Twitter or X, and we can show those pictures showing where they are. Maybe we can try to determine it. Do we have the pictures up? Yeah, that's what these are the pictures the OS posted. That to me looks like, I'm not sure if the post says where they are, but that looks to me like it might be that's certainly in Belize City. It looks like it. That's in Belize City. So that's what the OS Observer Mission has posted on their side. That is clearly Belize City as well. They say on their X post that more than 197,000 people are eligible to cast their vote today. Indeed, members, but they are looking at a democracy that's going through a problem, because remember, there are 204,000 registered voters, but only 197,000 are registered to vote because the system, the UDP, the failures, the way it is set up, made it so that 7,000 people do not have a right to exercise their vote today. A tragedy. These observers will see, and can we show the ballot from Port Loyola, these ridiculous ballots that the TP-UDP supports. I want to be clear. So we have the UDP ballot for Port Loyola, if we can show it. And that shows 3 reds. When these observers see that, I don't know, these people, I don't know how frankly they speak, but when these observers see that, they will see, I believe, a red flag. There is nowhere in the world where you can willfully confuse voters because of your ego. Because Tracy Shine must have the UDP. Shine must have the UDP. And Booth said, well, why not me too? And the Elections and Boundaries made a decision against the best interest of the voter. They made a decision against the best interest of the voters to put 3 people with the color red. It is not, we are going to have, I predict, a record number of spoiled ballots in those constituencies. We have to always prepare for the least acute voter. The voter who may be reading and writing not upon 100.
Looking at it, you'd want to say at least broke it up, put a yellow in at the middle of 2 red.
No, well, they have to put it alphabetically. That's the law.
Oh, shucks.
That's the law. But I'm saying that you cannot have 3 red. It is primitive.
Yes, a mess.
It is Neolithic, and it works against interests of the voters, but it is facilitated by the Elections and Boundaries at the request of the TP-UDP. And for them to have put in Boots as another red is a disaster. And I'm telling you, if these observers have any spine, they have to speak adversely of that. This can only willfully confound the voters. We have someone coming in, control room.
Collett.
We have the Collett constituency.
All right, morning everybody. This is Big Shilling do Ting 2025 elections, and we're in Collett. And of course, when you talk about Collett, you got to talk about the 5-time winner, 6-time going up for this division, Patrick Farber. How you feeling, man? How you feeling for this election?
I'm feeling positive, Frisco, because I know the heart of the people. I know that they have said to me in this election season that they will come out and support me once again, and I have no doubt that that is an honest feeling from them, and I am positive that at the end of the day, when the count is made, that we'll come out on top once again.
How did you prepare for today?
Well, we went house to house, but I did anticipate what is going on out there, that after Widimala will have no election in his constituency, that he will bring the picked-up people out here. So don't pay any attention to the noise. The ground game for the UDP, for Patrick Farber, is strong, and our voters are going to come out. So not study the noise in the market. All of them one way they can't vote at all. These are picked-up people. In the lines are the UDP Patrick Farber supporters.
And what's your plan for the day? How are you going to...
Well, I'm mostly going to be here because this is the battleground, but I will frequent the other 2 polling stations at Magazine Road and Farber's Road.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, because in some previous elections, you kind of did it at your own pace, but is it necessary to be on the ground all day today?
Well, yes, I've always been on the ground, except when I was leader of the party, then I ventured to other areas. But, this is a very crucial election for the UDP, given the split. The entire country is depending on this constituency for the sake of democracy, and so I have to make sure I bring it to home, so I'll be here on the ground.
All right, and of course, it's still 6 o'clock tonight. And how is your machinery working, though?
The machinery so far is well oiled. I've been very pleased with what I've seen so far. The PUP felt like they had a jump because they had a few blue shirts in the line before us at 7. But of course, when my crowd came in shortly after 7, that was diminished. And if you check in the line now, you'll see it is all red. And we will continue to bring out our voters because, again, they have no ground game. They have picked-up campaigners. And we are certain that we have the better machinery today on the ground.
So
that's what we're seeing there is a candidate that's witnessing, a veteran candidate that's witnessing the shock and awe campaign of the PUP. The PUP are sending for George and the other supporters there who are not needed in their constituencies to give them shock and awe.
But parties try that, but that's, we would find that you would have from one election cycle to the next, where you have very strong divisions would give support. Maybe in the afternoon time they would come in but I think voters are inclined to get even turned off by that.
They definitely do.
Yeah.
They definitely do, and that's why I viewed it very oddly when Anthony Mala said, well, we're going into Albert. That not really work so. But we have also the other candidate for...
You have a lot of free time, Jules, nothing else to do. You have a lot of people on the ground who don't even have a division
and
to work.
who want to
so,
make their end.
we
have the other candidate from Collett Constituency, Devin Daly, the PUP challenger.
Have to be.
Happy to be here. Opportunity, ready for bring forth this win.
How is it you got into the political game? What made you think that you had to do a thing?
I want to save my community, call it the way Banner grow, and we see a community where abandoned and neglected, and this is why I'm in this.
No, this area has gone red for Micah donkey's years. What makes you feel like you're up to the challenge?
Well, I mean, nobody can deny what they've seen the here all the year did from since 2020 to now. We fully understand the trajectory of the national government right now. So what can you really do for people?
From people who saw you in motion this morning, they said at least 500 plus of your voters came out as soon as the polls were open.
The people are frustrated. They're tired. They want better.
But apart from that, without campaigning,
yeah, Devin Daly are better.
How do you prepare yourself when this crowd come out so early?
Well, they've been seeing the work in the past few months. You know.
Yeah.
I think he was campaigning a little
bit.
But we have a live from Orange Walk Central. We have Kevin Mendes live in Orange Walk. Hi, Kevin.
Morning, Kev.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kevin Mendes reporting for Elections Watch, Big Shilling, Do Thing, and I'm in Orange Walk Central, one of the polling stations at San Francisco RC School. And I have the pleasure of sharing with you what's the current scene here. As you can see, people are still starting to show up at the polling station. There's a vibrant color of blue and red showing up, and we have the mayor of Orange Walk Town, Mr. Ladrick Shepherd, here with us, and we just want to get his general feel about elections 2025. Mayor, how are you doing today?
Great. Yes. Like I said, the question that you asked me just a while ago, as you can see, we've been in this for quite a while now. I'm pretty sure that the Prime Minister has done all his due diligence to make sure he secure another victory. We just had an election for Maya as mayor. Well, now the machine is just tripling up, and he had added some more great things that we will be victorious on this day.
All right. So by the scene and by what you shared, how you sounds like you feel very confident about the turnout for the.
Of course, when you're with a person that has never lost an election and has know exactly how to win an election like the Prime Minister, it is clear, like I said, he has a great machine. The central machine has always been working, doing all the work for him. So like I said, in implementing the town council, and I said he has not been boasting and beating his chest out there, telling everybody that he has a great relationship with myself and him when we work together. That's the reason why this area belonged to him. Okay. So we combine our work together, and this is exactly what I do. Projects after project we have placed in this town that the people from Central are happy and give him that vote of confidence to give him another term again.
So how long have you been out here since the poll?
This is from since the poll has been open. As you can see, my hand is painted already. Victory after victory after victory after victory for Orange Walk Central. We have not lost for a while, so we will never last here in Orange Walk Central.
Wow, I love it. So you've been here since 6 a.m. How has the voter turnout been from then?
Basically, as mayor, I've been in. This is my 5th election of the, so three term as council, my 2 term as mayor. This is basically how it looks early in the morning. People come out very slow, but you can see after 1 o'clock, the people are really coming out. And again, I'm telling you again, the Prime Minister has a well-oiled machine, campaigners, young, vibrant campaigners will be bringing out all their people to secure another victory for our Prime Minister again.
Mayor, I want to ask you, how is your general feeling about this year's election being completely different in terms of there's 2 candidates for the United Democratic Party? So it's like it's different, how do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, it's different because it's the first time that these campaigners had only 1 month to secure this and walk around the entire town convincing the people to. But again, it speaks for the work. The work, it kills all of that. But first time I've seen that there's 2 UDPs. Like I said, we have a camp over there and another one over this side. But bypass that, we know that we need to just put in our work on our end to secure another victory. That is exactly what we came out to do out here today. Make sure the Prime Minister gets his seat back, and we'll be back again in the office.
Very good. So you're expecting people to show up later today? As we can see, the crowd is still slowly coming.
And look at basically from onset that the PUP crowd is making sure that all the vehicles are passing through here, you know, and everything goes through here, and the blue and the flags, the shirts. I tell you again, this Prime Minister has never lost. He knows how to win an election. You have to give him great credit for his work that he has done.
Indeed, this is his 8th election, so we're looking forward to having a conversation with him. As we start wrapping up this conversation, can you share with the viewers, with the voters, why should they show up to vote today?
You should show up because of the work that he has done for his. I just can mention some of the work in Salaries Housing site for his people, work in 37 with the road that he has, working here in Central Union Town Park that he has done. These are the things that people want to do. We just cemented at the road here in San Antonio Road. You know, these are the work that people want.
I'm sorry we had to cut that off.
Yeah.
He's campaigning.
Have to be reminded that
we're not allowed. You're not allowed to campaign today. Give the voters a break, Ladry.
Yes.
Let's come here. You could do better than that.
Jones, since we're in Orange Walk, the question.
We see the UDP has some presence there. Yeah. There are 2 UDP candidates, Ms. Cal Vieira and Orange Walk Central, Mr. Denny Grijalva.
Okay. The question I was going to ask is the fact that the Prime Minister had declared that he would not be seeking re-election, and then he backtracked on that to some degree. What do you feel is the reason that has been a change? Is it for developing like an exit plan to be able to do things a little bit different? What's your take on that?
When the Prime Minister indicated that he would be retiring, it changes the dynamic and the energy in the party completely. He said that on an interview right outside after he came out off sunup. And when he said that, the energy in the party immediately changed because people start to say, who is next? And when people start to talk about who is next, that's when they start to sharpen their knives. That's how politics works. The demise of Patrick Farber came when he, innocently enough, in 2018, started saying, when the man gwine. When the man would say gwine, Dean Barrow had said he would step away with a year to go. It might have been 2019. And he started asking, when the man gwine, or people close to him started asking, calling around, when the man gwine. And that is what messed up Farber's succession. I don't think Dean Barrow was ever a fan. And that's what destroyed him in the convention, the leadership convention. Because once they heard that, there was a big statement that we all support Dean Barrow.
You got some numbers, Brother Jules, from the ENB, Elections and Boundaries. They're saying that up to, they're saying 850. I don't know if that means it's up to it, that when the results were put out, or this is of 8 a.m. Ballots cast 12,431. And then it has the percentages per constituency, call it at 13.88%.
All right. Guys, are we able to get that graphic up?
Cayo South at 12.51%, Mesopotamia at 12.12%, Freetown at 10.48%, Lake Independence at 10.12%, Queen Square at 9.77%, Bleasville North at 9.49%, Toledo West at 8.57%, Orange Walk North at 8.1%, Cayo North at 8%, Corozal Bay at 7.46%, Orange Walk Central at 6.97%, Cayo Central at 6.85%, Corozal Southeast at 6.77%, Cayo Northeast at 6.28%, Belmopan at 6.11%, Caribbean Shores at 5.95%, Cayo West at 5.36%, Bleasville South at 5.07%, Corozal Southwest at 4.97%, Port Leola at 4.39%, Orange Walk South at 4.34%, Bleasville Central at 4.29%, Corozal North at 4.17%, Orange Walk East at 3.63%, Stanquick West at 2.65%, Toledo East at 2.61%, and Danguiga at 1.42%. That's, I believe, as of 8 a.m. usually.
Albert is at 0%, but I have to assume they just didn't get the report.
Yeah.
Right? It can't be 0.
Yeah.
So the lowest that we can see there is Dangriga, and we need a report from Ethan Velasquez out there. And the highest we are seeing is Collett, 13.8. That favors Devin Daly. You saw him say in his interview where, yes, he started the campaign, so we had to cut the interview, but you saw him say that we got out 500 votes early. That 13.88% is not good news for Patrick Farber. No, Patrick Farber is an old scientist in this game, and statistically he's the strongest UDP seat in the of the currently elected. I believe he can hold on, but they brought out some shock and awe. So let's see how that goes. Cayo South is the second strongest. That's surprising, and I have to feel that I don't know. That's, Julius Espat showed some very strong presence early. Mesopotamia, interesting at 12%. So those are the 3 highest constituencies, and it's such a stark contrast to Dangriga and others. This is the turnout at 8 a.m.
But we have seen over the past election cycles where Dangriga seems to be slower, especially in the first part of the day. It usually comes around afternoon. But I asked you earlier your thoughts about the possibility of, and not just Cyril Garcia, the independent candidate in that area, also being that Will Mejia is in a similar scenario where there is, they essentially can now appeal to UDP voters.
Right.
You think any possibility at all of them showing well?
I will be honest, I do not think they're in a position to take up those UDP voters. Obviously, it's a golden opportunity, and the voters will decide. Cyril has an excellent opportunity, but he's a PUP. So he's actually a PUP. He may want to run for PUP. They didn't let him in the convention. Will Mejia is not a PUP. So Will, and he has a long track record of running in that constituency. Can Will bring out the UDP voters in his favor? I think that in Punta Gorda Town, because of his relationships, he may have a better advantage because he's not a declared PUP. However, Toledo East is such a big constituency, and Bella Vista is really the breadbasket of that constituency. Bella Vista is the breadbasket of that constituency in terms of it has now the majority of the voters, and that's where Osmond Martinez is from. So I think that while Will may be able to bring out UDPs in Punta Gorda Town to his favor, and take and lick the Bella Vista. So, but it's up to the voters, and time will tell. The turnout there right now is
6 p.m.
What?
And Jews will tell at 6 p.m.
I'll tell the truth, and after 6 at 9 p.m. we'll switch to Cabinet Watch, because for a lot of people, that's what the politicians are looking at. Certainly in the ruling PUP, if they are chosen by the people to win, that is the real test. Who and get which portfolio? But right now, Toledo East is 2.6%. Who do we have online?
Jolie.
Oh, yes. We have Jolie from Placencia.
Placencia,
What's up, Jolie? Jolie Pollard from Placencia.
So I just voted, and so did Leomar Leslie. Leomar is a son of the village here in Placencia, and a young entrepreneur, businessman, and this is not his first time voting in the election. So, Leomar, I want you to tell me, why do you think it's important, especially younger people in Placencia, to come out today and vote?
Well, we all know that, we're living in a very fast-growing community, and we should exercise our vote that way that, who we're putting in place can see the future for our kids and who we want in this village, So it's always a good thing to exercise your vote. That way we grow as a community.
Do you have more people from your family coming out today? Are you guys talking about the election?
Yes, I'm sure. Majority of my family is from Placencia, so I'm sure, yes.
Okay, good. So we know we have about 500, little over 500 registered voters in this community, and it's just around 9 o'clock, and I believe we've had about 28 people come out to vote already. So do you think that number is going to jump up as the day goes along?
Yes, for sure. Pretty early day. You know how some people do here. Everybody try to get business going first thing in the morning, and then yes, I'm sure we'll get more votes out today.
So tell me, just based on how things have been going in regards to Placencia under the previous administrations, how do you feel about it? What would you like to see change or improve in the future?
I think the main thing as Placencia community, I think we all need to come together and uplift our community. It won't take just our representative or whoever we have in charge of our area. I think it should be a community effort.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Leomar. So come on out. People like Leomar are out here doing it, and so can you. So we hope to see those numbers jump up. Remember, there are over 500 registered voters in Placencia. Maybe just about 30 people so far have come out, but we've got a long day ahead. All right, and with that, that's 7 News and XTV. I am Jolie Pollard. Big Shilling, do Ting.
From Dangriga, Ethan Velasquez from Dangriga, which is reporting 1.42% turnout.
Good morning, Big Shillings do things. I'm Ethan Velasquez, and I'm reporting from Dangriga for this 2025 general elections. I'm at polling station area 95, and for this polling station area 95, it has 1,611 electors. But bear in mind, years ago, the same polling station area had 2,402. But this year, those electors has been split into Poligos here and the Lead Academy, which is in the new site area. So if you are in the new site area, I don't believe that you'll be voting here at Poligos, you'll be voting at the Lead Academy. So when it was supposed to be the biggest box here in Dangriga, this polling area has been split into two, where it's going to see 1,611, and the other half, which would be about 1,107, is going to vote at the Lead Academy. So for right now, a slow trickling of voters, but with that in mind, stay tuned, and then I'll be with you throughout the day. Big things, do things.
Big things, the thing.
Big thing.
We have, I interviewed Osman Martinez.
Good morning, Mr. Martinez. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling well. We just saw the movement here. We walk with almost 1,000 voters coming to the polls today, accompanying me to vote. So we are full of energy, and the 10 polling stations in Toledo are energetic.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you are prepared for today. And yes, I can certainly see the amount of people you were with this morning. So, you know, since 2008, the voters' turnout have been declining. And the latest by-election, which you won significantly, only had 60% voters turnout. So what would you say you have done differently this time so that we have more people coming out to vote?
Well, the data speaks based on how we interpret it. So we had 60% on a by-election, which was the highest and is the highest in the history of any by-election.
Right.
Okay, so that's a point to speak about. The second part is that we received 70% of the voters turnout at that time.
Correct.
That means that we did our job in getting out the people. Today, as you have witnessed this, the cameras have witnessed this, we are bringing out our people.
So how big is your machine today? Like, do you have an idea of how many people you have working for you, or how you're going to get other people to come out?
Well, among the campaigners, scrutineers, runners, taxi drivers, vehicles and everything, might be around 300, 400 people across the constituency, because this constituency is spread, no?
Yeah.
So when you look, for example, just from Monkey River, where we have a polling station, to Corazon, where the other polling station is, driving non-stop will be about 3 hours. Okay, so the constituency is spread far apart, no?
Yeah.
And we have 10 in different locations. So if it was more concentrated, then the amount of human resource would have been less. But we are blessed, and at the same time, we have to hire vessels that come from other like for example, Timash, Graham Creek. So it's a lot of movements and logistics. So the machinery has to be well oiled.
Certainly, of course. Are you expecting any proxy voters today?
Yes, we have several. I believe I don't have the numbers, but we do have many of them.
All right. So we will continue to cover the live coverage, and I hope we can meet you again sometime around today. And because I understand Bay Vista is the largest polling station that you have.
And if you can see, right, and forgive me for interrupting you, but here you only see one party.
That's right.
One machinery. There is no independent party here, and this is not that even a booth or anything installed here. At least I cannot see it, and if you can see it, you can let me know. Which means that we have one set of voters coming out in Bay Vista, which will be about 2,000 voters that will come out to cast for the People's United Party and Osmond Martinez today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Osman, and you have a good day today.
Thank you.
Well,
and we're back.
Yeah, so I apologize for cutting you off at the end there. Laurencio Shaw joining us for the first time from Toledo, East Bay Vista. And you can see, as we said, the PUP machine would be out. Indira, I just wanted to quickly finish the thought.
Yes.
When a leader announces that he's departing, people who want to replace him start sharpening knives to take out other adversaries and eventually, if necessary, to take out Caesar. No, I know John Briceño is loved and respected as maximum leader of the PUP. I'm not saying that that's happening. However, this is how power is. When aspirants sense that a vacuum will be created, they rush in to try and fill it. So Mr. Briceño had to pull back because man started to act different.
You think
right?
he said it in a snap, or was it something that was
No, I really think he does not want to be prime minister at 70 years old.
Okay. But
let's look at it. Mr. Briceño is a businessman.
Right.
That is what he is. And he has achieved apex level of business. He has one of the most diversified investment portfolios in Belize through his family-owned enterprise and the steady and vigilant management of his brother, Jaime. He has investment in telecommunications, in agriculture. I'm sure there's some real estate somewhere in there, or I believe, I'm not sure. He has a very effective business portfolio. And cane as well. I'm just saying, he has and cattle.
Have we learned anything from...
I'm just saying that he no need for to do this when he's 73 years old.
Okay.
Right now he's 64. We have a standard bearer from... We have an aspirant. Go ahead. Lake Independence. Oh, Cordell High. Seeking re-election.
Good morning, Mr. Colonel Hyde. How are you feeling?
I'm all right, man. Feeling good.
Did you get any sleep last night?
No, not enough.
Not enough. All right. Well, tell me, how have you prepared for today? How has the preparation been like?
Well, as we usually do, man, we try to grind. We try to visit all of our constituents, but this is non-stop work for us, right? So elections are kind of like a culmination of all the work we've done over the years, and we just try to continue to hopefully be worthy for the people to support us, and we do our best there. And our people, have been gracious, have been supportive, have given us love. Like, people never ask for much more than we've been getting, and so we just try to continue being worth it for them, man.
Awesome. So tell me, how have you mapped out today? Which areas are you focusing on that are important for you to win today?
The entire constituency, man. We have a big constituency, 6,807 voters, 2 polling areas. There are huge polling areas, 1 polling station, as you can see. Unlike other constituencies, there's 3-4 polling stations. We have 1, so we centralize, and everybody's important to us. Every single person, every single community is important to us.
Awesome. And I definitely see the blue machine is well alive today. I mean, it was a sea of blue today. So tell me about the supporters you have out today. What are they doing to help you achieve this goal today?
Well, first they have to vote. That's the main thing. Once they support us, we want their vote. We We need their vote. This is a beautiful experience for them to get the opportunity to vote, and they embrace it, and we've been thankful for that. And we all work together, man. So all our voters end up turning around and help us get other voters to come in, and we just build on that and we do it together, man. That's how we've always done it behind here.
Great. So tell me, last question, what are some of the issues you're going to be focusing on in this general election if you are the successful candidate?
Well, if we're successful, we'll continue to push for free education for people, continue to push for lands for people, continue to push for healthcare, NHI for people, continue to push for better housing for people. That's the beautiful thing about a campaign, you know. During a campaign, you get to see up close and personal how our people are living, you know, and you get to appreciate that, and you get to empathize, and you get to understand just how much more work we have to do. Like, we felt like we've done so much work. We've created more jobs than ever before, have built more cement houses than ever before, given away more land than ever before. We've done a lot, but there's still a lot more to do. And this is the whole point of the elections, for us to get an opportunity to continue that work. And hopefully it goes well, and we are able to return to government and continue that work for the people of this country. And in my case, particularly for the people of Lake Independence.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right, everybody, there you have it from the PUP candidate for the Lake Independence, Minister Cordell Hyde, the Honorable Minister Cordell Hyde. Well, let's see if he is victorious today. Kadeem Vernon reporting live for Big Shilling, Duting, XTV, Crim, and Channel 7.
So that's 6,807 voters in Lake Eye. Let's see what the turnout is like today for the incumbent Cordell Hyde. We have a number of things queued up.
He didn't give the cumulative voter turnout from ENB at 6.31%.
Okay, right there we have some Kaya North footage. I just wanted to show that until we can have our correspondent. So that's UDP Kaya North. You can see that's real politics now.
Looking like the normal universe.
Right. That's real politics now. That's Omar Figueroa's team out in Kaya North. And you know, then really to bring it. Omar Figueroa is convinced he can beat Michelle Shabat. Michelle Shabat has taken some blows. He was one of the only ministers really shuffled during the last administration, and these are the Red Hills of Cayo. And so there we see Omar. But you know, it's going to be a fight, and that maybe hopefully there's no confrontation out there as there was on nomination day when there were stones being thrown, etc. Anyway, who do we have online?
Nobody. Jules, LJ.
We have LJ online from Cayo South, where the turnout has been strong. Okay, so
the weed with the Big Shilling, do the thing, reporting to you from the Cayo South constituency. We have 3 standard bearers vying for the position of the air rep. We have the incumbent, the Honorable Julius Espat. We have Dr. June Young from the UDP camp, and then we also have Jose Samayoa, who is also a UDP candidate who was chosen by the Honorable Shine Barrow. Now, Cayo South is a huge, huge constituency, so I cannot locate Mr. Jose as yet. I've been looking for Mr. Jose. I can't find Mr. Jose, right? We got a Ruin Creek. We got Tea Kettle. And they are Unitedville. And I still can't see Mr. Jose. I've been looking. I talked to people on the ground, and it seems that Mr. Jose may be staying in Armenia for some reason. So I might have to go outside to locate the man. But so far in this main area, on this belt, this long street, I cannot find the man. Right now, I am at the St. Vincent Primary School polling station. This is in Unitedville, where we are right now. And this is a little bit more lively than what we've seen in Rowan Creek and in Tea Kettle. On my right, there's the blast music, the PUP, the blast music. You know, they have a big sign, and Mr. Julius. There's the barbecue up, the food smell rich. I don't eat breakfast yet, so you know I might go buy one and leave barbecue. I'm not sure yet. On the left, you have the UDP supporters, and I can count the UDP shirts on one hand. I think like 5 people there. They seem to be a little bit upset we were trying to get some footage of them, and you know they told us to get the F away and stuff like that. They're very upset. I guess, which is understandable, you know. It's a very high stress day. They already don't seem to have the support that they were anticipating, but so far I think it's about 8:30 right now. Things are a bit slow in Kayo South, so we'll continue trying to hunt for Mr. Jose, but so far no sighting. So this has been LJ Wade from Kayo South with the Big Shilling. Do the thing.
Do thing. He's looking for the candidate.
He's looking for Antonio Samaoya.
Missing.
We have Kevin Mendez from Orange Walk Central. Who do we have up next? I know we're having a number of live reports coming in. So guys, I see Kevin is live from Orange Walk Central. Just you tell me when to bring him up. And so I think
and we're still in Orange Walk Central, and right now we have the pleasure of having a conversation with Ms. Yara Calviera, first time as president there on the Democratic Party. Ms. Yara, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning. I'm fine, thank you.
So you are the first time as put your name in the ballot paper, first time as bearer. I'm very curious as to what motivated you to put your name in the ballot paper this year.
Well, because I'm a woman. And as women, we like to push ourselves. We like to challenge ourselves. So I've been in politics for a while now. So I said, you know what, why not step it up a little bit? And sincerely, being a single mother for many years, being someone who has had to, struggle her way up and be where I am today, I wanted this to serve as an inspiration for other females to see you can do it. You can do it. And why not seek political office? Women can do everything they say, right? So here I am.
Please ask them to stop the music in the background, Kevin. Where are we with that? Yeah, it was a good interview, but they had some music in the background.
Too loud.
So if we can resolve that, I'd love to resume that interview. She's a first-time candidate, Ms. Calviera in Orange Walk Central. So please let's try and resolve that ambient noise, and I'd love to hear from her. But she's one of two UDP candidates in Orange Walk Central. We have Corzal Bay, Hernan Riverol, Joe Marie Lanza.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Riverol. How's the energy out here today?
Good morning, Corzal. Good morning, Miss. Good morning, everybody. Well, I don't know, with the morning just start, right? So the people are still take a leave rest right now. But as soon as the people then wake up, eventually when I say how the things turn out.
So we were over there at St. Paul's, one of the biggest polling stations there. Why is it that your tent, you look pale, man? What happened?
Yeah, I just said that the people, they don't really want to come out and show themselves because they're afraid for the next political party, I think you've heard that before a lot of times. So, but the people that come out are giving support at the end of the day.
Are you saying that your supporters are being intimidated by the other party?
No, everybody afraid right now. Everybody afraid about that right now. You know who's the administrator right now, right? The ones over there, so.
So you believe that, this is hurting your voter turnout?
No. Everybody's still not going to exercise their right. Everybody's still not going to exercise their right, but they have to do it on the cover, So at the end of the day, when I say how we stand, I believe in a couple of hours we'll have more people out there,
How have you been managing so far? I see you have your other colleagues here with you. You have Dr. Omar Vasquez and you have Mr. Hilberto Campos.
Yeah, well, that's me, right? I believe in unity, so I just somebody who could bring back the people that unite the UDP together, make it stronger.
So you're going up against two other opponents. Usually it's just one. How does it make you feel to know you'll be running against an independent?
Well, it feels good because then, the fight is between them. So I have to just continue my thing where I do and follow we UDP supporters.
Thank you.
So Hernan Riverol has shown himself.
The multiverse, the Jews, some people really don't. Every party laws and physics a little bit different. I tell you, with all due respect to the candidate, the brothers and sisters of the North generally, they don't run for show who they with and show who that in colors and they're passionate about it, right? So maybe
But he's just said something contrary to that people are afraid and that they're...
So I say that the multiverse.
Let's say multiverse speaking, where the normal rules of...
Laws of physics now they apply. Gravity carry up.
Exactly.
Lot of surprises today.
Yeah, today that
upside down world, yeah. So who do we have after Hernan Riverol? But Hernan, he has the UDPs out there helping him. We have German Tillet coming now from Orange Walk South. That's a UDP candidate in Orange Walk South.
Good morning. Big Shilling, the Ting. This morning we are with the candidate for Orange Walk South, Ms. German Tillet for the United Democratic Party. How are you feeling this morning, Ms. German Tillet?
Bien, muy contento y confidente. Ya votamos, ya dimos el voto de la victoria para hoy en la noche.
Right. At police station number 70 in Trinidad Village, how much of the votes do you think you will be getting today from the 487 that is in registered voters in Trinidad?
Well, that is up to the voters. I cannot say, I cannot tell you how much, but I am confident that I will get the maximum votes here in my village.
Right, great. Thank you very much.
Get my maximum votes here in my village.
How are you feeling? Do you think you will be victorious today?
Very victorious. I'm feeling confident I will be victorious. The people want a new face. The people want a new vision. Somebody that can be able to be there for them, that will help them, and has more talent than anybody else.
Right. You want to say anything more before?
No, I just want to thank beforehand all of the persons and people from Orange Walk South who are coming out and vote. Please do the right choice. Vote for a new candidate, a new face, a new vision for Orange Walk South. German Tillet.
Thank you very much.
Better campaigning there and then.
Yeah, it's hard to stop. That's, it's like monomaniacal day, sorry.
Yeah, and our people are definitely queued up to look for it, but they will always have slippage. That's the way it works on election day, but obviously we try our best to keep it contained. What we have looking at right now, it's a lot of genuine, normal universe energy going on out in Cayo. Danwiga is slow and low. We missed the fact that, and we have to take his word because it was not disputed by our correspondent, that candidate Osman Martinez pointed out in Bella Vista that there is no presence of either the independent...
We have Joe Marie live with Thea Garcia. Hey, Joe. Hi. Hold on, we have some ambient noise. Can we bring that down? All right. Yeah, hold on, Joe.
Finish.
Hold on, Joe. Are we able to come back to Thea? I know we are trying to get on live with Corozal Bay, and we'll do that shortly. But I'm sorry, Mose, you were saying?
No. Live is what we want. But just quickly, when we had the interview with Osman Martinez, he's mentioning that there's no opposition presence, either independent. He's not seeing any presence or will, because we know that there is nobody there for the United Democratic Party in Bella Vista, which, as you mentioned, that's a huge area and a huge shortage if will is supposed to be any type of opposition to Mr. Martinez.
Okay, I'm sorry to cut you, Thea Garcia. Joe, we're just coming in now. Go ahead. Okay, I think we're working out the audio on that still, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, Mose, I interrupted you.
No, we have the audio now. We have the audio now. Oh, no?
And so that's what we're doing. Everybody's scheduled, so we're here. We're here working. Good study.
How would you answer to Mr. Hernan Riverol earlier? We noticed that his camp was looking pretty pale. Really? So we noticed that, the other camp for the UDP over at St. Paul's was looking very dry. There was no one there. So when we consulted with your opponent, he said that you guys are intimidating his supporters, and that's why they didn't want to come out and help support them.
I don't think I'm intimidating at all. I pride myself on being very accessible and very friendly. If the numbers are intimidating and the support that people have for the People's United Party and for myself as a candidate is intimidating, if he is intimidated, that's not on me. That's not my fault. I'm out here to do a job. I'm here to win. I'm here to bring out people. I'm doing my job. So I don't think I'm intimidating at all. I think he's intimidated.
So when you contested against Ms. Vega last year in July, she was telling people that part of the reason why she lost was because there was this list that you guys kept scratching off her supporters, and you prevented her people from coming out to vote for her in the convention. But now that the list is free, it's a full list, anyone can come out. Do you think that her claims, they may be supported now, or do you think that the numbers will really talk for itself?
Well, I think you just answered the question. I think now that the list is open and anybody registered up until January 10th is able to vote, will prove the fact that no one scratched off anybody from the list. I favored an open convention. Of course, that is not the PUP way, but the PUP favors, a sort of members only. I don't have any control over that. The list was signed off from both parties. It had been agreed previously that if both parties agreed that, in the event that there was human error, which there can be, that both parties agreed, this is a support of, and they want to vote that once we agreed, the person would be let to vote. And then she disagreed to that. So if there were people who didn't vote, it's not on me, because I said at the beginning of the convention, we still have a chance to set things right, because people get upset when they come to a convention, a party convention, and they're not allowed to vote. And so I said, for me, don't ask me. You have my consent. Anybody can vote. So it was on her. So if there were people who didn't vote, it was never on me, even at that last moment. But I think today will prove whether or not, without the shadow of a doubt, whether the people want her, whether the list was tampered with or not. She has a chance to prove that indeed, she deserves to be the area rep, or that as a matter of fact, the division wants her as the area rep or not. And that's not something that I decide. That's something that the almost 7,000 voters of the division decide.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taya. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Make I hear the sign out?
There, I want to note that the largest box is here with almost 5,000 voters. I think it's somewhere around, it's 4,042 are registered here. A total of 6,691 voters in total for Corozal Bay. So Big Shilling, do thing here in Corozal Bay. Thank you for tuning in and keep watching.
Okay, Joe, thanks for the live report.
Thank you.
And I know that Joe will be going to Corozal North as well. But your impressions on that, we know that Taya Garcia is the chosen one for the PUP, so to speak, right? That's how they see her. They really want to. Elvie Vega was the only standard bearer who faced a challenge, and she didn't face a minor challenge. Then take she out.
Within, pretty much, yeah.
Then take she out. So it'll be interesting to see the outcome, because between Taya and Elvie, because I think Elvie has been trying to strike a sympathetic note. that she's a victim of a gangsterous political organization that pushed her out. And these are how these organizations are. So let's see, do we have the 9 a.m. numbers at this time? I know that they usually post them at about half hour. Yeah, so we have some updated numbers, and I think we can show those on screen to guys. We have 21,000 nationally, 21,000 ballots cast. And so we'll start with the Collett is the top performing constituency. I was seeing it on the monitor just now, 22% have voted in the Collett constituency, right? 21.9. That's a strong turnout. Mesopotamia, 18% has turned out. That's a strong turnout in this context. Freetown, 16.20 has turned out. Queen Square, 16% basically has turned out. Belize Rural North, and we need to hear from Groove Master, 16% has turned out. Kaya North, 16% has turned out. Lake Independence, 15.5%. Kaya South, 14.4%. Orange Walk North, 13.04%. Albert, 12.5%. The Belmopan constituency, 12%. Port Loyola, basically 12%. Caribbean Shores, 12%. Kaya West, 12%. Orange Walk, 12%. Toledo West, 11.5%. Orange Walk East, 11%. Kaya Central, 10.3%. Rural Central, Belize, that's 10.16%. Corozal Bay, less than 10%, 9.95%. Corozal North, 9%. Corozal Southeast, 8%. Toledo East, 7.7%. Orange Walk South, 7.3%. Belize Rural South, 7.3%. That's a really big number for San Pedro, 7.3%, and we'll have some reports from there soon. But 7.3% is really low for San Pedro. Cayo Northeast, 6.5%. That's an interesting number, very low. Corozal Southwest, 6.2%. That's a low number. Stan Creek West, 5.6%. These are very rural constituencies too, so you have to watch that. Mobilizing people takes time. Dangriga still the lowest at 4.94%.
Overall, call it 11% overall voter turnout at this point. Total votes cast, 21,374. Your couple things. The Collett turnout. You had said initially that you considered that turnout to be encouraging for candidate Daly.
For candidate Daly.
And why is this?
Because you have a strong mobilized turnout in favor of when a strong turnout comes like that, it's called a vote out. They come for vote you out. The incumbent there is Patrick Faber. He's been there from 2003. And the PUP came out with shock and awe. Devin said in his interview they brought out 500 voters already. To do that requires money, mobilization, and support. And he showed those three things. So Patrick Faber is in an unusual position where he's playing catch up right now. I want to contrast this to 2024 municipal elections. Frisco was out there. We were complaining that Frisco not sending in report. Frisco said nothing not happened at Collett. It was so dead. The turnout in the 2024 municipals was the lowest, among the lowest in the city. Something different is happening in Collett, and it's the energy of the young first-time candidate.
But
But you said something in Queen's Square that contradicts, though.
A part of that fiscal report was also that he was not seeing energy from Representative Faber.
Certainly he was not.
So that's a part of that. And I would say, looking at it, he has never had, or at least to the best of my knowledge, the past election cycles, general election cycles, he's not really been competitive. Even when he had, for example, he went up against Carolyn Trent Sandiford, he still was comfortable. There was energy, but he was always in command. You're saying that, at the very least, Collett is going to be close.
It certainly looks so, and the PUP were counting on that. The PUP's polling in Collett was showing 51 to 49. I don't trust the PUP's polling because all of their polls show that, by the way. But that's what the internal polling was saying, and they made a push in Collett. We have a Ballona interview from Cayo Central. I don't know if we have that quite yet, but I know that we're queuing it up. We will have that shortly, as well as Mark O'Brien from Cayo Central. But something is happening in the Collett constituency, and I don't think it's in Patrick Farber's favor. I'm not doubting him. The man know what to do. But they shock and awed him this morning, and he's in a rare position of having to play catch up, which is not normal for Patrick Farber. Okay, the one from Cayo Central, do we have it yet? With Alex Ballona with the favorite political prop, Chester Williams, in the background. Can we cue it?
All right, good morning. It's just a little bit after 8 a.m. I am standing outside the polling station, which is Santa Elena Primary School. It is the largest polling station for the Cayo Central constituency. And here I have with me the person who is right on top of the ballot paper for Cayo Central, incumbent Alex Ballona. Good morning, Mr. Ballona.
Good morning, Pastor. Thank you for being here today.
Well, I was here a little less than 5 years ago when there was the big upset. You were the new guy on the block, and you were running against Rene Montero, who had been running the constituency for many years, and you did a very large upset 5 years ago. How has the 5 years been?
Well, it's been everybody knows at the beginning, one confession that the former Prime Minister said that he was leaving us in a deep hole of national debt. And it had been challenging the first 3 years, until we were able to come up in September 2023 to bring the economy to a level where we can start to deliver on Plan Belize. And so we have been delivering on housing, land distribution, health, education, and jobs. So it is, like I said, since 2023, that is what we have been doing. And a lot of people might say, well, we have seen what you're doing and we are ready to get you in back because we need more of Plan Belize to especially our young generation.
Now, you over the last year or so, you've been a Minister of State in the Ministry of Agriculture. Your constituency, you have Santa Elena, which is a municipality, but you also have several areas, including your own village of San Antonio, that is rural, a lot of farmers. So how has that position helped you to galvanize the kind of support that you will need today to do back-to-back?
Well, yes, in our constituency, we have like the major producers of the small farmers. They produce our vegetables to set our table every day. Like you said, San Antonio, but not just San Antonio, we have El Progreso, we have Yalbac, La Gracia, and Buena Vista. And you would be surprised, we have some very good farmers from Santa Elena as well. What I noticed is that the previous administrations, they would focus more on the large producers, but we have many of the small producers, and those are I'm happy that in last year, 2024, I was appointed Minister of State, and I started visiting the small farmers because we need to recognize what they're doing, and they need the support just like the large farmers. I don't have anything against the large farmers, but I believe that the small farmers also need the support from central government. So we have been working with the farmers, especially in the Yalbac area, as for many years they have been faced with the challenge of the road of getting their produce to the market. The farmer area representative was the Minister of Works, and he has his personal farms back in the Yalbac area. But I don't know what happened there. When we came in, the roads were in a mess. You know, I have struggled to get the equipment there from through MIDH, and we have managed to bring the road to some sort of acceptable condition. Right now, if you visited, when you go back to Buena Vista, you will see the state of the road. We have been working on the road through MIDH, and I appreciate the support I've received also from the minister responsible for that department.
Now, final question, and I would love to see you again a little later in San Antonio, which is, of course, your hometown. But this area here is the largest part of the constituency, at least 5,000 votes or so.
5,049 registered voters.
So do you think that the work that you have produced over the last 4.5 years is sufficient for you to win a second time in Cayo Central? What are your feelings and your thoughts for today? Are you going to bring out the votes? Are the votes coming out?
I want to say that some of the, as we looked at the voters list, some of the voters who supported who support the opposition have moved out of Cayo Central. I don't know for what reason, but I would say that we have registered a lot of young people, and those are the people who have come out, who are coming out today. And so I'm expecting that we have a good turnout, because over the last year in Santa Elena, I had acquired a parcel of land through the Ministry of Natural Resources to take care of all the first-time landowners. And many of those first-time landowners are appreciative, and they are the young people, had never had the opportunity before to own a house lot. And so here in Santa Elena, we have distributed 186 house lots. And then also we acquired another parcel in Georgeville Village, 166 house lots. So we have distributed.
One you could do at least.
Okay. Campaigning. He was kind of going into campaigning and greatest hits.
I can't.
But we have Mark O'Brien as well from Cayo Central. But Indira, you were challenging me.
No, I just wanted to understand your logic, because you made a comparison and you said that in Collett that the voter coming out early is not. How did you put it? The voter coming early, it's not good for the incumbent. But then when you were in Queen Square, you said the reverse. So which is it?
And you're fair to call me out, but what I meant was this. What gave me the clue was when Godwin Haylock and Shane spoke like they're looking for their voters, or they don't know where their voters are. They didn't seem to be in control of their voters. Yes, the rule is right. A low turnout favors the incumbent. A high turnout means that they can vote you out. Okay. So theoretically in Queen Square, that should be good for the UDP. That means Dr. Lorna now got people energized and motivated if you can take them out.
Okay.
Right? So that should be good news for her. But what made me feel that it wasn't so good is that, unlike Sister B, who could just sat a whole corner and you can't see nothing, and suddenly you say win by 70-80%. These guys, I don't know, just seem to be like, yeah, we look for the voters,
they were
right?
looking.
So I mean, they should know where their voters are, and they should be able to bring them out. Queen Square now has 16% turnout, which is on the high side. Queen Square has 16% turnout, which is on the high side. I want to think that favors the challenger.
Isn't it also one of the constituencies where we do have people come in from abroad, historically, to come in and vote? That's a part of the Queen Square reality, right?
A big part of the Queen Square reality is phantom voters as well. Okay. Dean Barrow and Sister B have been making that list since Queen Square was created in 1984.
Generations.
So for 41 years,
Generations.
They've been cultivating the list. Yes, we had re-registration in 2018, but they make the list after that. So I would certainly think, yes, there are many who fly in, Queen Square voters who fly in.
That might not be happening this time.
Well, have Dean Barrow, Sister B machine or money machine necessarily behind it, although I know Godwin is her true successor, Godwin Haylock, the challenger.
The investment as well. I mean, are they invested?
Well, it's just a matter of money, right? And right now, nobody in the UDP has an abundance. Do we have Mark O'Brien queued up, guys? I know Mark O'Brien is a challenger in Cayo Central. Louis Wade spoke to him, and we regret we had cut off Mr. Ballona.
Campaigning.
But he was campaigning. Let's see what his challenger has to say. Mark O'Brien.
This is Louis Wade reporting for Big Shilling do Ting. And I'm telling you, it's a beautiful day out here in Santa Elena. We are at the Santa Elena Primary School. This is the largest polling station for Cayo Central. And I am here with the big man himself, Mark O.B. O'Brien, for the United Democratic Party. You guys have a very clean ballot here in Cayo. There is one red, and you are representing the party this morning. How you feel? Make us start with how you feel this morning.
I feel overwhelmed. It's walking the streets on the campaign trail. You know, the people have been very receptive and positive. And I do believe that we'll have a very good turnout today here in Cayo Central, Santa Elena.
Yes. No, Mark, the Cayo Central constituency has traditionally been a United Democratic Party stronghold. There was an upset in the last election, and of course, Rene Montero, who has traditionally ran this constituency, is no longer in the race. You have stepped up, but I know even from the last time that you are very well known in the constituency. Did you have to rebuild a machine? How is your machinery doing for Cayo Central?
Well, Mr. Wade, you could never do away with the old school helpers that you have. And, you know, if I need any help and advice, I would call Mr. Montero, and he's always there to give me some guidance. However, the machine on the ground is a combination of old school individuals and new school. We have to build and let this tradition continue, right? So we can't just stay with the old folks. But like I said, even the support from the elders and the older campaigners and scrutineers and runners and so forth have been there for me. I mean, it was obvious that when I was on the campaign trail, they were right there supporting me, behind me, and I can't complain. Right? It's a blessing. It's a blessing when people are there behind you.
It is.
To cut that one because it was about to go to campaign mode, but we've seen the two sides, both candidates seem quite optimistic in Cayo Central. We have something on queue right now, guys.
Do we?
Cecil Jenkins from Lakei, the UDP, the TP UDP challenger in Lakei. Cecil, what's happening out in the lake?
Good morning, Belize. Kadim here from Channel 7, Big Shilling, Ting, along with XTV Creme. I'm here with Mr. Cecil Jenkins, representing for UDP. Tell me, how do you feel today?
I'm very excited. I must say that this election in late independence is essentially vote for democracy and to keep democracy alive.
All right. Well, with that said, did you get any sleep tonight? Because I mean, if democracy is that important and keeping your vote is that important, people must come out early and vote, right? So, tell me, how have you prepared for today?
Well, we have been canvassing in late independence for several months now. So basically from 2023, you know, I've been going around meeting the people, giving them my ideas about what development I would like to see in late independence, and to see how best we can alleviate some of the very dramatic concern that affects our community in late independence, especially when it comes to the crime and violence within this community. Not only that, but itself is about cost of living and
So yeah, that is the situation at Cecil. I think they were having some audio difficulties.
audio issues.
Sounded like the ambient mic. Go ahead, Indira.
Jules, I wanted to come back. I know we've been a long way down the road from that last conversation that we had about the Prime Minister signaling his imminent departure and then, just switching around and
I just think that it started to affect the power dynamics because you start talking about succession and it's too early to have that talk because he will become a lame duck prime minister. And he has to avoid that. When you become a lame duck prime minister, bad stuff, things start to go sideways very quickly.
I asked the question because let's use it as a contrast. I mean, you've never really given an opinion on how you feel about what the exit strategy was for the previous Prime
there was
Minister
no exit
and how
strategy.
it affected what we see today.
The UDP today is a product of the mismanaged exit of Dean Barrow that he and the supporters personally oversaw. They did all they could to make John Saldivar win the January 2020 convention, knowing that he would be dead within hours from a political perspective, politically dead, please. And so he was. He lasted 70 hours, 60 hours, and they knew that would happen. By Friday, it was clear. The left dormant text had come out. And they still had the convention on Sunday. They did this just to get rid of Faber, who they then had to bring back in July because no other suitor appeared. Really, I think he wanted at the last minute to hand it over to Mike Perfit, but Mike couldn't win the convention.
Right.
And Faber and Saldivar worked against him. So I'm just saying, this is the state of the UDP today. The UDP would still be in a bad state, but the unprecedented division within the UDP today is a product of their botched succession. There was no succession plan, and the Prime Minister knows this, and that's why he had to pull up the reins and redirect because he would become too much of a lame duck Prime Minister, and the ambitions of other persons would start to undermine him. I think we have to take a break.
We surely do. But before we go to break, let's just call out our sponsors because we are also going to be switching up. We have some new panelists that's going to be joining the table. And so let's just give some respect for our sponsors. Corporate sponsors, Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habet, Elections and Boundaries Department, and Benny's Home Center. The Big Shilling sponsors, the Belize Bank, Full Tech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jaime Price Piling, J and N's Culture Kitchen, Kahal Petch Village Resort, Rosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, and Human Dignity Trust.
Okay, with that, we take our commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have much more from the field, from the Albert constituency, and from hopefully Cayo North. And we're also waiting on San Pedro.
Big Shilling. Do Ting. We'll be back.
We are reopening our...
Good morning, Belize. I am Miriam Abdulkawi, and welcome back to Channel 7's and XTV's Big Shilling the Ting. We're excited for today. I feel like I leave it too excited. But I'm here with Jaden Coleman. He is representing the youth vote today. How are you, Jaden?
I'm doing very well. I'm excited to be here. I'm interested in seeing what the voter turnout is like in my age range. I don't want to hear the youth are and something underpinning someone's campaign. I'm really interested in seeing people who are motivated to go out, not just because there are incentives behind it.
Right. And nothing more can be said because, the youth of Belize do feel, unfortunately, like their voice doesn't matter when it comes to politics. That's unfortunate, but it's a reality for them. They don't feel represented, they don't feel seen, and they don't feel heard. So the fact that we have you here today, not just representing the youth, but the voice of the youth, but that actual UB student, you're on the grounds. So with all that being said, what is like the main forefront, the thing on youth's minds that they feel like they're not getting heard about when it comes to politicians and politics?
Well, a major reason of why I'm here is because I was a little bit critical of my peers when I said we scream and yell for equality and participation, but there's also, it's a double-edged sword because we're expected to contribute in a way that is substantiated. What are we doing? Are we in the forums? Are we on the field really contributing to the discussion? When the discussion begins between those persons who we find a bit esoteric, we think that we can't be a part of the conventions and whatnot. Are we contributing to that? So really, I think in the back of many youth's minds is I want equality, I want participation, but what I want to advocate for as well is we also need to be a part of the change that we want to see. We also need to start writing, to start thinking, to start contributing ideas on reforming, especially our electoral system, which is one of the things I think we're going to get into today as well.
Right. And speaking of that, you said that the biggest point you are making is that are the youth contributing instead of just complaining? Are they contributing to the bigger conversation? Are they contributing to what's happening during elections politically? Because no one's stopping them. So that's actually a really good point. What do you think is preventing the youth then from taking a stand of leadership in order to create change? Because you're not doing that, obviously. You, as an example, not to put you on the spot, but I am putting you on the spot, boo, is that you are stepping forward to represent the youth. So what was it for you that made you move forward, and what do you think can encourage or incite that kind of pique that interest in youth to be like, you know what, maybe I can do something about this as a concerned citizen?
I think it's very easy to fall into that trap of thinking, it would just be so much better for me to stay in bed today, and not come out and do this. But I think I've been very fortunate to have mentors, especially all my teachers. They've been so encouraging of me to show up at these events and these forums and to share my ideas. And I think the biggest hurdle, and it always harkens back to, your personal growth. You have to look yourself in the mirror and say that, my ideas are no less important and substantial than the ideas of those who lead my country. So it's a personal development thing. You need to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that your ideas are worth sharing. But it's also helpful to have mentors and teachers and just people in the community who encourage you to share those ideas and who tell you that you're a valuable part of the conversation that's happening around the development of our country.
Right, and I hear you there. It sounds like you're saying because you had mentors, because you had people who wanted to hear what you had to say, you felt that your voice was valuable. And maybe some youth don't have that. They don't have that mentor or someone in their life to say, you know what, I like your opinions about this. I think you would be a great leader in this area. You should go forward. So if you don't have that, will you go forward? I would like to disagree. I mean, not disagree with you. I agree that you need mentors, but I think that some people just within themselves has that fire within them. And regardless if they have mentors or they have people who support, they didn't go and go, they will say what they have to say anyway. You know what I mean? I'm one of those people. And I think that comes with a set, but that still comes with a sense of self-integrity and knowing who I am, having a strong sense of self, looking myself in the mirror and be like, I honestly don't really have time for whatever's being said or done around me. I know how I need to forge my path forward, and I need to say that. So with that being said, we're going to continue this conversation because I feel like it get hot. But we're going to switch over now to one of our correspondents in Port Loyola. We have Marisol Amaya in Port Loyola. Marisol, good morning. What's going on out there on the ground?
Good morning once more. This is Marisol Amaya for Big Shilling, the Ting. What is the Ting? For this year, 2025, Nelma, Dr. Nelma Mortis. 25. For the Shine Barrow UDP. You did the thing, Nelma. I think so because honestly, other candidates either they hide or they don't come up, but I've seen you from the opening of polls. How has it been going?
It has been going. My voters are coming out. We just have to depend on what the voters are saying. They will respond to what they want today for this election, for Shilling, Big Shilling.
Yeah, this is a Big Shilling stuff. But do you feel like your votes will be split up?
I have no fear in speaking to splitting up votes. It may, but what I'm saying is the people in court want a change. They want a change.
Okay, and so, no campaigning. So how has it been in terms of getting out your machinery? How many workers do you have? I see that your tents rival booths, or maybe they outnumber.
Outnumbered in
they
what
outnumber
sense?
Like it's bigger. It's a bigger showing.
For boots?
Yeah.
Please. There are a lot of Olympic there that shit.
All right. I see some more action at the smaller polling station, which is the Young Men's Christian Association.
Yes, and I think Customs too.
Okay.
Customs has a bigger crowd. I think boots work a lot in this area.
Okay.
So that could be one. But we have 3 polling stations, so you can't determine by that.
All of them.
You can't determine by that. And I think optics could only say so much. That optics doesn't vote.
So you're not worried about Mr. Philip Willoughby for the Tracy Panton UDP?
Not at all.
Have not seen him. I see absolutely no tents for them.
No, not at all. I'm not worried about him. He and Booth has their own rival. They will destroy each other. I will not be in that team.
You think so? But Boots, who has won this area 4 times, can likely win over you.
He abandoned this area, and the people in Port is saying just that.
That's what you're hearing on the
ground. He has a few people he held ransom because he has done something for them when he was using the taxpayers' money. But that's
you're an academic, Nelma, coming into this kind of factionalism and division. within the United Democratic Party. Are you disheartened by that?
Very much. It was the bigger part of the struggle for the campaign and the election for 2025. It
As
was
a matter of fact,
mentally
you
draining.
stepped out a bit.
Yeah, it was mentally draining. But I'm glad that I stay because when you overcome adversity, you build resiliency and you find balance in the chaos. That's what women bring. That's the kind of immeasurable strength that women bring.
Indeed, you are just one among two on the Shine Barrow slate.
One among two
women.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
And just one in this division of one among five.
One among four other men.
Yes,
oh, well, five
total,
men.
yeah,
Yes, total, yes. And as women, we bring a different skill set to the table. We bring a different skill set to the boardroom. We come with a different kind of strength. We come with we are the nurturers of society. We can find balance in chaos. We are what should I say? The word is we know about struggles. Sometimes we are the only parent in the household, and that's what I say when I'm campaigning to my to the Portians. I say, you know, as a woman, when you take care of, when you are put in a house, how much you have to take care, how much you have to organize, how much you have to make ends meet. You make sure everybody happy. All right, the family is fair. That's what I'm bringing to Port. The first principle.
Okay, so we're going to leave this part right here. Big Shilling, the Ting, Marisol Amaya, Port Loyola.
Thank you for that, Marisol. That was an update from Marisol Amaya in Port Loyola. She was with Dr. Mortis, the UDP, one of the UDP standard bearers in that area, giving us an update. And one thing that she mentioned, I'm here with Jaden Coleman in the studio, is that she feels that a female leader has a natural tendency to care, to have that maternal instinct to care for everyone. So I wondered what was your opinion in regard to the female youth vote?
Well, I think she's very right in that. Really, that's the way the entire global political landscape is shifting. More women in more places of political leadership. Mm-hmm. I'm very excited that she said something like that. We need more women in politics, but I'm also hoping that her being a woman, along with her other female colleague in the UDP party, I'm hoping that they can find a way to settle the crisis that is going on in the UDP. It's imperative that we have a strong opposition. And right now, the UDP, barring some constituencies, is not a very strong opposition. And it's why, without taking a very hard line stance, we shouldn't expect a major reshuffle across the country where the constituencies are blue. Because the UDP is just not competitive, because it's too divided. We have them fielding multiple candidates in Caribbean Shores, Albert, Queen Square, Lake Eye, Belize Rural Central, Belize Rural South, Orange Walk Central, Orange Walk East, Kaya South, Belmopan, Stann Creek West, and of course, the one that we should really keep our eye on because it determines the direction of the UDP after this, Mesopotamia.
Right. So, but with that being said, rightly so, as Dr. Mortis said, more women, it is being said that more women should be in political leadership. And speaking of a woman, right now we have Tracy Tagar-Panton, who will be coming on right now. And then we'll get back to this conversation.
Good morning, Miss Tracy Panton for the Albert Division, TP-UDP. I know I don't have an issue with that. Not tell me, I know that the issue.
UDP, I am a member of the United Democratic Party, and I am a part of, and I'm the leader of the Caucus for Change that calls herself the Alliance for Change. It is a caucus of the UDP, but we are members of the United Democratic Party, Brown.
3 hours already transpired. How has it been for you?
I am very encouraged. The people that we expect to come out early are out early. This morning our office was a sea of red. They came out early, voted. The sun is getting hot. I think we'll have a little lull until this afternoon again. But our people who made a commitment to come out and vote for us are showing up.
So we missed that. When we got here, what we're seeing is a large number of workers in the blue tent, as opposed to what we're seeing in the red tent. Just for you, though, because we don't see any for the Shineborough UDP, any tent up at all.
You see the voters in the blue shirt? Yeah. Under the blue tent, they come from Pickstock, they come from Freetown. You see them people? They can't vote Albert, friend. They are not voters of Albert. They're here, Anthony Marla and Henry Charles Usher have sent their machinery in 3 constituencies as I know it, Albert, Collett, and Queen Square. We know we're going to win in Messop, and I think they have conceded that already. So, you know, I'm not concerned by blue. What I'm concerned about are the people who I know are showing up to vote for Tracy again.
You don't think that the voters can be swayed by the extra money there may be circulating?
No extra money, there's plenty money.
Plenty.
But you know what? So they have plenty money, so I have plenty of love.
Plenty of love.
Our secret ingredient, and I don't say it facetiously. I'm serious about it. We have shared love and love and love with the people in Albert, not just 6 months before an election, not 3 months before election.
We can't campaign. The 44
I'm
votes.
not campaigning, I'm saying.
The 44 votes that you won by. Do you believe you've put in the enough work in terms of transferring voters and all of that to be able to hold your seat?
The 41 votes that I won by the last election withstood a blue tsunami, withstood 4 formidable PUP operatives working in this area, including the mayor of Belize City, the representative for Lakei, the former representative of Albert, and Paul Thompson. It withstood $1 million being spent on the ground the week before the election. I am very proud of those 41 votes that I received, because those 41 votes are the people who know what Tracy's love is all about.
You're not concerned, though, that because of the faction in the UDP, the division, votes will be taken away from you, and the fact that you didn't win by a very large margin?
Where is, what's the fellow's name? What the man name? Mr. Oh, that's what he there?
That's his name.
Where is he? Have you seen him today?
I've only been to one polling station so far.
Have you seen him today on the ground in Albert? Because he's here.
I haven't seen any tent here. What will the rest of the day look like for you?
We're working, and we will work, and we are working for every vote, and we won't stop working until the last vote is counted.
Thank you so much. Marisol Amaya, Big Shilling, the Ting.
Marisol in Port Loyola area speaking to Tracy Tagar Panton. And one thing that she was talking about, Jaden, was the love that she had. And I was speaking to you a bit just now off camera about similar to what Dr. Mortis said. Tracy is leaning into that about being a woman, about having a natural tendency to take care, caring for people. And so I wanted to know what your opinion was about that, or what is the youth opinion, or on the ground what you're hearing in regards to female leadership in politics.
I think she's talking a big game right now, and the onus is going to be on her going forward to show that she can get this house in order, get the house of the UDP in order. I also agree that the woman is the house manager, that she knows how to get a house in order. A house is not a home without a woman. We know that.
Right, but I hear a but coming. Like you're talking and I hear you and I hear but.
But it's important that the UDP get themselves in order. We need a strong opposition. And if she wants to lead the party, if she's going to talk this big game, then what we can do is wait and see. So I'm looking forward to what she can do, and I'm wishing her the best.
Yeah. And what would you say is the general opinion coming from the youth in regards to female leadership, or specifically her? Well, what have the youth been saying on the streets?
You mentioned to me that there might be a party crisis due to the fact that there is a woman contending for its leadership. Mm-hmm. I think definitely that's part of the problem. But I also don't think it's really, there hasn't been much discussion at the youth level, not for the usual reasons that we don't want to talk about politics and are concerned with other things. It's more that it's not the job of the electorate to tell our parties how to behave, how to act, and how to get in line. That's them. We're going to vote for you based on your policies, based on what you're willing to do. And right now, your policies need to, I wouldn't say reinvent the wheel, because right now with Plan Belize, and just last month we had our Prime Minister mention Plan Belize 2.0, and then in that same breath sort of hint to his own departure. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to revamp the entire Plan Belize process, but you do need to show that you're going to get on board with what the people want. You're going to try to start tabling serious discussions about reforming our electoral process, and that's how you start to restore trust in your party. That's how you build your credit back, because right now the UDP are at, I would say, in some constituencies, ground zero in terms of credit with the people and the people's faith in them as political leaders.
Right, and this division has been a very interesting, I think Jules called it a soap opera of the UDP, to see it unfold and what has happened and what has been said. But as I mentioned to you earlier, and to your point, I agree with everything that you're saying. However, I think that because the division happened, mainly is because she's a woman, and there's pushback because she's a woman. When there were other people trying to step forward, they were men. There wasn't this big divide. Now all of a sudden there's a big divide. Some people may disagree with that. They may say no, there were these inter-party conflicts and people wanted to go their separate ways. Regardless of that, it has always been an issue for women to be in political leadership in the country. And having family members that have been in leadership positions in politics, I'm not going to say their names now, but they are there. The stories that you hear, simply because she is a woman, the intimidation of how dare you want to sit at this table and have an opinion about me, not the woman, a man, going to tell you what you need to do and what the country needs to do in this area because I know best. I think, and I mentioned to you earlier, it's a balance that obviously women are needed, men are needed, both opinions are needed, both perspectives are needed, whatever we are bringing to the table is needed so that we can have a balanced outlook politically in all aspects of life, but politically especially. And I think what Dr. Mortis and Tracy have said thus far is that there's a certain genuine concern coming from their heart. Love. I don't think I heard, and if I'm wrong, tell me, y'all. I know I'm going to hear from people. If I'm wrong, love coming from just a male standard bearer talking about love, because that's not the focus. The focus is to win. The focus is to get as many votes as possible. But how you do that and how you operate and who you are resonates and radiates out with people in the community. Now, will love be enough? Some will say, no, it's never enough. And whoever has the most, economic machine behind them is going to win. And that's what matters, because that's what's going to basically get the votes in. And being a woman doesn't matter. It's depending on if you have the economic machine behind you. But then that goes back to a whole bunch of, I don't want to get into that because that's going to go back into patriarchy and the economy and capitalism, and I don't want to get into that. However, I do see young women, some young women stepping up politically, but I don't see a lot.
I think we're
beginning... And that goes back to, I think, they're observant enough to see that how women are treated in this arena. Why would they want to do that to themselves? You know what I mean? Like, why would you want to step forward if you're going to be solely attacked because of, who you are? You had no way of determining that, but does it matter? You're being attacked now, and that's the sole reason why you will be attacked. And you fear for your safety, and instead of putting yourself out there and becoming a target, you're just going to sit in the background. So that can go back to earlier what we talked about youths complaining and they're wanting to share their ideas but not stepping forward. And this could be a reason. I mean, it's possible that it's a reason. I've heard from other young girls that have said that.
I think there's a lot of ways to approach that sort of situation. I know some try to be the loudest in the room, If you want to be heard, you have to be louder than the men who are talking. I think the more sustainable way, however, is to try to advocate for a system And I know Belize, we're very slowly shedding all the anachronisms of, more women in power, positions of power. It's, it's sort of like a buzzword now. First, youths are a buzzword. The politician, they put youths in their speech and they think they've done wonders, They put women in their speech and they're like, that's it. Yeah. I sold out. But there's a lot of ways to approach the situation, and one of them is for us to start advocating for making a more welcoming environment. I'm not saying for us to try to, make the barrier of entry lower, because our politicians should be held to a high standard, and I don't think we should try to make excuses, and I'm trying to say this in the best way possible. I don't think we should try to make excuses just for a woman being a woman. I think even women should be held to the same high standard as men, and I think men should also be held to the same high standard. If you want to be a politician, if you want to lead this country, you need to come with brilliant ideas and a very aligned moral compass. And I think that's one of the things we need to start looking at in our politicians. Are the people who are leading, regardless of whether they are men or women, do they have brilliant ideas? Are they progressive enough? Are they truly advocating for the things that they're talking about in their speeches? So I look forward to seeing more women in politics, but I also look forward to seeing more competent people in politics, regardless of gender.
I agree. I definitely agree. And we're just going to go over some of the numbers here, Jaden, just to let people know what's going on, especially coming out of the Belize Elections and Boundaries Department. So we have 197,018 registered voters. Currently, the ballots cast are 34,927. That is 34,927 ballots cast so far, and there are 484 polling stations. So you can see that there was like a little dip in the casting of ballots around this time, around 10, as the voter turnout was a little earlier today, starting at 8 o'clock. And then going down. And I think the the area where the most ballots have been cast, it looks like it's the Albert Division. The Albert Division is where the most votes have been cast. And this is just, we're looking at specifically Albert, Colette, Mesopotamia Lake. This is Belize City, and then we go to Toledo West, 24.77%, Cayo South, 24.28%, Cayo North, 21.54%, and then we have more of Belize Rural North, 21.6%, Port Layola, 19.4%. What do you think about these numbers? I would expect it to be a little bit more, I would guess. I feel like these numbers are a bit low. Yes, we have 197,000 registered, and then so far there's only these amount of votes. Like, what do you think that reflects in the voter? This is unofficial, obviously. This is the unofficial voter turnout. But what do you think that reflects? It would be interesting if they had like a youth turnout to see. But what do you think that reflects in the voter turnout? It's a bit slow so far.
Well, I think the first thing I'd like to point out is that the people of Fort George and Pickstock are at home right now enjoying the rest of their holiday. I think that's fortunate and both unfortunate. Yeah, it is most Belizeans, but in particular Fort George and Pickstock with the standard bearers already being, they've already won the division, them being out. There's no competition there, and that's a problem. Fort George and Pickstock participating in the voting process, not being able to participate in the voting process, regardless of whether they are satisfied with their current standard bearers. That's not the point. The point is, it's more about it's the abstract idea of being a part of the voting process, or being a part of nation building. And I've said this already. When you choose not to vote, or when you're disenfranchised, or when you can't make it to the polling stations, you're no longer a part of nation building. So the UDP, having failed to present candidates in Fort George and Pickstock, have, in more ways than one, wronged the people of Fort George and Pickstock. But to just go on about these numbers, like the previous analyst said, when there's a high voter turnout, like in Albert, where there are 2 PUP candidates and 2 UDP candidates, it's because they plan to vote out the current standard bearer. That's been the president at least.
Yes.
So what we're looking for in Albert, what we're looking at in Albert at least, it doesn't look good for the current standard bearer.
Right. And that's, I mean, it'll just be interesting to see what the numbers will say by the end of the day. We can make predictions. We can say something, but there may be something may happen. There may be a little miracle. Who knows? Probably not. But at the end of the day, I think the numbers will continue to slowly trickle in, and the voice of whoever decides to exercise their right to vote will be heard. And for those people who aren't, you said something really interesting just now, that the people who don't cast a vote, they're no longer a part of nation building. And I want to talk a little bit more about that when we get back. But we have Kevin Mendes in Orange Walk, our correspondent in Orange Walk. Kevin?
Good morning, everybody. This is Kevin Mendes reporting for Big Shilling Do Thing Elections Watch in 2025, and we're here at Orange Walk Central. I have the pleasure of having a conversation with Ms. Yara Cal Vieira, an aspirant under the United Democratic Party for this year's election. Ms. Yara, once more, good morning. Thank you so much for this conversation with you. So during the conversation, you shared that as a woman, you're motivated to venture this year into politics. Yes. You feel that you can bring something different to governance of Belize, right? I will also, can you just talk more about that? You know, how do you feel as a woman you can change how the country is?
Well, as a woman, I mean, people say that women are too emotional, but I see that as a strength. Because if we're emotional, that means that we can connect, we can have empathy more than a male. I mean, not to say anything bad about the males, right? But they're more macho, right? Okay. So as a woman, we tend to be more understanding. And as a woman who has experienced many of the things that females are going through, I think that I have a little, edge on, I can understand and I can do something. I've done it for myself, so why not help others do it for themselves also?
Okay. Very good. That's a very important note to mention, especially how you're competing on the polls against two men in this constituency. Now let's talk about you. You're representing the United Democratic Party, but there is two segments of the United Democratic Party in this constituency. How is your feel about that fragmentation of the party?
Well, I feel good because, we are one party. We are UDP. If you notice, we're both under the UDP flag. But all we're doing different is giving the UDP people a choice. Oh, that's what we're doing now. So choices are good, man.
Okay, very good. How do you feel about the turnout so far? It is 9:24 here. How do you feel about it?
Well, it is slow, as we can see, all right? It is slow, but it is trickling. A little drop is filling in. So definitely they're coming one at a time, but we know that, work has to get done at home first before they can come out to vote. A lot of people choose to do that. So definitely after lunch, I'm expecting a much better turnout.
Very good. Thank you. So it's a good point that you're noting that, it's still early. People might show up later on, which is very hopeful to see how it's a voter turnout here in Orange Walk Central. Also, so people need some little motivation as to why they should vote this year. It's a historic elections in Belize. If you were to encourage people to vote, what would be those words for them?
Well, my encouragement would be, it won't be democracy without your vote. That's it.
That's it.
Yes.
Wow. Those are some very powerful words to end this conversation with you, Ms. Yara. We thank you so much for taking the time for this conversation. I turn it back to the studio where we continue covering elections. Big Shilling, Do Thing. Kevin Mendes. Over.
For that update. We're back in the studio. I'm here with Jaden Coleman, and something that Ms. Yara said just now, Jaden, she said it won't be democracy without your vote. And that really stood out to me because we were just having a conversation where you mentioned that if someone doesn't cast a vote, they're no longer a part of the nation, a part of nation building. And so I wanted to get into that a bit more because some people are withholding their vote because just to throw out a different idea, because they feel like it doesn't matter if they vote for a specific leader. They feel that the nation that they want to see Belize be, is it being built anyway? So they withhold that vote because they don't feel like they're being represented in general. And that goes back to the youth vote as well. Like, are my values being upheld? Will these issues be solved? Every year it's the same thing. Every year we hear these big dreams and they're not being met. So yes, I agree with what's being said. It's very beautiful. It sounds like a title of a book. No longer a nation, like that. That sounds great. you're no longer a part of nation building if you don't cast your vote, speak up, use your voice. But if you don't feel like your voice is being heard, whether you do that or not, then why should you?
I think to those who think their voice is no longer being heard, you have to realize it's like it's a roll of the dice, really. If you don't vote, you're not even going to roll the dice. You won't find out if whether this person who said they're going to do this is going to do it at all because you didn't participate. But if you go out there and you take a chance and you say, you know what, he or she made a convincing argument. They said they were going to do this for our community. They're going to do this for our country. I'm going to, and all you can do is place your vote and hope that they follow through. And that's why and if they don't, that's why we have parts of our constituency, like the recall of elected representatives. All the constituency needs to do is get a 30% petition vote and go out and you can start recalling. It's never been done before because many parts of our constitution are still really impractical like this one, but it just goes to show a point. There are recourses for if your vote doesn't turn out the way it should have. If you go out there and your standard bearer disappoints you in the end, there are recourses. But you have to go out there. You should go out there. You shouldn't stay at home and think to yourself, it's the same thing every year. I know what they're going to do. I know how politics works. Don't assume, because it's very possible that there's someone out there, if you consider yourself to have a clean heart, there's someone out there who also has a clean heart and who has a dedication to serving the country in the way it should be served. And it's quite possible that we can see that in the new age, but you have to be a part of the process. You can't give up on the process. You can't give up on your nation, and you certainly can't give up on building the nation that you want to see for you and your children.
I completely agree. That was a great point. We now have representing, excuse me, can you say that again? We have candidate Amar Figueroa. We'll cut to that, and then we'll come back to this very good and juicy conversation.
Hi, this is Kieran Gongora from Big Shilling, Ting, reporting from Cayo North. So I have with me here Mr. Amar Figueroa, a candidate for the Cayo North constituency. So first question I have on my mind, Mr. Amar, how's your day going?
It's going pretty good. I started off early in the morning, a little bit hectic, but as it usually does, it slows down getting closer to midday. And in Cayo North, tradition has it that after 3 p.m. is when the big crowds will really start coming out. So we will have a little lull for now, and then later in the afternoon it will start speeding up.
Okay, as you may know that the Cayo area, especially Cayo Central and Cayo North, is the battleground for the 2025 general elections. How confident are you with your team, with your campaigners, doing their job? How confident are you?
We're pretty confident. We've put in the work. The response on the ground is pretty good. But as you know, we've had a challenge with fraudulent registrations here. And we've already had to object to quite a few voters that were struck out from the list at the magistrate's order, and somehow they still appear on the Cayo North list. So that will be an issue for us today.
Okay. So I see many voters coming out. I know it's pretty early. But how satisfied are you with the people coming out, doing their right to vote? How satisfied are you at this moment?
I'm pretty satisfied because, like I said, in Cayo North, it's later in the afternoon when the real Cayo North comes out. The people that live here and have always voted here, they always come out after 3 o'clock. So from 3 to 6, you will see large numbers. You will see long lines out here.
Yeah, because you don't want, especially people coming out. Well, midday is the day that sun is beating. People don't want to come out during those times, so they usually come out early in the morning or late in the evening. Am I correct?
Yes, exactly. And late in the evening is more of the tradition here.
Yeah, basically, yes. So one last question before I let you go. Let's say if the voting goes your way, what are your plans for Cayo North?
We have a lot of plans. I mean, we actually had a lot of projects that we had started before my term came to an end. That will be fairly easy, I think, to really get off the ground again. We had some really great projects like a primary school and a high school. We had a comprehensive drainage project. We had quite other grant-funded initiatives that we would actually hit the ground running with those initiatives.
Okay, well, we thank you so much for your time, Mr. Omar. We wish you the best of luck. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, too. Thank you.
And this is Kieran reporting from Kayo North, Big Shilling, Ting.
In studio, thank you so much for that update from Kayo North. So people are slowly coming out. I have here in the studio with me Mr. Jaden Coleman. He's representing the voice of the youth. And we were talking just now about democracy, nation building. And there was an interesting point you made earlier during our discussion when you said, you know, if you don't cast your vote, you're no longer a part of nation building. And we were talking about people who felt like, doesn't matter how I vote, things won't change. But to your point, you were saying you have to cast a vote in order to see change. You have to do that because there are people who are stepping up with clean hearts, with a vision and a focus for Belize. So we're going to get into this Stay on Track that specifically has been the logo for PUP. To we have to stay on track, you know, and to most Belizeans, you know, they're singing the song, they're into it. Staying on track, meaning we have to focus on economic growth, infrastructure building, you know, basically overall building a better Belize for everyone here. But some may question stay on track doing what? Stay on track for what? For who? Who's benefiting from us staying on track? Who's benefiting from Belize doing better? And so I wanted to go back to you talking about that staying on track and the opinion that you so graciously shared during our break here from the youth.
Well, I think the first thing I want to correct is that I'm not representing the voice of the youth because I haven't gone through the due process of sending out those surveys and asking my youth. Of course, I have a circle of friends, and I know we have a shared idea of what we want Belize to be and what we think is wrong with our country. But I don't want to purport that I am some all-harkin of our youth. I don't know exactly what everyone in maybe Toledo, Corozal, what my young people want. I can, however, share my opinion on what I think we need, and I hope that there are people out there with the same vision, and I know there is. But when we start talking about staying on track, staying on track, the reason I have an issue with that motto is when was it sent out? The surveys, where are your resources? Who said that this was the track we wanted to get on in the first place? And if we want to start talking about what we're doing, there's no doubt, and I'm not going to purport an understanding of the statistics. Yes, the Consumer Confidence Index is up. That's what the SIB reports. There's no doubt that the PUP in this administration has been doing economically what they're supposed to be doing. When they were advertising themselves back in 2020, they were doing it as they were some savior from this hellscape that the UDP had put us in. And that's true. That's what they've done. We look at the budget speeches from our Prime Minister, and he's right. These numbers are bulletproof. But there is a country, there is a second dimension beyond just the numbers. When are we going to start revising our electoral process? It is based on the Westminster process. And if you Google that, that is a middle-aged. It was an electoral process that was developed in the Middle Ages.
Wow.
Are we still in the Middle Ages? Are we? Is that how we view our political divisions? Are we still primarily men? Or are we? What is it? What do we really want to do? If we want to be progressive, we need to be progressive in all aspects, not just the economy, but also in the forms and process of how we administrate our country.
I completely agree, and that is something that can be discussed, I think, further more about needing to be updated, needing to be completely done away with, and a new precedent to take force. But we have to go again to one of our correspondents.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Elvie. We're here with our morning check-in with you. How's it going so far?
It's going good. Our machinery is working. People are coming out to exercise their right, their right to vote. We're excited. We're going to work until the last second. And we're just pushing till the last second, Jo Marie.
How's your machinery looking? Because you're running between St. Paul's and Xavier. Do you have sufficient ability to move?
Yes, definitely. We have people at St. Paul's bringing out people, and we also have here at Xavier. It's been continuous from this morning, from when the polls opened. So we're here working, Jo Marie.
So we noticed a sizable turnout for you in terms of support. When we were at the polls this morning in St. Paul's, we couldn't help but notice that the UDP tent was empty. Of course, this is a very big leverage for you, but in terms of the people showing out for you, you have a really good representation here.
Yes, Jo Marie. Some people that are here supporting me, you might not see that they have on T-shirts. They have regular clothes, and they're coming in and exercising their right. You know, our people, you know, many have been messaging me and saying, LV, we're here for you. We're coming out to vote. We might not stick around. We might not be outside here, but we are rooting for you.
So now that the list is and all available, it wasn't like your convention. Do you truly believe that the numbers will speak for themselves today?
Definitely. I think the numbers will be different today. I believe that people will come out and vote, are coming out to vote. I know you have the numbers up to now. And it was a little bit slow this morning, but it's coming up a little bit more. And I truly believe, Jo Marie, that they are going to give me that support. Like I told you, I've been receiving messages. Many had not been liking. Many were liking, but many weren't because of being intimidated. But once you're back there and you're voting, nobody can see who you're voting for. So the numbers will tell at the end, Jo Marie.
So how do you respond to what Mr. Rivera said this morning, that the reason for his lack of support is because you and the other opponent, you guys are both intimidating to his supporters, and that's why they are reluctant to come out and support Mr. Hernan Rivera?
I don't know anything about my camp doing that. We're not like that. On the contrary, it's being done to my camp. So it has nothing to do with us. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in belittling people. We don't believe in intimidating people. We believe in empowering our people, Jo Marie. So I can tell you right here, I can tell the people here in Corozal, all over the country of Belize, that we are not for that. We don't stand for that.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Ms. Elvie. We'll check in again this afternoon.
Thank you, Jo Marie, for that update. She's with Miss Elvie, and they are in Corozal. And she was talking about, just now she made a point about not belittling people, not putting people down. But unfortunately, it has seemed that has become a part of the game of politics, like shooting shots at one another. And it's almost like a mockery of each other. You see that in the whole, we see it all the time, right, happening in the news between our representatives. But I like that some people are taking a stand for leading with the example of themselves. We don't operate that way. We won't behave that way. They're holding themselves to a higher standard. And I think that goes back to your point earlier of saying that politicians need to hold themselves to a higher standard, but we, the people, need to hold them also to a higher standard, because then that can only initiate the positive change that we're looking for, instead of this like mudslinging back and forth isn't helping anything or anyone. It's just becoming like this circus, and it's embarrassing actually. But let's go back to what we were talking about, stay up on track, and a little deeper than that, we were talking about reforming the electoral system. So can you talk a little bit about that? Because I think that some people don't know how old that system is and how we are operating from a system that has been, in place for so long that maybe it needs to be reformed to be up to date. So can you talk a little bit about that, especially for the people who they just have no idea about it? It's just like, well, I just want to go cast my vote, or maybe not, well, I want to see who will pay me more, or this and that. It's like, no, let's think about it from a deeper perspective of reform and what an electoral system means.
Well, I think the first thing is that the representative in a constituency should always reflect not the majority of the opinion, but what the people want. And what the people want, that's plus 50%, right? If 50% of the people want this, then also we're going with. But in a first past the post system, if there are 3 candidates, no matter how many candidates there are, the winner can be someone who only shows up and gets, what, 30% of the votes. That's less than 50%.
Yes.
So how can we say that the person who got 30% of the votes is the person who will lead that constituency, who will represent that area? Is that truly what the people want? That's what proportional representation is about. That's what representative government, democracy is about. Power to the people, and the people are referred to as that amount that is the majority. So how can 30%, someone who received 30%, be construed as the person who will lead that area? And that's the major problem with the first past the post system. And some people have tabled some alternatives, one of them being ranked choice. You have multiple choices. You go there and your ballot is, you know, X, Y, and Z. This is who I would want to lead. This is who, if this person can't, I would secondly want to have them lead. And then my third choice is this, if all else fails. And that's one alternative. There's various more. But the thing is, I'm not here to go ahead and break down all these systems. I'm just trying to get the discussion rolling. So it's, you ask me whose job it is to really table that discussion. It's the leading administration. And you also ask me why haven't they done it up to now? Because it hasn't been in their interest. The first past the post system, the winner takes all, that has been what has kept this country so divisive between party lines. And I do see that these days we're moving away from that, and that's why the UDP were voted out in the first place. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you about the reform, and I want to get back to that. But we have an update now outside the studio from Belize Rural, and then we have Stan Creek North, I believe. Wait, where are we? Belize Rural?
Of Cricketry. This is polling station number 29. I want to say good morning going out to the beautiful, the beautiful Miss Indira Craig, the not so beautiful Moors and Jules. Good morning to you all. We are here talking with Miss Liz Wallace about how the voting is going so far. How are you doing, Ms. Wallace?
I'm good. Good morning, guys.
So, how's the crowd been coming in?
Well, it's been steady. I would not say slow, but it's been steady since we have opened 7 o'clock this morning, so all good signs.
And how the machinery working? Because we know these parties have their machinery. How is the machinery working in Cricketry?
Well, trust me, we are working. We have been working. I will say it's been about a year since we have started this, so everybody is well oiled up, and we were waiting for today. We're waiting for today.
Do you expect it to be a busy day, a huge turnout, or what's the vibes you're getting from the voters?
The vibes that we are getting is it is going to be a huge turnout.
So, well, thank you very much. Is there anything that you noticed since you've been out here, you know? Has it been more to one side than to the other side? Can you tell? Stuff like that?
Well, it's not something that I would rather not say, but it does reflect. It does reflect on one side. We are seeing that, of course. The day is still young, but we are seeing a steady flow of voters coming in, which is a good thing.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. We hope you have a great and enjoyable day. And I hope that it works out to your liking.
Thank you.
Miss Elizabeth Wallace.
Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Steve, for that update. Now we're going to transition and go right into Stan Creek West with Rodwell Ferguson for an update.
Yeah, again, Belize. It's your girl Brittany here from Channel 7 Belize News. And we're here with Mr. Rodwell Ferguson, the representative for the People's United Party. Now, I just have a couple questions for you. So, how's your day going so far?
Well, I think you have seen for yourself. You are here in Silgrass, and you see the evidence. The People's United Party in Stan Creek West is going to win by a huge margin because of the way I work with all my people.
Okay. We're glad to hear. We've been seeing your work. We've been seeing how it's been going. We've been going through all the villages and seeing that you have the support Like how many of your campaigners do you have around in these villages? How have you been pushing it out there to be able to get these voters to come out here today?
Well, I say my campaign started in 2020 when the POVP won and became the government. And my job is to work with all the village councils in my constituency. I have 21. Only one defect, which is the chairman of Hopkins, who will run for one of the PUDP part of the party. But all the other 20 are 100% behind me. And so when the people see that, everybody gravitate towards me. So there is no more red, no green stamping. They are all vote supporting Robert for the most part.
Okay, so since 2020 general elections, how has your experience been from then to now during election day? Is it different this year?
This is my 6th election, and so every year I understand it more clearly. I know exactly what to do. So by last week, Friday, everything was in place on the ground, so everybody knew that exactly what they're supposed to do. So today, now the offer could put the icing on the cake. That is what is going to happen right now.
Do you foresee any challenges?
I don't see any. Okay, that's a fact.
Okay,
all right.
We're glad to hear, Mr. Adan. We wish you well on your journey today.
Thank you, lady. I went through all the polling stations. I got 14 of them, but by the time I finished the last one, they are busy time for the post.
Got
you.
It's
the biggest constituency.
Got you. Thank you very much.
Take care, ladies.
All right. Thank you so much for that update. So we are getting some more and more updates coming in for the day. But I don't know if you noticed this, Jaden. I have Jaden Coleman here in the studio with me. For those of you at home who are just joining us, and he's a history student at UB, and he is offering his opinion on this overall electoral process, and we've been having a great discussion. But what I wanted to point out to you just now, Jaden, was I don't know if you noticed, like, we're interviewing these standard bearers, we're interviewing them, we're going out in the field, but there you don't really see the people. You don't really see a lot of people out today. What's going on? Is it because the people got a day off or they're home?
Well, I'm hoping we get a few, passerby perspectives. That's always a very important, and it's going to be enlightening in its own way. But I think, maybe we're just going to chalk it up to Belizeans always being fashionable yet, and hopefully as the day progresses, we're going to see more of them in the background.
I think people at home want to go vote. Yeah. I think people are enjoying their day off, but they have this day off. I think it's a great time to reflect too as well on the electoral process, on reform, on where we want to see ourselves in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years as a nation, as a people. And there's always this, I would think, this overall collective anxiety or this collective complaint of wanting more justice, wanting to see Belize do well. But we have to, as you mentioned earlier, to your point, look ourselves in the mirror, and we have to do that. I mean, it sounds corny and cheesy. You have to be the change you want to see, but it's the truth. Mm-hmm. It's the truth. You have to do that. So for those people who are slowly trickling in, but they want to see change, in order for change to happen, you got to exercise your right to vote. So get out there and make that change happen, pretty please. Please and so going back to the conversation about reforming the electoral system, this is going to be a continued interesting conversation because, as you mentioned earlier, maybe it's not something that current parties in power want to do. And before we get into that, we have Standard Bearer Kaya Katus representing the Alberts for PUP Kaya, and we will hear from her now.
This is Success Forest once again with 7 News Belize. Big Shilling, Ting. We are here on the Alberts with one of the newbies in the general election, Kaya Katus. What has it been like since the opening of the polls?
From the morning, our blue machinery has been grinding. We've been out here since 5 a.m. We started with our own little pep rally. We marched out to our various polling stations, and our people have just been on the ground working, bringing out the vote, trying to get this win.
All right, and I know you have some experience when it comes to the municipal election. How has you fueled that into the actual general elections?
So, I I think for the most part, bringing out the vote is the number one thing, regardless of what type of election you're dealing with. However, working and zoning in on a particular constituency, taking the lead on that, it's kind of different. At the municipal level, you have a whole team of 11 working for that one common goal. In general elections, you're the candidate and you have a team around you, in the background doing the work and making sure that their candidate is delivered.
All right, and I know you're running against two other candidates, and this is a constituency that has been for the other party for quite some time. How are you feeling going up against those other two candidates?
Regardless of the competition, what we can see is that the PUP has won across the country at the last general election, and the PUP has been delivering across the country since 2020. And we want to bring all of that love as well into the Albert constituency. So we're asking the people at the Albert to come out, right? If you have not come out to cast your vote as yet, come on out, give us that support.
All right, I just want to say thank you and I wish you the best of luck. And there you have it, guys. Kaya Katus for the Albert division. This is Jose Suarez with 7 News, Big Shilling, do Ting.
Thank you, Jose, for that update from the Alberts division, representing and talking to Kaya Katus and asking her main message there, Jaden, I don't know if you heard, was to come out and vote, come out and support. So it seems that not just our observation of Belizeans slowly coming out today, it seems like it's an observation overall. And I wanted to get back to our conversation about reforming the electoral system, and in hopes of doing that for the future, more people will feel the need to come out. More people will feel like my voice is going to be heard because we're not operating from this very archaic system. With that being said, talking about the independent party, because we've been talking about PUP and UDP all morning, but you don't really hear any traction about the independent party. And why do you think that is? Like, if people want change or say that they're advocating for change so much, they really want change, and then a third party comes up and say, we want to help with that change, we really want to do something different, then why not cast your vote for an independent party?
Well, it's important to look who's saying they want change. I think if we're going to have a low, if the voter turnout doesn't improve throughout today to the point where we see those 197,000 plus registered voters show up, it can mean one of two things. Either the voters are apathetic, we're tired of the system, we're tired of the way things are, or, which is more likely, since things have been, actually I won't make a comment on the PUP administration due to the fact that I'm on air, but do we have to look at it?
Make the comment, man. Make the comment.
I don't want to take a hardline stance, but could it be that they want to maintain the status quo? Maybe things are fine for some people now, and maybe some people just are too apathetic to even show up. They don't want to be a part of the politics. But I think the reason the independent parties can't gain any traction is because of the first past the post system. When the votes are spread out across multiple parties and across multiple candidates, it's difficult at any point. Even if the independent party were to get some, let's say, 50%, not 50%, but a little over 45%, it's difficult for them to achieve or to ascend to the standard bearer post because of the way the votes are spread out across the PUP, across the UDP. And it's what the first past the post system is designed to do. It's designed to create a two-party system. So until you change until you get rid of that, until you try to use maybe two wrong systems where you vote twice, which is already a problem because people don't even want to vote once. But the two wrong system, you vote once, you get a result, you vote again, and then you see if people have changed their minds between wrong one and wrong two. That's one way of doing it, but like I said, people don't even want to come out for the first wrong, so imagine the second wrong. So it's an electoral reform that needs to happen and needs to happen in one administration. And the reason for that is because it's very unlikely that the succeeding administration will want in any way to continue what the first administration had started. That's how contrarian our politics is. You get into power and you think, now I have to reinvent the wheel. I have to be completely different from the last administration. Why? Because we're just not them. They are them and we are us.
Right.
So that's the division that we need to start looking at.
Wow, that's a great point. And we'll definitely come back to it. And I feel like I've said that a lot during our conversation, but we have to go to now. Courtney is with Shine Barrow in Mesopotamia. We will go to them now.
Big Shilling, the thing we're here. Well, we're doing, I guess it's a joint interview with the Mesopotamia standard bearer?
I'm feeling blessed, very satisfied with the voter turnout thus far, and I'm very prayerful for all of my colleagues throughout the country that are working very hard, and I want to congratulate them and thank my colleagues for having the courage, for having the stamina, having the dignity and integrity to stay the course, because what we are doing is not for us. The victory is in just the effort to serve the people of your constituencies. And so kudos to them, regardless of the results in the different constituencies. But as far as Mesopotamia, I'm very grateful for the turnout thus far, going according to our pledges.
Sir, the last time...
What does your machine look like so far? I know you said that you wanted to mobilize voters as early as possible.
Yes. We're not there at 1,000 yet, but we're getting there.
Sir, the last time I spoke to you, you said the elections will be done by 10 a.m. Do you still feel that way?
Yes, we're ahead significantly.
What makes you so confident?
We're ahead. My numbers, the data says that we're ahead.
So talk to us about your strategy this morning. We know that you have maybe taken on a different strategy from your opponents.
The strategy is to get the vote out early, right? So we had a significant early morning voting, and then we just continue along the day because everybody can't come out early in the morning. Some people have call center jobs and different jobs that prevent them from coming out very early. So we just continue to hunt the votes.
As of 10:30,
this election is different compared to the last time you faced off against the People's United Party in it, in sense of there being another red on the ballot. Do you feel that will take away any votes from you or lessen your chance of victory?
In my humble opinion, I believe that the person to beat is me. The incumbent always has the upper hand. Mr. Ellis, who had no energy, nothing going on for himself in here, would have needed all of the anti-Shine factions of the UDP to join with him to take me down. All Lee Mark is going to do is get a nice third place or possible second place. I don't think Lee Mark will get more than the PUP candidate, or they'll tie each other. So they are cancelling each other out. Lee Mark has been here for 60 days.
So you're extremely confident that you will emerge?
I don't want to have hubris, but I'm satisfied in the work that I've done with my people. And just looking at it from a data standpoint, the incumbent is the person to beat. I'm telling you that Lee Mark, most respectfully, had a lead burst when he first came in, more so than Ellis. So Ellis would have needed to come in strong and to get whoever was not happy with my performance to join with him and form a majority. But what is going to happen is people who are not satisfied with my performance or had whatever issue with me, they want to vote for Lee Mark instead of Ellis, and this is a UDP constituency since 1979. So Ellis now have a chance, and all Lee Mark they do that spot.
All right, welcome back to the studio. I don't know if we were cut off there just now, but it seems like things are getting a little heated out there. But we will go back to being on the ground with our correspondents, but we want to get back to this very, very interesting and intriguing conversation, and I feel bad that every time we get to the meat of it, we have to cut to somebody else. We'll have a few more interviews, I think, like within the next 10 minutes, but I like what you were talking about in regards to the independent party. It's an option, but because of the way the system is set up, it's not set up for an independent to win. However, it is very, from my perspective, is very not just unusual and unique, but encouraging to see an independent party wanting to come forward to say we're challenging what's happening, you know. So we're going to continue this conversation. We're going back to Shineborough. As I said earlier, we were cut off, so we're going back to Shineborough in Mess Up with our correspondent, Courtney Menzies.
Lee Mark, they do that spile for Ellis, not for me, in my view, but, you know, I am only human.
Given that time, you know, last time around you won about by around 200 or so plus votes. You think that number will increase if
I'll tell you this, Candice Piss was a much better opponent than both opponents. Much more ferocious, much more of a fight, much more energy, and that was a swing, that was a tsunami, right? And she still get back to Taiwan. A lot of those people that voted for her have transferred out of the division, because I transferred a lot of PUPs in the division not knowing. So Mr. Ellis is back at like 400, right? And Lee Mark is starting at 0. So like if Lee Mark get 300 votes, that's a lot, according to my data. But those 300 would have gone to Ellis. And then Ellis, if he would have get 500, then it would have been a competition.
Sir, as of 10:30, Mr. Potimia, give me a break now.
Be when the counting begins.
Say that?
Where will you be when the counting begins?
I'll be in the counting room. I'm always in the counting room.
So,
will you be there when the counting ends too?
Yes, of course.
So, sir, as of 10:30, Mr. Potimia had the third largest most voters who came out. Albert and Colette had the first and the second.
Okay.
What do you make of that in terms of your colleagues in those divisions?
I don't care about anybody other than Mr. Espat and Mr. Williams, and so I wish them well, and I hope that that turnout is in their favor. Certainly, I am confident that the turnout here in Mesopotamia is in my favor.
What do you... Are you able to basically respond to reports that you may be leaving the country sometime throughout today?
Rubbish. Foolish.
They said 2 o'clock. You have a flight booked 2 o'clock.
Just come back and see me at 2 o'clock.
All right. Sir, what are you hearing from the rest of the country in the other UDP divisions?
Who's so obsessed with me?
Sir, you're a big man, sir.
I just said that, like, it's flattering, when the Sani asked me earlier, I may want to rough up, but no, I think about it, it's quite flattering, because the fact that people are sending all these... Remember they had a thing going around saying that I don't even want to get into the negativity anyway.
What are you hearing from the rest of the country, your other colleagues?
It's a fight, we look strong in the west, strong in the north.
All right, so thank you so much. So that was Shine Barrow. We've been trying to get him all morning. We finally managed to get him. He's been in his office. I'm sure he'll make his rounds around the constituency like his other opponents. Mesopotamia, as I had asked, they have the third largest voter turnout as of 10:30 a.m. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens as the day goes on, how much more voters will come out to vote. We saw the lines before the polls even opened, so whether or not that is in his favor or not is yet to be seen. So stick around. Big Shilling, the Ting.
Electoral system and the independent party. I think it's something that is unusual and unique for a person to step forward, but encouraging and forming standing up as an independent and saying, I want to see change and I am taking the responsibility in my community and I am stepping forward. But unfortunately, the response to independence are not that great with numbers. I mean, you see it happen time and time again every year, and you see people come out and you question the Belizean people about, will you vote independent? And some people do, but the numbers are so low to create big change. No, could that be because of the machine behind the independent party? That could be a possibility, but I don't think that the numbers represent the people who want true change. You know what I mean? So we're going to come back to this conversation with Jaden Coleman. My name is Miriam Abdulkawi, and we are here at Channel 7 along with our sister station, CREM, XTV, Big Shilling the Ting. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back with more political coverage of the elections of 2025. Stay tuned, folks.
We are reopening our...
Welcome back, folks, to Channel 7 and Creme TV, XTV's Big Shilling the Ting, our election coverage 2025. I'm here in the studio with Jaden Coleman, and we're now going to go to an interview from the commissioner.
We are here with Kumpol Williams, and we're still in the Albert Division. I just want to ask, what has the security measures been like today?
We know that the police plays a very important role in this democratic process. Today is an exciting day for many Belizeans as they come out to cast their ballot across the country. And as a police department, we are tasked with the responsibility of making sure that people come out and cast their vote in a safe environment. And so we're out in full force today, working the various polling stations, as well as ensuring that we have police in key strategic areas that we can ensure that people can come out and feel safe and cast their ballots today.
Since the polls have been open, has there been any tensions or any situations that you guys had to address?
Well, I must say that the candidates, as well as their runners and those persons who work within the machinery of the different political parties, have been very cooperative with the police as well as with the elections officers. And so we have not had any major incidents involving them. Yes, we do have issues at times with signs being within the 100 yards line, and we should not be allowed. And occasionally, political party members coming within the 100 yards line to campaign. But again, when they're spoken to by the police, they would normally just withdraw. And so it's going well, I must say. It's good to see that we can come out on a day like today and cast our votes peacefully, and we have everybody complying with the process, and that shows that the democracy.
And have you gotten a chance to cast your vote yourself already?
No, I am doing a tour of the country, and so I had gone to Belmopan, and then I went to Salinasa. So I just came into the city. I'm a Freetown voter. I will be in the city for a little while. From there, I'll go up north. But before leaving the city, I'll go and cast my vote in the Freetown area at All Saints. That's where I vote.
All right. Thank you. And there you have it, guys, from the Compol himself.
Please tell Jules Vasquez I said hello and that I have a blue pen. Right? So.
All right.
And there you have it, folks. Welcome back. We're in studio with Channel 7's and XTV, Creme TV. Big Shilling the Ting. You just heard from the Compol, the Commissioner of Police. He wanted Jules to know that he had a blue pen today. making things a little light. Usually, you know, when it comes to politics and when it comes to elections, things are so serious. So it's nice to make light of a little situation. Laughter always loosen things up. But we're going to go to some numbers now, Jaden. We're going to go to some numbers to see what's really going on. Are those numbers filling out earlier from what we saw from all these registered voters? Can we see a bigger turnout of voters? So we're going to have this on the screen for you now, folks. We are seeing the numbers here. So again, once again, the total registered voters are 197,018. And the ballots cast so far are 48,695. I believe that's about a 6,000, 6,000 to 7,000 jump from what we saw earlier, Jaden. That earlier was 41,000. So we're seeing a jump in the voting happening, especially in the Albert constituency, where we were at, I believe it was low 30s before. Now it's at 42.17%. And we see that the numbers are slowly trickling in, and it's not a big of a jump as we saw earlier at 8 a.m., but the numbers are still coming in specifically. And we see overall, too, in the country, we have the numbers boosting in Toledo West with 33.57%, Cayo South with 30.97%, and Cayo North with 28.20% as well. Toledo East with 26.43%, and Corozal with 25.73%. So slowly, the voter turnout is happening. You know, with each electoral division, we're seeing that people are coming out slowly but surely. So right now we have, and as we continue to look at the, you know, voter turnout, we're going to show a little clip of Keokuk just to see what's going on there with the voter turnout as well. Like we said, people are slowly trickling in, so let's check in and see what's going on there in Keokuk. This is what's happening in Keokuk. The streets are empty. There's basically no voter turnout. We don't really see people in the street. I mean, Jaden, what's your opinion about this? I feel like people are literally taking this as a day off. It was given as a national, as a holiday for us to go out and vote, but it seems as if people, especially in the Keys, it would seem they're not out there on the streets to vote. You don't see anyone in their colors. You don't see any of the voters out. You see like a very, very desolate, very desolate street. What do you think that has to, what do you think that says about people? There's a little bit of people there, but not that much actually. I think people are home. Let's just be real.
Well, it paints a sad picture indeed, but yes. I want to be hopeful and think that maybe it's going to even up as the year progresses, but there's only so much hours left in the day. I want to say to the people who are out there and who did go to vote, I'm hoping, and I know on most accounts it was an objective decision. You know, if you're voting blue or wherever you're voting, is the staying pan truck, is it the right truck? There's two sides to a road. Some people go that way, some people go that way. We want to ensure if you're staying on track, that it's the track you want to be on. And if you're voting red, let's just say, are you okay with the division? Are you interested in joining a party having a party lead that is so divisive at the moment? So, you know, however you vote, if you choose not to vote, it's up to you, but I'd advise that you do, but make sure that if you do vote, it's objective.
Okay. All right. And I love that statement, Jaden. We're going to go with an interview now in regards to voter fraud. So we're going to go to that interview now.
I'm in school where we just learned of a situation that happened a short while on the ground with a voter who came in. Mr. Herrera, can you tell us what happened, or what your camp observer, what happened previously?
Yes, William. Good morning again. Good morning, Belize. What happened is that we just learned about a situation that a guy went to vote for a dead person, right? And what happened is that he went inside the building and he was about to vote when one of our agents noticed that the guy has been dead for 3 weeks, because obviously the people working in here are villagers just as them. We all reside in Ranchito, right? So you know who's dead and who's not dead. But then, like you said, the people in elections and boundaries would not notice that. But we noticed it and we act immediately, and that's how they refused the guy to vote. But he was already getting ready to vote.
Oh, okay. And do you know any specific what boxer?
It was the second box, William. I can't remember, from A to D, I think, or I can't remember. I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be the A box from A to D.
Okay. Right. So it was stopped before that happened.
Yes, it was stopped, but that's a fraud. You know, I mean, you cannot vote for somebody that has passed away.
Yes.
But if we were not vigilant, if we would not press, interview.
It happens. Your supporters.
Yes, sorry about that. Yeah, if we would have been vigilant and know the situation, then that would have gone through. With that is one vote.
Oh, okay.
Understand? So we stopped it and it did not go through.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Well, I know that you and your wife are about to go cast your ballots, because I noticed on your finger I don't see any ink as yet.
Not yet.
Okay. So
me and my wife.
And is this the polling station that where you are registered and where you vote?
Yes, I live in Ranchito, so that is where I vote.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Herrera, and all the best.
All right, William. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
All morning, and I have brought it to the attention of my returning officer just now, and he has dealt with it and is dealing with it. So this is another thing that we need to stop, though. We need to stop the use corruption in our politics. I am here today, and I stood on the news and I said this: I will not pay anybody for their votes, because if you pay anybody for their votes, you're silencing their votes. It is alleged that the method being used is that when the person goes in to vote, they ask for assistance, that they need somebody to help them vote, and then that person votes for them. That is undermining your constitutional right, and whatever the money is that you're getting, it's not worth selling your constitutional right. Believe that time to get serious about changing in this country.
All right, Mr. Espat, I just want to thank you for your interview, and I wish you the best of luck today.
Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, folks, welcome back to the studio. We were just with our correspondents who were with people in Corozal and Albert, saying that there was an issue with voter fraud. My people. This is something that is a big issue when it comes to politics, the corruption and voter fraud. And it's just we're just at the beginning of the day. It's not even lunchtime yet, not even rice and beans, what it go on. It's not even, 12 o'clock yet. So we, unfortunately, we're going to have to talk about this, Jaden, with voter fraud. But first we have to go to this interview with Boots Martinez.
Maya, the Ting, Big Shilling 2025, Mr. Anthony Boots Martinez. We finally catch up with you. I actually thought you weren't out here.
Oh, well, I make I hide. Don't vote too.
Somebody look like Danny Hyde.
Not only out here. I don't vote too. And I vote for myself.
Yeah, of course. We don't expect anything different. So tell me, Philip Willoughby doesn't have a tent out here at all, but you have a showing. I do not know that it rivals Dr. Nelma Mortis's camp.
Well, I don't, listen to me. This election is about the people of Port Elizabeth. I don't worry about no rival with a Gil. I don't worry about no rival with a Gilroy Usher or whether in Philip Willoughby or Nelma Martis. My main thing is to coordinate and connect with the people for continue the goods and services that the people of Port Elizabeth rightfully deserve.
Gotcha. So tell me how your machinery looks. We're already how many hours going on to the midday hour?
Well, the machine we are bringing bringing our people to vote. So at the end of the day, that is what counts.
You may get pledges?
If I may get pledges? Yeah. How much petition am I get?
Well, we're not going to the petition.
But listen to what I say.
Yeah.
All
you
right,
do your
good.
work, because you're a veteran at
Yes,
this.
sir. So it must get registered.
All right, so are you confident of a win looking at the global picture in your division where you have 5 candidates?
Only one more. I run against 4 before.
You run against 4?
And I beat Mr. Osha 2 times here, no?
You have?
For the record.
You have?
And I had the longest serving representative of Port Lela 4 times since the opening. So no, get it twisted.
I don't ask you about retirement and believing that you shouldn't stay there, that you should give the young people a chance.
Mr. Osha young then.
No.
But I oldest rookie
yes,
ever
again. I talk about you.
I did talk about you, talk about giving young people. Mr. Osha young then.
Yeah, but he have one time, he just go for 2, you they go for 5.
But what has that to do with you? Not got to do with that up to the people who make the decision at Port Lela. Not the media. Let's notice, I never got no...
Make we go back to possibilities of you winning back the division. What are your chances? So when I say Mr. Willoughby out here, I don't know if that means that he done throw in the towel, but you might expect that he might still get some votes.
See the chances, yeah? We are there on this sidewalk, we are there on. There are a lot of houses where they run
around. Yeah, no campaigning. You're a veteran. You don't have to no campaigning.
But I'm saying to you, they tell me about whether my chance. So what do you mean no campaigning?
Okay, so you say per year track record.
So my track record. So you tell me about no campaigning.
No, you're not allowed. That's not an election rule. But I tell you in terms of numbers.
Listen to me. You don't want talk that kind of foolishness. But what you are telling me about no campaigning?
No campaigning. And there you go.
No campaign. You ask me a question, I tell you that because
we're not allowed campaigning. I get you. But today we are talking about machinery.
We don't want to talk anything we want, but no, this is not campaigning. And this
you tell me how much houses you build, but you come out of my shop.
Listen to me.
Yeah, we
many times, I'll be honest with you, the media want to dictate the pace. You interview me about politics and you are telling me about no campaigning. I'm sorry.
Campaigning is supposed to happen before the election.
Well, listen to me, but why the interview mean as what?
Will they ask you today? Will it over? Will they ask you today about your machinery?
This interview, darling, is over now.
There you go.
It never worked. Last time I got the big one.
No.
Welcome back to Lee's. If you couldn't tell, that was Boots in Port Loyola. Always a very spirited interview when he's involved. I think, Miriam, we've been tiptoeing around the whole voter fraud, incentivized voting issue.
Yes.
And we've been doing that because, we always want to give our Belizeans the benefit of the doubt. I believe there are many out there, even if the numbers aren't showing it right now, there are many out there who are voting.
Yes.
Not under any influence, monetary or otherwise. And really the reason I was invited here was because I gave a presentation really on voter fraud. And in that I said that we should stop focusing on the people who are committing voter fraud and thinking more about the people who are choosing to stay at home. What part in Belize's development was so when were they disillusioned in Belize's development? Because we have legislation against voter fraud, but no one's ever been convicted. And the reason for that is because it's hard to match intent. Because there's no way to really prove that, this money that you got, that you were paid to come out to the polls. So no one's ever been convicted, and I don't think anyone ever will. And that's a whole other discussion. Our legislation needs to be reformed in its own right. But what I think we need to focus on is, it's right. We have to point out the people who are doing wrong, who are committing the fraud, but let's also point out the people who have not reached the polling stations yet. What can we do to get them out there? What can we say? What can our politicians do in the next 6 hours to get them out to the polls and get them going?
Right, and that's a great question. I think, to your point, Jaden, people just want to see change. And people want to see not just policies change, legislative change, but they want to see change on the ground in the community. And what people are seeing in their everyday lives and community isn't that. And so what would inspire them to go and vote for something that is not affecting their current environment or work environment or anything else. It doesn't make sense, you know, to that person who is saying, I'm not going to do that, I'm not going to vote. So we're going to continue this conversation because it's very important. While I hear you with saying, why don't people come out? Voter fraud is a very serious thing. So we'll come back to that. But right now, we want to go to our correspondent, Kevin Mendes in Orange Walk, who is with the Prime Minister.
Good morning, this is Kevin Mendes for Big Shilling Do Thing, and we're in Orange Walk Central, and I have the pleasure of doing an interview with Mr. John Briceño. Mr. Briceño, good morning. How are you doing today?
Good morning. As always, excited. You know, every election have its own excitement, you know, and you never get tired of it. So I'm very happy to be out here.
Yeah. And I learned that today is it's your 8th election that you're going into, right?
Yes, 8 elections, and then I did 2 municipal elections.
Wow. So
I consider 10 elections.
Wow, look at you. So how have you been like throughout the years, you know, coming out every 5 years to the polls?
Well, I think for myself, I'm one of the fortunate ones that I've managed to forge a relationship with people in the division. I tell everybody, if you want to do this seriously, you need to be able to make yourself available. You need to have an office. You need to be able to talk to people, make yourself that you could try to help in any way that you can. And that's something that I've done since 1993. I think I'm the first person that opened an office full time. And that office has never been closed since the day I was first elected. So it's just a continuation of the work.
Very good. Wow, 10 elections. That's impressive. So how has the turnout been? I'm sure you have been up from very early going to the different polls. From your opinion, how is the voter turnout so far?
Well, we monitor our voters. We don't monitor whosoever on the other side. And so far, it has been going well. We have a more than comfortable lead, but we just continue bringing our people, and they're coming out. Our people are coming out, and that's what we are. That's what we concentrate on.
Okay, so by that, I guess that you're not bothered that there's 2 UDP tents. That's by the fragmentation.
They could have 5 UDP tents. What is important is that the people come to our table, and they basically tell us, you know, with a rep and truck, you know, with the vote for you.
Very good.
This election.
Nice. And you're the leader of the party. Can you give us an overview of what the numbers are looking like countrywide?
The numbers I'm getting so far is that it's a bit slow, but our people are coming on. We don't worry about the other side. And overall, we'll be looking good. I really feel fairly confident that when we close the polls at 6 o'clock and count the votes, before the end of the day of the night, we will have a new government of the People's United Party.
Very good. Thank you so much for your time, Prime Minister. Of course, we'd like to take the opportunity to encourage people to come out and vote today.
Yes.
What words do you have for them to encourage them to exercise their voting right?
Well, what I tell everybody, come out to vote. Even if you're not voting for me, come out. It is your sacred duty as a citizen of this country. So I'm urging everybody to come out. I know some are demoralized because of the state of affairs within their party, and that may be so, but it's still important to come out and to vote and to exercise the democratic right.
Very good. Thank you so much for that. So with that, this is Kevin Mendes for Big Shilling Do Thing. Over.
Welcome back, folks. We're in the studio. Big Shilling Do Ting. We just heard from Kevin Mendes, our correspondent in Orange Walk, and he was with the Prime Minister, and you heard it, folks. He said, even if you don't vote for me, come out and vote. It seems as if people are really not coming out to vote today. And this goes back to your point, Jaden, when you said, yes, voter fraud is an issue, but what about the voters that aren't coming out? That's a bigger issue. I would say that they're both equally an issue. I mean, the corruption is horrible with voter fraud, people using names of people who have passed away years ago. And we heard from 2 representatives from Corozal and from Albert talking about voter fraud. And this is early in the election. It's already coming to our attention that voter fraud is happening. I mean, it's not an ideal situation that this is happening. Voter fraud is happening. So it has been happening. And as you had mentioned earlier, I don't think it's something that it should be penalized. It should be taken care of, but it hasn't been. Why do you think that is? Like, why do you think that people are not being held accountable when these things are happening? It's wrong.
Well, there are many faces to voter fraud. The one I want to focus on the most, and it's the one that, you know, it's the more difficult to catch than just catching someone who's trying to vote in two registration sections and stuff like that. It's the ones who are incentivized. And the problem with catching that one is that there's just no way. Our current legislation just cannot account for the way in which this compensation happens. There's no way of tying intent and evidence. You can't tie the fact that someone might have been paid under the table and the fact that they came out to vote in one direction or the other. How do we fix that? Like I said, it's too difficult. So what do? We start trying to find ways to get other people out, the people who are morally straight, who will not take the bribe.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and of course, we're just having a discussion. Do we know people that we're talking about personally? No. These are just views that we're sharing. But there are views of people who have said to me personally, and just say in general, that it doesn't matter what happens, they're not going to get out and vote because they don't feel like their vote matters. So these people that are doing voter fraud, they're trying to double, triple their vote in whatever way to make sure that their voice is heard in their particular way. And it's wrong. And I think that the influencing and inciting a change for people to act will come from leadership. So it's a relationship. It has to go together. They have to see that this person genuinely cares, and they're going to have to continually prove themselves over and over and over to get that person to believe in them and believe that they have the same value system, which is for us to overall uplift ourselves as Belizeans and uplift this country to move in the right direction, which is a better Belize for all of us. I mean, that's what we all want. I think that's what elections are all about, exercising your vote for doing the best for Belize and for all of us. And unfortunately, it seems like the conversation has swayed, the public conversation has swayed to, well, whoever has the machine behind, the biggest machine behind them, which is the financial machine behind them, is going to be the one who wins. So it's difficult to really pinpoint the voter fraud situation, like you said, because there's many ways that goes about. Is there something you want to add?
Well, the thing that you said with this economic machine, the thing that we don't have is transparency in campaign spending. That's one way of trying to match who's getting incentivized. Where is the first of all, what is the budget for all these campaigners, for these parties, for these candidates, and then where is the money going? And then that's one way of seeing if money is going somewhere it shouldn't be, if it's illicit. That's one of the ways of pointing it out. But again, our legislation doesn't account for that. There has been no move by either party when they have ever been in power to implement something like that. Why? Because it's not in their favor. And if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. And that's something that we should look to implement going forward.
You want to run? All right, with that being said, we're going to come back to our conversation. This is Channel 7's Big Shilling the Ting, XTV's Big Shilling the Ting. We're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll be back with more dynamic conversations and the election 2025 coverage. Stay tuned.
Whether you are a busy person or
folks. Welcome back, Belize. This is Channel 7's at XTV Prep TV's Big Shilling Do Ting election coverage 2025. I am Miriam Abdulkawi, and I am here in the studio with Mr. Jaden Coleman. And now we are joined by our third guest, Mr. Damien Bach. He is a political analyst. Welcome.
Thank you, guys.
How are you feeling?
Good. It's been an early start to the day, moving around, focusing mainly just in the area here in Albert. But it's been a busy morning so far. It's an interesting election period. Don't need to repeat all the factors that have already been said that have contributed to that. But in some of the key areas around the city on the south side, you see where the focus on the activity is. Albert, Queen Square, Collett, Messop. Those are really active constituencies today. I think if I've been following the coverage so far, those are also some of the areas where you have the higher turnouts so far for the day. And that speaks to the importance of the races in those specific constituencies.
Okay. Very important indeed. And we'll continue with this conversation as well.
Well, we look forward to engaging in that. Since you're coming from the field, me and Miriam have been talking about how the numbers have been. And since you're on the field, you'll probably give us a more in-depth analysis of that. But before we do that, we're going to be heading to some interviews in Corozal. See what the mood is like over there.
Okay, Ms. Lowe, since you're a first-time candidate, just kindly introduce yourself again.
Okay, my name is Candice Lowe. I've been here in Corozal. This is my hometown. I've been doing a lot of community service, and that's what prompted me to get into politics, because I want to do a little bit more than that.
So, how's things looking so far for the morning? I know that you have the other two tents out here from your opponents, and how's it been going in terms of your supporter turnout?
Okay. Election is election, but at the same time, these people, that doesn't intimidate me, because I've got supporters behind my back, because that's my supporter wants change, and that's very key, because what they have done, they've seen the red and the blue, and they have done their work, and then they have not fulfilled what they're supposed to do. So that's why people come out to me for outcry, for change, and that's why I'm standing here for.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Any expectations for today? How do you think things will look at the end of the day for you?
End of the day, I think I got a lot of votes, because, like I said, I've been campaigning a lot, and a lot of people have come to me, and vice versa, and they're just wanting a whole new system for Belize. So we shall see.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corozal with Hugo Patno.
Okay, so we're here in Corozal North at the Guadalupe RC polling station. I have with me here the UDP standard bearer, Mr. Hugo Pat. How are you doing this morning? How's it looking so far?
Well, you by now you all know that today has been, actually all of this week we have had a very hot day, and so you don't expect people to come out in the peak of the heat, and so we're expecting that our people will be coming out. There is a steady pace coming out, but Corozal North has traditional scene, particularly this era, coming after lunch, and so we're just expecting people to actually come in and vote. It has been it's slow, but it has been a very steady pace.
What's your machinery looking like so far?
Well, we did what we had to do in terms of our machinery. I think we have everything is in place, and so it's just a matter for us to be able to get the votes out here.
So we know that this is, I believe, your third or fourth term running. Fourth, right? So earlier when we were out in the Bay, we noticed that there was a lack of support for your colleague, Mr. Hernan Rivera, whereas here in the north, you guys are much more organized. We looked under his tent, there was nobody there for him. Why do you think that is?
Well, bear in mind that Mr. Rivera came here
took on that mantle, and I will have to salute Mr. Earl for doing so at the very last minute into the elections, and so it did not give him the enough time for the preparation, enough time for the campaign, but more importantly, it did not give him the opportunity to do what he is capable of doing in a timely fashion. And so that is the only disadvantage that he has. But merely I'm telling the people of Corozal, look at the situation that we're living. For us, every election is a report card. 4 years into this administration, you evaluate, you decide how your life has affected you, how the economy is now performing, and how your economy, particularly your pockets today, is performing. That said, do a report card, and based on that, you actually make a decision today if you have not done so.
In the event that things do work out in your favor today, are you prepared to, look after your people for another term under a PUP government? Part of the reason why people are so reluctant to side with the opposing party is that even in the event that you guys do manage to secure a couple seats for the UDP, it will still be very difficult working under a PUP administration.
Well, it is never an easy task to work under any opposition. As an opposition, what I can tell you is it doesn't really matter how difficult things can get. It doesn't matter how scarce the resources can be. We still find ways to get in touch with our people. And I took my time to explain to people that while we were in government, there were certain services that we were able to offer as a consequence of us being in government. But in opposition, really, the resources are much more little. Bear in mind, I have a constituency of 11 communities, and so while we do get some funds, we did get some funds at the time through the constituency, but managing 2,500 families is not an easy task for us. But we took on the challenge, and here we are fighting for the cause for the people.
Thank you, Mr. Hugo. Good luck today.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so here in the Corozal North, there's just a little bit under 2,000 registered voters here at this polling station. So far, I believe only just under about 200 have turned out for the morning, so things should begin to pick up as we move into the afternoon. So my name is Jomari Lanza. Here I am with Channel 7 and XTV's Big Shilling do Ting. Stay tuned.
For that update from Corozal, we heard from Hugo Pat just now. And from the Corozal interviews, I didn't know if we could take a look at the voter turnout and the numbers. We wanted to go over the numbers a bit. And then we would get your take on that, Mr. Damian Goff, because we're looking at the numbers trickling in, and it appears that it's a bit stunted or a bit slow as of right now. I know that you made a comment earlier that could possibly pick up within the next few hours, but right now we're looking at the numbers, and the numbers right now, these are the total amount of registered voters, 197,018, and the ballots cast so far are 48,690. But we have some numbers off to the side showing us specifically the voter turnout in the north. This is for the Corozal North, Bay, Southeast, and Southwest. But the numbers haven't made a big jump to what Jaden and I had saw earlier. So I don't know if, Mr. Goff, you can give your take on that, because you spoke earlier and said that, it will jump, the voter turnout will jump. But right now, even with what you're hearing from the Standard Bearers, a lot of them are saying, oh, please come out and vote, please come out and vote. And when we were seeing footage from around the country, we saw some footage, Jaden and I, from Keycocker, there was no one out. So what is your take on that with this kind of slow movement of voters today?
All right. There are several things to look at where the voter turnout is concerned. Mm-hmm. Overall, at the macro level, I don't want to search for words, but for many people, most voters today is an almost, for lack of a better word, inconsequential election. Most people feel, pundits, analysts alike, that the PUP is going to retain government. So that's why I use the word inconsequential, but I'm using it sparingly.
Okay.
Because it is a very important election and will have very meaningful consequences for the country moving forward. But by and large, in elections where it is anticipated that the incumbent party will hold on and retain government, your voter turnout tends to be lower than in a swing year. Like the last elections where the UDP lost en masse the way it did, there was a much higher turnout. Additionally, election day trends in Belize show that there is always a big push early. All the political parties usually try to get their machineries in the voting lines when the polls open at 7. And so at 7 o'clock, you may have 100 people in the line. Majority of those will be workers that are a part of a machinery. Then you normally hit a lull where it starts going down anytime 10:30, carrying through until about now. A lot of people remember today is a holiday.
Yes.
People will have their children at home. People aren't at work.
Very true.
Lunch have to cook.
Yeah.
Certain people will now then get those things out of the way for the first part of the day, and you will see a bit of a spike climbing into the early part of the afternoon, and then you will see a big push post 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Right.
A lot of the machineries for the respective constituencies right now at midday will be doing their midday reconciliations, pulling their numbers in, see where their numbers are in terms of their pledges, what their outstanding voter list looks like, so that they can spend the afternoon targeting specific areas that they may need to push in. If they may be underperforming at one polling station as opposed to another, they know how to redirect their resources and efforts.
Right. And speaking of performance at polling stations or just overall, we're going to take, to your point, we're going to take a look at some footage. And I mean, just to really see, this is just a little bit of footage and friction that's going on. I mean, I think one of the footage was taken by someone who was under the influence as well, but of someone who was under the influence. So there's a little bit of friction going on just within the different polling stations with people getting into, and this is specifically in Corozal.
I was going to say, this looks like somewhere up north because I said it came truck, but
so
usually the Norteños in general take their elections. Things run hot up there quick.
Yeah, so unfortunately this is something that has happened in Corozal. There was an issue with a driver who was possibly under the influence.
And that's why on days like today, they don't sell alcohol. The stores aren't open to sell alcohol. Even stores that are open will have freezers locked off and that sort of thing, no? Because tempers are usually already flaring.
Yeah.
Both in terms of emotions and heat.
Yeah.
So that's why you would see no alcohol being sold on election day, but people will keep their little stock and that sort of thing, no?
Yeah, unfortunately. So
unfortunately, it looks like it was diffused.
Thank goodness, before it escalated.
Fairly easily before it could escalate into anything.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues too that happens usually during the elections. We see time and time again every year. By the end of the day, I know a lot of people, including myself, I can speak for myself, is that I don't want to be outside after a certain time because I do not want to be around, this friction that happens due to, drinking and emotions running high and voters, really being committed to their party and clashing at polling stations against an opposing party. And that's unfortunate that happens, but it happens every year.
And that is why, too, for example, the elections and boundaries unit would go to great extents to make sure that, one, parties respect the 100-yard line, and two, that there is enough space and distance between the tents for the rival parties and so on, because there have been incidences in the past where, again, emotions start running, the heat of the day, you have a little bit of alcohol in your system, and before you know it, somebody walk past, one flag brush them, and it could escalate.
Yes. But, I mean, yes, the polling station, they're in the same general area, but I don't know if the distance is far enough, because obviously, this happened, and...
Yeah, well, you can see it there. They're still relatively close to one another. Even out here on Albert Street, some of
they are relatively close.
The space is so limited for you to be able to put your tents anyway. And both parties will want to try to be as close to or not only both, but all the machineries will want to try to be as close as they possibly can to that 100-yard line, so they can appeal to the voters that they want to reach out to.
Right. And that makes sense, but at the same time, thinking of safety and thinking of how every year this happens, so there needs to be things put into place to prevent that. And I know that the commissioner spoke to us earlier, saying that the police would be out in full force today and people don't have to worry about security, but that's still an issue, as we can see, and it will get... unfortunately, the friction is expected as the day goes on.
Yes, it's still an issue, and kudos to the police. They have a very important role to play today in terms of keeping the order, keeping the peace, providing reassurance to the voter that it will be okay for them to come out and that sort of thing. No? So it is as equally important on them for the success of what any election is on any election day.
Right. So unfortunately, we're speaking of this now. There's another altercation, red versus blue. This is, I believe, in Corozal as well.
This looks like same Corozal again.
And San Narciso, Corozal. Again, look, there's another altercation that's happening. Thank God the police is there. As you mentioned, the police, we're grateful for the police that they're coming out in full force today to try to diffuse any friction and any situations that may potentially escalate. Yes, we want...
And you will have instances like these occurring in those divisions where...
Yeah, this, it looks like someone's under the influence.
This looks like Corozal Southwest. I saw one of the shirts just now, but in constituencies or divisions where you can be considered that they're in play.
Okay. Yes.
For either side, it's in play for either side. Those are the divisions where you might see tempers flaring a little higher than somewhere else, because every vote on that day will count. In places like Albert, Queen Square, even Corozal Southwest here, places where both sides will be scrapping for every vote. You will have instances like these, because it will be everything comes under scrutiny and everything is in play in terms of what you can challenge, what you can argue, from assisting a voter in a wheelchair.
Right.
There's likely to be challenges and pushbacks with who could go in with the voter, because if the red voter and one person from the red machinery is escorting that person in, the blues might push back and vice versa.
Yeah.
That's the nature of what elections are in highly contested, open, toss-up kind of areas.
Okay. And it's unfortunate. Like I said, it's still early in the day and we're already having friction. So please, people, let's be safe out there. Please, 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 let's be safe. We know tempers are going to flare. Tempers are going to be high. That's great that people are coming out to vote. We want the voter turnout to be great for people to exercise their right to vote, but not to go beyond that and to allow emotions to get the best.
Right, and as I was saying, in some constituencies, if you look at it, even though I opened by saying that, by and large, the term that the inconsequential nature of the election, there's still very much high stakes at play. If you look at the UDP, they will they're still, at the end of the day, despite all the division that's there, they're trying to garner as many seats as they possibly can.
Yeah.
The UDP has identified a certain number of seats that they figured they can target and that could be in play.
Yeah.
And so in those areas, they're going to have their machineries heightened a bit to try to, again, push for every vote, because this election will be an election where every vote will matter.
Will count, exactly. Is there something you wanted to add to that?
Well, actually, that was exactly what I wanted to discuss, because surprisingly in Corozal, where these altercations are happening, these are the constituencies where the UDP are only fielding one candidate.
Right.
So I want to know, when we're looking at, the electoral divisions as a whole, where the double candidates from UDP are fielded and the single candidates are, is it some sort of strategy, or is it just a magnification of the division that's going on in the UDP?
Well, from my knowledge of what has been happening, the Tracy faction has not sought to put candidates in divisions where they were already duly elected or duly endorsed.
Okay.
Where they have sought to put their candidates is in the areas where they hadn't had any established candidate as before.
Mm-hmm.
In some of the areas where there's no pretty way to say this, no diplomatic way to say this, in some of the areas where they may have only fielded one candidate, it's fairly safe to make the assumption that they may have written off some of those constituencies.
Yeah.
Being in opposition, as Honorable Ugo Pat mentioned just now, election days are harder because you have a lot less resources. When you're in government, you have the resources of being in government to be able to help oil your machinery, so to speak.
Yeah.
So it becomes harder then, and any good opposition has to be careful and target their resources.
Right.
So you'll see in some of those constituencies where there's only one UDP candidate per se, it could be a case where they said, you know what, but we'll just let that play out how it plays out.
Right. And we'll continue this conversation, gentlemen, but we're going to go now to our correspondent in Toledo. This is Oscar Requeño. They're talking to Oscar Requeño.
Good day, everyone. We're here once again with Mr. Oscar Requeño, incumbent candidate for the Toledo West Division. Sir, we caught up again with you this afternoon, as we said. You might think we'd stalk you a little bit, but we've been visiting around all the different polling stations. We're here at the Toledo Christian Academy, polling station 128, here in the Toledo West. How are you feeling? What are your vibes that you're getting from all the places that you're visiting so far?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, Toledo West. Good afternoon, Belize. We're here, as you said, at Emery Grove polling station. It's a happy feeling. It's a good feeling. We have put in the work. The people are coming out. They're voting. And we certainly are feeling very optimistic, that the results are going to be what we are waiting for.
What we're seeing so far from all the polling stations we visited is that a high percentage of the voters are coming out. We just left Blue Creek, and out of the 866 people that can vote there, over 500 have voted already. We're looking at the total number for Toledo West, which is at last count at 11, was a little bit over 40%. Last election was 86%. Are you expecting you're going to get a bit of a higher number this year?
And a lot of people are working out, and unfortunately, a lot of people, are not able to come to vote. So the figures, might vary a little. We are doing everything that we can to accommodate those who want to come in, but we are confident that, I am predicting, anywhere between 70-75% of voter turnout. It can be higher than that.
So we can get a prediction from you for Channel 7 News exclusive prediction. Sweeping victory for the POP here in Toledo West?
We are going to deliver. we are going to deliver in Toledo West.
All right, well, there you have it from Mr. Rekena himself for Channel 7 News XTV. We'll give you an update later on this afternoon. Big Shilling, do Ting.
There you heard it from our correspondent out there in Toledo. We'll continue with another interview coming from Toledo West. I believe it's from the other party as well.
Good morning, Belize. Sorry, we are edit that. Good day, Belize, and good day to all those in studio. This is Juan again with Channel 7 News and XTV. We are here in Blue Creek Village, and we're here with one of the main guys as part of the UDP camp. And your name, sir?
Mauricio Ak.
Mauricio Ak, and he's going to update us with how the voting has been throughout the morning.
So far, people are coming out. A total of 866 voters registered here to vote, to cast their vote. But for right now, it's only 496 have already cast their vote so far.
Okay.
It's like a 52%.
Nice.
But we are expecting more people to come in, and we have some people that are coming in to vote in the afternoon. Yes, and then so far we know that we will have a good result.
It's been looking good?
Yes, sir.
Has it been a majority of UDP voters that have come out this morning?
It looks like that, sir.
Looks like that.
Yes.
And what villages are voting at this location?
Mabelha, Santa Teresa, Pointe, San Benito Pointe,
okay,
and Aguacate, Jordan, Blue Creek. Those are the only villages that are registered here to vote.
I know those villages are not near, right? So most of these villages are far apart from each other. How are you getting the people from all these villages to Blue Creek?
We are trying our utmost best to get them out with vehicles, cycle, whatsoever. We are doing our best to bring them in to cast their vote because we believe that we deserve better.
So even motorcycles, picking up one or two people, bringing them in, all of that in the back of pickup trucks, whatever, by any means necessary, you're bringing out people.
That's right, sir. Yes, that's it. We are trying our best to get our people to cast their vote because we're here to win.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, I can see behind you, you have some folks that are working, I guess, counting, checking the list, and then you have some other supporters standing by. Do you have anyone that's present in the actual polling station working with you?
We have our scrutineers right there.
You have your scrutineers,
yes,
so that's
sir.
how you're getting updated numbers
yes.
to time. All right. Well, thank you, sir, once again. We wish you the best, and we hope that the voters keep coming out, and we hope that you keep bringing them out. All right. Once again, this is Juan for Channel 7 News and XTV. Big Shilling, do Ting.
Thank you so much, Juan, for that update. Areas are a bit more than others, and we're expecting that the voter turnout will increase as the day goes on. But you notice that in some areas there are more people.
No, but in an area like that, Toledo West, that's I think 20-something villages.
Yeah, so
that's rural Toledo. Toledo East is the majority of the PG township and a few surrounding communities. Toledo West is all of those villages that run all the way out to the border communities and so on. Those are vast areas to try to cover, particularly for an opposition that is underfinanced and without a lot of resources. It'll be hard to get your votes out. And again, in an election where by and large people may have already seen a foregone conclusion. It's difficult sometimes for you to send, in their case, a bus into a village, and it's only going to be maybe picking up a handful of people.
Right.
It may be easier to try to see how they coordinate that with people in the villages to try to get personal vehicles and reimbursements for fuel and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and that's a lot to work out. For their representatives in that area. But we're going to continue this conversation as we move with another interview, and this will take us to Dangriga, and this interview is with Cyril. We know that he was representing Dangriga
He's one of the
as well.
independents.
So, yeah, as an independent. So let's hear from Cyril in Dangriga.
Big Shillings, do things. I'm here in Dangriga at polling station 95 with the man of the hour, independent candidate Cyril. Cyril, how are you doing?
Fantastic. I feel good. I'm feeling great. It's a pivotal moment here in Dangriga. This is a very, very important moment for everybody to, witness. I don't think we ever had a moment where there has never been a candidate for the United Democratic Party. It has never happened in such a way where an independent candidate has made it this far and made this type of impact, right? The hearts of the community, the mind. And what I say to every Belizean, every Dangrigan and Sarawi Hope Creek, it is my face, it is my person that is in the forefront, but we have energies, collective energies coming together, to create this feeling, to create this awareness. So I'm feeling great, man. I'm feeling very, very proud and happy to be here.
Yeah. Cyril, I saw you on the campaign trail. I saw your team on the campaign trail. How has it been? What are the voters or the potential voters telling you or asking you about?
You know what I experienced, my brother, what is so beautiful and interesting is that when we go and campaign, or even when we're not intentionally campaigning, just walking around, we have folks coming to us, telling, hey, you don't reach the area, we want to see you, we want to see your face. We have some of our elders where they hear about you, they got your back, but they want to say that who that is Cyril Uruwe. Okay. Some people have heard of me, they've heard my name, but they can't really put a face to it. So the campaigning has been great. This is the people's campaign. I share a story, I believe, on Channel 5 where my brother came to me and just passed a $50 in my hand and said, yo, give this to your campaign, put this to our gas. So while we have, I think people are used to getting paid to vote, we have people coming to us and lending their support. We have individuals who own their own private vehicles that are saying, hey, just give me gas and I can pick up people here. So this is the people's campaign, my brother.
Okay, so that has to, a feeling has to be that pretty much people believe in you. And
absolutely.
They want a change, as you said, as your trade states, no? Well, Cyril, I'm going to thank you for your time because the day is going to be long. About 6 o'clock again, I'm going to check back with you.
Absolutely. You have the number as
yes,
well.
Man, sure.
Enough thanks, my brother. Bye, Mr. Remy.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do things, big shillings, I'm out.
All right. And that was an interview with Cyril in Dangriga. He is there as an independent.
Those are going to be interesting constituencies to watch where you don't have an opposition candidate from the UDP.
Right.
Both factions of the UDP have chosen to throw their support behind independent candidates in those constituencies where the UDP had been unable to field a candidate or where people had withdrawn before or after nomination day.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how those independents perform, how much of that opposition vote they can garner. You will hear a lot of stories like that where it's people just wanting to help because they may still believe in the process of democracy, in the system of democracy, in wanting to have an option. Whether that change can realistically come or not, people are supportive of the idea of at least having an option if I want to consider an option.
Yeah.
And so those are important constituencies to watch, just to see how they may perform in comparison to traditional independent.
I agree. Yeah. Is there something you wanted to add with that?
No, I'm fine. I think I'm getting off after this. So there's just one thing I wanted to get off my chest. I think when you said that this, not inconsequential, but really it's predictable in a way because we know the general sentiment is, we know who's going to retain power. But what it's consequential for the UDP because it determines whether we're going to have a strong opposition.
Oh, it's very much.
Yes, and whether the vision and the plan, Belize 2.2 and all of that, are we going to get someone in the House who's going to be able to challenge those ideas and see really if the track we're on is the right track?
As I said, inconsequential might not have been the best choice of word because it is very much an important election for the opposition, regardless of the factions and the split. it is a very, very important election for the opposition for everything that you just said. Right now, the opposition has had 5 seats. If for whatever reason they should regress and end up with less seats, it's going to be a really challenging time for democracy in Belize. You never want to see a situation where any particular party has such blind power and control in the House. And so it is very much at the macro level, for the sake of the country, for the sake of democracy, for the sake of a proper governmental system, to have a fully functioning, properly functioning opposition. And then again at the party level, the election today should clear up, hopefully, for the opposition, for the UDP, where they are with their leader. No? Depending on which one of the factions prevails in terms of the number of seats they're able to garner. They won't even need to go back to court if I'm to look at it that way. No? If supporters of the Tracy faction win, say, 3, 4 seats, 5 seats, 10 seats, I don't know what, they could end up in a situation whereby she would be the undisputed leader. And the same for Mr. Barrow. If he and his supporters end up winning out more seats, it'll set the stage for clearly defining exactly what you're saying, a properly established opposition, and then we move forward from there.
I think the PUP are in a very comfortable position right now. When we went to the interview with the incumbent Prime Minister, he said, yes, it's a very noble thing for him to say, but he said, it doesn't matter who you vote for, just come out and vote.
Right.
He was one of the only who could say something like that because his constituency is pretty much confirmed, as well as his administration.
Yeah. At the end of the day...
And we'll continue this conversation, gentlemen, but we have an interview coming in from Ralston Fraser in Belmopan. So I think this is one of the first that we're hearing from Belmopan. So let's go to Belmopan. Ralston Fraser.
LJ Wade reporting from Belmopan with the Big Shilling, do the thing. I'm here with the UDP standard bearer, Mr. Ralston Fraser. How are the feelings today? Because today is a big day, So how are you feeling today?
This is it. For those of you who would understand this, I'm at peace. I'm at peace. The traffic is not as high as I thought it would have been, at least up to this point. But traditionally, it would pick up maybe at around 2 or so. But even in the mornings, I have observed that the traffic is still lower than what it normally would have been, in my opinion. But I'm good. I'm at peace. I'm at peace.
So this is not your first time to run in politics, but it is the first time for this level, at the general election.
Yes, it is.
Was there any nervousness with this first time?
Actually, the short answer to that is no, LJ. As I said, I was always at peace because I must confess, this is not necessarily in my plan book. This was not in my plan book. If I was using my own plan book for my life, this was not going to be in that plan book. Now, I'm not saying that I don't want to do this or I regret doing this, because anything that my Father God wants me to do and I didn't want to do it because I realize He wants me to do it, then it becomes my passion to do it. And that's where I am right now.
So let's talk about the machinery. Are you having problems bringing out people to support you? I mean, compared to maybe Saldiva and Neera's camp, your one seems to be the smaller one.
Yes. Actually, it is. And in terms of bringing out people to support me, this is one of the lines that have always offended me. See, LJ, if you are going to vote for me, I want that vote to be of your free will. I don't want it to be because I convinced you to vote for me. I know that is the traditional politics, but I would much rather prefer that you do that of your own free will. So in terms of a machinery, we intentionally don't try to measure up to the machinery of the other two camps because it's not our philosophy. I believe that every person out there who has a vote, that's their power, that's their personal right, that's their constitutional right for them to exercise as they please. And I believe that they should exercise that right without trying to be swayed otherwise.
So a little bit under 6 hours left until the polls close. What are you going to be doing in the meantime from now until then?
what I have been doing, the San Martin camp, the San Martin station, the St. Michael station, the Compress station. That's what I've been doing, just going around to these 3 stations, making sure that my people under my tent are okay, they are doing what they're supposed to be doing, they're getting the information they needed, and to allow for those people who would prefer to vote for me to see that, yes, I'm here and I'm around.
So 2 red on the ballot, do you think that will confuse the people that have been upon when they voted?
You know what? I run a joke with my team, and I said, look at this. If you look at the ballot, you'll see a red at the top for Ralston Fraser. And then you see a red at the bottom for John Saldivar. And what do you see separating the two?
A blue.
A blue. So PUP is actually separating the red on the ballot paper.
So it is an advantage.
That works for me, yeah. I'm at the top. That had nothing to do with us. That has everything to do with whatever the process is that election and boundaries take.
So predictions for us. Predictions when the counting done.
Yes. When the counting, have you ever heard about the underdogs?
Yes, of course.
When the counting down is done, the underdogs will be celebrated.
All right. Thank you so much.
That is my prediction.
Yes, sir.
My brother.
So that was Mr. Fraser from Belmopan signing off.
All right. Thank you so much for that update from Belmopan. So we're hearing a lot of predictions, a lot of big talking coming from both parties and independents. And nothing will say the result until at the end of the day when we see the numbers coming in. And we will go to a break shortly. But before we do that, we wanted to hear back from you, Jaden, in regards to what we were talking about earlier. And with the independent party, I wanted to bring that up because earlier Jaden and I was talking about independence and the reform. We were talking about reforming the electoral system, and you've been doing this way longer than we have, I won't say, but we were talking about reform and that it seems like something that's impossible because there wouldn't be a need for reform because the people in power, why would they want to do that? And going back to your point of saying if there's you have such a big part of what you're doing, then you'll do whatever you want. So getting back to that point of political reform, do you foresee that that's something that could happen with the independents coming out and being supported like we saw with Cyril being supported in Dangriga?
I think back in and Jules and them may be able to go back into the archives to get some better clarity on the dates. I think there was a political reform commission that was established in the early 2000s.
Political reform commission.
It was led by guys like Dylan Vernon and Godwin Hulse and them.
Okay.
That commission actually produced something like 100 and something reform agenda items.
Wow.
I don't know what percentage of that has actually been out of that came things like a 13th senator but in there was even some recommendations for like elected Senate versus nominated Senate.
Okay, so it was proposed and considered.
There is a working document coming out of that from the early 2000s.
Okay.
We're 20 years on now. And as I said, don't hold me to this right here on the show today. We need to do some research on it. I can't quantify how many of those 100 and something recommendations have been
actually implemented
or achieved. But yes, there is absolutely a need for political reform. A huge part of that political reform needs to be the entire redistribution and rebalancing of the voter list. Mr. Enriquez's and them challenging for redistricting.
Mm-hmm.
Those are just some of the ways that reform needs to happen.
Yeah.
Redistributing that balance of power, that sort of thing. Those are necessary reforms. At some point in time, the discussion needs to continue about campaign financing.
Yeah, exactly.
All of those major issues fall under that big, wide umbrella of political reform. The more independents come into it, the more new blood comes into politics. You have had traditional families, so to speak, in politics in Belize for generations. For those who eventually get into power, it suits the power structure not to change it. But yes, I agree wholeheartedly that there should be some more commitment to
definitely.
reforms.
Definitely, yeah. And we're going to come back to this conversation, but we're going to take a break now. Gentlemen, I'd like to go ahead before we take this break to thank our sponsors, our corporate sponsors. We have to thank Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habet, Elections and Boundaries Department, of course, Benny's Home Center. We also have to thank our big Shilling sponsors, Belize Bank, Full Tech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jamie Price Pilling, J&N's Culture Kitchen, Cajalpech Village Resort, Rosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, and Human Dignity Trust. This is Channel 7 and XTV, Trem TV's Big Shilling the Ting, our coverage of the 2025 elections. We'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned.
We are reopening our
And good afternoon and welcome back to Big Shilling Ting. My name is Brandon Usher. I'm taking over for a little while here and I am still on set with Mr. Jaden Coleman, and next to him we have Mr. Harold Young, political analyst. So interesting things ahead, my people. But so far we have been covering this footage all over our nation, but I want to first begin with a footage, or some footage that we have.
Some footages.
Yes. Of one of the leaders of the UDP, Shine Barrow. So we have him here leaving his office here. Yeah. So we've been hearing all different types of things today about the gentleman.
There he is, yeah.
Yes. And now we have him leaving office, wondering where to next, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've been hearing so much. I wonder, like I said, is he going to another part or going to our next part?
Right. Well, earlier on, Tracy Panton, in an interview, said that he was leaving the country. He had a 2:45 or 3:45 flight, which doesn't matter, sometime in this afternoon. And so that was
confirmed, of course.
No, not confirmed at all. Let's say she said that on air, and at first my reaction was, she's.
It could be.
It could be. We don't know, but that's this. We need to get some more information.
We're going to
another area.
They go into different parts of
to support other candidates. Yeah.
Right, and we know that as of now, there's only 39.41% of Mesopotamia voters are out. So this is according to the General Elections Act, right?
Yes, the General Elections. Yeah.
And apart from that, we do have footage of the Prime Minister of Belize in Orange Walk Central doing his meeting and greeting, looking very confident as he's strolling through those streets. There he is. I always said this man here, and he had his style. And he has
on his "Hello Everybody" shirt.
Right, with one of his consultants there.
Yes.
Okay.
A bunch of.
Oh, and then we have this picture hugging Mr. Denny Grijalva. We know that he's from the Tracy faction.
Yes. And he's run against. I think he's run before.
Yeah.
He's been in politics before. He's still fairly young, but he's run before.
Quite confident. I
relaxed.
Yeah.
Well, the PUP have run a campaign where they generally, at least I haven't heard anybody really grandstanding in the sense of putting on anybody else. They pretty much just said, led by the Prime Minister, pretty much said, come out and vote, look at the record, and if you think your things are better off than you were 4.5 years ago, vote for us. Come out and vote. And they haven't taken, unless they were asked, at least the ones I've seen, where they haven't taken padlock shots at the UDP. They've commented. If they asked, they're like, yeah, they're a mess, we wish they weren't a mess. Of course, that's what they should say. Yeah, so they have run that sort of campaign, and I think I got a first glimpse of how beyond public, but how graphic it was with the factions of the UDP was when I heard an ad with Lee Mark against Shine, and then Shine against Lee Mark, and I'm like, okay, but you all are not running against really, you all are competing for the same pot of votes, right? The real person you should be is Mr. Ellis, and that doesn't, it doesn't have to be 50-50 as peeling off of 10%, 15, 20% of the votes could make a big difference.
It can, and we've been having this discussion earlier, Harold, in that, for me, I feel like it opens a blanket. It opens a floodgate, throwing out a blanket, putting out different UDP candidates and PUP candidates in one area, and who catch, right? And it doesn't matter about stealing votes from each other's UDP.
No.
Why UDP to get the vote?
Grabbing in, yeah.
Right, it's grabbing vote. And I feel like it's such a unprecedented and dangerous move at the same time. Again, I don't know why it is allowed to happen.
Well, I know what you mean by allowed. I know who should stop it, besides the parties who are actually fighting each other. Well, I heard something on the other thing before.
Sorry, Harold. I believe we do have an interview coming in from Kaya, the O'Brien brothers. Right. So let's cue that in.
Yeah.
Big Shilling do Ting. This is Election Day 2025, and I think I have the interview of the day. So if we back out a little bit, let me introduce you to Stephen O'Brien and Hugh O'Brien. And as you notice, they are on different sides of the color campaign, and they're loving each other. And then, of course, behind me, who is running for the constituents, is Mark O'Brien. So, gentlemen, we are in front of the nation, love of country, family, God, politics. Talk to me a little bit about how it's going.
Well, first of all, let me say a pleasant good morning, good afternoon to viewers, listeners across the country. Like many people believe that Cairo Central is the battleground. I don't believe it is the battleground. I believe that we got the victory before the race even started. I'm confident about the work as a campaign manager for my younger brother. We knocked on doors. We planted seeds of love, and the trees is bearing pure love.
You think it will bear today?
I believe that the love that has been shared and the love is spreading, and I think that we will be victorious at the end of the day.
All right. How do these conversations go, Hugh? It's good to see you. You're on the other side of the camp, the incumbent, and so this is a very important day right across the board.
Well, just for clarity, Cairo Central is the competition here. I have stayed out of the competition because the family ties are more important to me than any political ties. I have played a key role in Belize's national development. I have a key factor in the preparation of Plan Belize 1.0. I've played a key role in the agricultural development strategy and incorporation into Plan Belize 2.0. So nationally, I want to see the People's United Party win. I want to see them win by a significant margin. But as a nationalist and a person who loves Belize and respect and want to preserve our democracy, I would want to see the UDP win 5 or 7 seats.
Right. Now, how do these family reunions work?
Well, we all come from a family of love. Our parents nurtured the love in us, our grandparents, and so while we might be on both political side of the fence, we have always been very active in our community. We are community activists. It does not matter which party we support. We love our people, we love our community. We will do it through sports, we will do it through education. We care for the elderly, we care for the needy, we care for the children, and we will continue to do that. It doesn't matter win, lose, or draw. We will continue to work. But we want to. My brother, the younger brother, decided that he wanted to enter the political race because he believed that by representing the people, he will be able to get more resources to do much more, to do grander things, bigger things for the people of Cairo Central and Santa Elena. And eventually, one day, when the Almighty, the good Lord, allows him to be a minister of government, he will be able to do big things for Belize and big things for our country. So it's his dream.
When your younger brother came and
Have an interview from the O'Brien brothers. Jaden, I want to bring you into this conversation here. What do you think about brothers running against each other for politics?
I think the way it looks, from here, looking at it, it looks like a very clean competition, and that's good because we don't have enough clean politics here in Belize. Things get really dumb and dirty. But I want to, just something I've been analyzing with each interview, it's like the PUP are exuding just unbridled confidence. Whereas, with the exception of this one, it's like the UDP, the major focus for them, what's underpinning all their interviews and the answers to these questions, are the lines within their own party. There's already the party line, blue and red, and then within their party there's more lines. And it's like, what I hope this confidence from the PUP translates into is really not the comfort that, you're now going to... The general sentiment, like Mr. Damien here on the last segment said, is that the PUP are going to retain leadership. for the most part. So I'm hoping that the comfort that they have, that the Prime Minister has, walking around, shaking hands, saying that, it doesn't matter who you vote for, just come out and vote. I hope it translates into at least a reanalysis of what they're already doing. Their plan believes and what they're doing. It's not a picture-perfect plan to have they confirm that it is.
And the funny part about that is that Julius Espat actually got on air in one interview and saying that I hope, we just need to humble with self, we need to practice humility and things like that. Kind of, throwing a little stone to his party like, look, we need to relax now. So seeing the confidence today, do you feel like that's out the door? Humility is out the door?
I think they get a chance. For today, we can give them a pass, to celebrate what they have done. Because, as far as the numbers look, the budget presentations, it's bulletproof. They're right. When they were elected and they swung it from the UDP, when they usurped the UDP, they did what they were supposed to do. They came in here and the numbers look good. Consumer confidence is up. GDP is up. National debt is down. Yes, but there are multiple dimensions to nation building, to developing a nation, and it doesn't just include the economy. What are we going to do about representation for women? He addresses that multiple times, the incumbent Prime Minister. When are we going to get serious about that? When are we going to get serious about electoral reform? There's multiple dimensions we can look into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for bringing up all those things, Jaden. And we've met before, so Jaden and I know each other. We're not buddies yet, but one of these days, because I think this young man has a lot of good things going for him. But there are a number of things. First of all, I'm glad you're giving them a pass for today. Let them be confident for today. But at the same time, I was around when UDP won, when PP only won 3 seats. And I remember everybody saying, I hope the UDP is going to be not arrogant. I mean, So give them a break for today, at least. But we need to hold them to the fire. Absolutely, absolutely. Constitutional reform, that's my jam, that's my thing, So, and the last guest talked about the 2000 constitutional reform issue. I'll just say some couple of things briefly. That was led by Dr. Vernon.
Sorry, Harold.
Yeah, need to go? Good.
Yes, we need to go because we have the elusive
that's more important.
Sister B in the Queen Square division.
Way more important.
Very elusive. Let's cue that in. Yes. Here we have the UDP candidate for Godwin Haylock, correct? And Sister B there.
Is it an interview or just a picture of her?
Just footage.
Oh, it's just footage? Yes. Oh, I was excited about the interview.
Right. She doesn't give interviews.
Yeah.
Right?
Well.
So, this is.
But the dynamics of this is important. Because Haylock is on Tracy Panton's
faction, correct?
Faction. So this is an important thing.
It's an endorsement of sorts for Godwin Haylock.
Yes, no, it is. She's like his mom.
Yeah, well, you could say that. I mean, he has been working
very close with
Sister B for so long
time. Yeah.
No, and we've like I said, finally we've seen some sighting of Sister B in the area, or in news or on TV.
On TV, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We see. I am told that we have a voter from Keycocker as well that we'll queue in.
Absolutely, comes first.
Going through to that. Big Shilling, the Ting.
Hello again, this is Sasha Ealer reporting for XTV and 7 News. We are in Keycocker for Belize Rural South. At this moment we have Miss Susan with us. Can you explain to us what the day has been like for you?
Well, honestly, it's been really slow. There's barely any voters coming out. I don't know where they're hiding and why. Come out and vote, guys. We have a few more hours left. Lines are short, so you won't wait too long.
And what do you think is the reason people are not voting? What are they saying on the island?
Well, everybody has different reasons. Some of them, they're saying they're not seeing stuff getting done for the island. I have no idea what are the other reasons. Other people want more money.
Oh, sorry, what the money. Well, let's hope that part is not true. But what do you expect later? I know
The last time it was last minute that people started to come out when the polls are most time to close. So
is it this is a tourist destination and have work?
We have a lot of people working today still, yes. Earlier.
Yes. And there we have one of the voters from Keycocker. But Harold, just before we went to the footage, you were speaking to Jaden about, I think, a reform.
The reform, yeah. So very quickly, the reform led by Dr. Vernon in 2000 or around that time was, there are two ways of, well, not only two ways, but there are two major ways of looking at constitutional reform, and his was one of them where they put together some, a group, a committee, basically, a commission, a group, but they're handpicked people that have a skill or interest in it, and they do the work, consult it, and come back.
Okay.
What wasn't mentioned in the last segment is that there has been some constitutional movement. There's a constitutional commission that hasn't handed in a report yet. But the approach to it was completely different. The approach was the government passed a law, gave the mandate to the commission, and said, okay, all the civil organizations, not all, but 20-something of the civil organizations, you put in your reps, right? And you all work out what you think, some kind of suggestion, reform, draft, and then you hand it in. Now, that's a different approach, because these people are, they have their special interests, but they're not constitutional reform people.
Right.
It has its advantages, too, because then it brings in the community and it brings in the interest into it, as opposed to putting not talking heads, but just people with expertise who may not be in contact with wide swaths of the population. So it's yet to see what happens with that. My critique of all of it is that it doesn't go deep enough. What's coming out will not be deep enough. It's tinkering, what's called tinkering. And I think that the system, and I have not gotten a lot of traction with this, and that's fine, but we need serious reform. We need a new approach to how our electoral process is set up and how we are governed. Now, some of what is here can be used.
I think we do have an Corozal, Southwest Martin River Road. We do have an interview with him. See what he has to say.
A pleasant good morning. We are here in the beautiful village of Libertad, Corozal, Southwest Division, at polling station number 50. With us, we have UDP candidate, Mr. Martin Rivera.
That's right.
You are a hard man to find, Mr. Martin. Where have you been this entire morning?
Good morning, audience, and thank you a lot for sparing the time and the lookout for me. I have been busy around, I have been checking the 3 polling stations. I am so happy that in San Narciso we're doing great. Santa Clara polling station 51, we're doing great also. Now I came to fix up Libertad. We're going to fix Libertad right now, and I am sure we're going to get Libertad also. Things are very slow since it's early, but surely we're going to increase the popularity and increase the numbers in the polls. And that's why I'm here, because we need to bring out for our people want a change, and they are really trying to get the money that is being paid around. So we already told them, take the money. This money belongs to you. This is the same money that you paid to the high taxes from this government. So it's time to you to get something and still go and vote for Martin. Yes.
What are you doing differently from your opponent in regards to bringing out your voters?
I went house to house visit as a traditional politician, and I went and I heard the concerns of our people, and we spoke about different approaches of dealing with the situation that is a national situation, the high cost of living, and also the high cost of fuel, the job opportunities, the deteriorated health system, the education that has been manipulated and has been distorted, limited education opportunities, and we already told them as young what are our plans for the future. And one of the things I want to mention here, that as a young politician, as young people, As a youth, we need to take care of our country. We need to come out today and vote for a better future of Belize. We want better. You deserve better, We cannot let these people to continue strangulating our country. If we want a better future for us, we need to stand now. Today is the day. Go and make the positive change. Vote for the UDP. You have given them enough time, 4 years and a half, and things looks very hard for everybody. And youths, you need to come out. We need better politicians in the future also. We need transparency, and we need you on board. Please come out and vote for a change that will definitely serve your people, that is going to help your families and your offsprings too.
What do you think of that interview there? But you're right there on the spot. Right? That's what they brought me in for.
No, seriously. I like his enthusiasm. He's in politics. I like that too. I like people out there putting themselves out, and I give kudos to everybody who puts themselves out. And that's not questioning their but I take issue with some of the things he said, of course. I mean, I feel, tying that into political reform, I say all the things he's talking about, everybody agrees we need these things looked at. We need these things changed. Nobody comes up and say, I don't want more transparency. Right? Nobody says that, right? But my point is that the system, the electoral system, and the structures that we have do not promote that. And we keep saying we want better leaders. And I had an interview with somebody, a retired leader who was very high up in government at one point. And the person gave me the same answer at the end. He said, well, we need better people to go in. I said, so you were not one of the better people when you went in? Is that what you're saying?
Good question.
Right? What happened? So my point is that, yes, we need better people to go in. But we need a system to support better people. What it does is trample you.
And you were talking about the system when you were talking about the 2000 political reform. You said the reform does not go deep enough, and that something like that will never go deep enough. And earlier in the coverage...
No, I didn't say it would never... Yeah, true, it will never go deep enough under the current environment.
Yeah, under the current environment, yes. And earlier in the coverage, Miriam and I were talking about when does this reform have to happen? Does it have to happen in one administration? And I contended that it does, because there's a very serious problem with when one administration leaves office and the other is succeeded. There's like this very contrarian philosophy where I can't touch anything you were associated with.
Exactly. I cannot endorse what you said more. It needs to be clean, a change.
So how do we do this?
Well, hold on. Let me say one more thing. Yes, we can talk about how we can do it. We can say one more thing about the country fraud. If this election, let's just say if, right? If this election produces 31-0, that is one of the ultimate indictments of the system.
Yes, correct.
It's telling us that this does not represent, it's not equitable. Because you would have 30-something% maybe that voted for a party that got no representation.
Right.
And it's not unique to Belize. People say, oh, Belize is terrible. No, it's not unique to Belize. This is going on right now in Barbados.
Barbados, yes, correct.
Right? Prime Minister Motley, who I have great admiration for and respect, has 30 seats. And so I think that's an indictment of the system, and our system is structured for that to happen. Not only can that happen, last point on this before we fix it, not only can that happen, that could happen with 31 votes. A party could win each constituency with 1 vote.
Right.
So out of how many tens of thousands of votes, you win 31 more than the other side, and you win all the seats. That is not the way to go. So that has not served us well.
So then what would you say is the way to go?
Well, I'm not going to be prescriptive and say, Harold Young is saying do it this way. I'm saying there are ways to look at it. There's list systems. I don't know if I want to go into all that right now, but there are list systems. There are different ways of doing proportional representation that avoids factionalism and sectarianism. So there are ways to look at it. There are formulas and things. And I'm not talking theoretically. These are things that work in other countries. We can look at what's done, take what we like, put it together, and see what that looks like in Belize. Now, to your point about not doing it incrementally, that's the term, right? Tinkering is incremental.
Right.
So if you do a change and you change, if something isn't working, like if say one aspect of it is a little unforeseeable, so then you fix that, right? You tweak that.
So I'm being told that we have an interview with the Orange Walk Central, Denny Grijalva, coming up.
Good afternoon, viewers. Good afternoon, everyone in studio. This is William Smith reporting from Orange Walk Central, and we're coming from with Mr. Denny Grijalva, the United Democratic UDP candidate for Orange Walk Central, and we're here at San Francisco Roman Catholic School. Mr. Denny, how are you today? How's your machinery going as we go into the day for this 2025 general election here in Orange Walk Central?
Good afternoon, viewers. It's going well. It's going well. I think people, voters, are beginning to understand the importance for them to come out and cast their vote. Because before, I don't think they used to take it serious. But people is suffering right now because of the high cost of living, and that is causing people to come out and vote.
Okay, all right. How has the how I see that right now it's maybe a little bit slow. I guess it's maybe the time of the day, but from this morning to now, how has it been going with you bringing out your people?
Yeah, like you said, it's kind of slow. I think people are not too happy with what is being happening within the government and the UDP. I believe that is one of the reasons why people is a little reluctant to come out. But I believe that this afternoon people will start to come out.
Okay, well, I think they still have a couple more hours before the 6 p.m.
Exactly.
Cutoff time.
Exactly.
Okay, and will you be around when the counting happens again tonight at 8 o'clock?
Of course, I'll be around.
Okay.
We have to be around.
All right, well, Mr. Grijalva, I wish you all the best and today. All the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
Take care now.
There we have an interview with the UDP, one of the UDP candidates for Orange Walk. That's Mr. Denny Grijalva. I'm being told that we're trying to get the optics right for the UDP candidate for Belmopan, Ralston Fraser. But I want to go on you, Jaden. In terms of the reform, or here we are, I think we do have the interview lined up. Do we have it here?
All right, Chantal will be
yes, there we go. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're hearing us?
Good afternoon. This is Chantal Magdalena Petso reporting from polling station number 86 in Garden City, Belmopan for the big Shilling do Ting. I have with me one of the candidates running for the constituency of Belmopan, Mr. Ralston Fraser. Good afternoon, Mr. Fraser. How are you?
Good afternoon, Chantal. I'm good.
How are you mobilizing today?
My foot. My people walk out. My people come in their car. My people take a taxi. And they come and they do what they have to do, representing the change that Belmopan seeks.
I know that from the statistics that I have been reviewing for the day, voter turnout in Belmopan has been very low. Only 33% of the voters have casted their vote. How do you think that will affect you today?
Affect tends to send a negative connotation, but I think it will work for me. As I had said before, I see my people coming out. I visit all 3 polling stations here in Belmopan, and I see my people coming out. That gives me hope. That gives me an indication that within that 33% low turnout, I am in that mix.
If we compare the statistics with the numbers of people registered in Belmopan from 2020, in 2020 we had 8,000 plus voters, and this year we have about 10,000 plus voters, which means that eventually Belmopan will need to be split because the constituency has gone over the benchmark that a constituency should be. Do you believe that the new voters are mostly young people, and what did you do to convince those young people to come out and vote for you?
I used young people, and also there's a strategy that I employed. See, young people like to know that you don't take away their free will. You don't take away their independence. And whenever, traditionally, when this time comes around, with our flags, with our shirt, with our messages and so forth, we find ourselves in a position where we are convincing people not to make a decision between, but to vote for me, whomever me represent. I speak to the young people and I let them know, I'm not here to persuade you to vote for me. I would love it if you do, because I think I represent the change that you're seeking. But I want you to do so from your free will. I want you to do so because that's what you want to do, not because that's what you were told to do traditionally by your parents and your grandparents. It is because you looked at all three candidates, you informed yourself, and with the information you have, you can now make an informed decision.
Excuse me, Mr.
Fraser, no, it's a long day.
What did you vote for, Chantal?
Excuse me.
Did you vote for me?
I can't disclose that. Only me and my ballot paper knows that.
Excuse me, sir.
I want to thank you for your interview. Stay hydrated. It's a very hot day in Garden City, Belmopan, and we have a long day ahead. So,
excuse me, Mr. Fraser,
good
can you
luck
hear us?
on the results for today. And this is Chantal Magdalena Petso for the Big Shilling, reporting from Garden City, Belmopan.
All right, interesting topic there about young voters and young voters actually going to vote. Mm-hmm. From my experience and talking to others from the streets of Belize, they're not looking to come out to vote. They're generally not interested in politics. So how do you feel that we could mobilize the younger voters to come out and exercise their right?
Well, I think the way you can't do it is by pandering. A lot of ways that we try to get, politicians try to get young voters out is by pandering, to, start using buzzwords like progressive and technology. And really last month it was one of the words when the incoming Prime Minister said Plan Belize 2.0, he highlighted technology and moving forward with all these new ideas and systems. But really all you need to do is just to approach young people on a relatable level. We were talking about reform. You want to get people involved in reform. The people who are going to be doing the reforming, back then it was Dr. Vernon and his team who back then were pretty young, relatively young. Now the people who are going to be doing the reforming are around my age. And the way to get them in is, by starting to demystify all these concepts, all these voting systems, things that seem so complex, and really it sort of turns off the interest of young people. We live in a very data-driven, digitally driven society, and everything needs to happen. Whatever you're going to say, it needs to be said quickly, it needs to be said concisely. So really that's what I'm going to say. You have to be relatable, and you have to make sure that whatever message you're trying to send, you can do it in X amount of words, because no one's going to sit there and listen to your speech go on forever. So
and a part of that demystification to young persons out there, and we had a young candidate on Sun Up the other day, and he was talking about the minds of the young people saying, oh, you know what, we don't believe in no politician, we don't believe in this, anything like that. How would you get into their minds to change that? Especially with historic incidents that have occurred with politicians.
Well, the political landscape can be likened to like, you're in a schoolyard and you're playing kickball, and everybody kicks the ball to each other, and that's how the opinions are being exchanged, the discussion is being driven. But after a while, it looks like, in the yard right now, there's like two people, and, there's no discussion, there's no conflict of opinion, there's nothing going on, and that's where you have to kind of engage young people, tell them that, put forward your ideas and let's have a debate. Because debates are exciting. We're sitting here, we're having a conversation, and that's how we get engaged in the conversation and keep it going. So I think the way to do that is first, of course, it always starts with education. You get people in the classroom and you start developing them to have a dialogue, to share those opinions on paper or verbally. And then you get them into rooms and forums where they're competing. Well, not competing, that's the wrong word maybe, but exchanging ideas.
Interacting.
And that's how really you get them interested in politics.
Could raise a whole next generation of politicians.
No, I was going to say, I'm all about having younger people get involved. But I'll say that it's not a problem unique to Belize. United States, for example, or many countries spend oodles amount of dollars trying to get young people to get involved. So it's not particular to Belize. Not particular to Belize. The other thing, and I pointed this out before, some times ago, on one hand, you want the old people like me to get out of the way and give young people a chance. And on the other hand, you're telling me that I must educate you, enlighten you, or bring you up so you know what to talk about. I mean, I can't have it both ways. You can't put me off one side and say, but tell me what you know. Right? Okay, so I just have to say that. You can't put me out the pasture and then say, I must tell you what I know. The other thing is, I want to, and this is more of an encouragement. We have seen, actually, this generation, when I say this, I'm talking about the last 10 years, we've seen more younger candidates than we've seen before. We have some young candidates right now.
Right.
We had young last municipal elections. He was 20 years old in Belmopan or something. I think the guy was 20 years old, 21 years old, and he was running. So that's one thing. I take heart in that, right? The other thing I will say is that if you look just at the Prime Minister.
Sorry, Harold. We do have an interview from the chairman of Progresso Village. Let's hear what he has to say.
All right. Yes, good afternoon. Benedict Palmer here once more, corresponding for Prem, XTV, and Channel 7 for the Big Shilling. Do the thing, right? Election, March 2025. I'm here with the chairman of Progresso Village. We are in Progresso for Corozal Southeast. Good afternoon, sir. Just give your name.
My name is Hector Carlos, chairman of Progresso Village.
And you are first-time chairman, right?
First time.
First-time chairman. So it's the first time you're the chairman for the general election.
General election, sure.
All right. So far for today, how you see the turnout coming along?
Well, the vibes is very high. Well, nice.
Most of the people
are coming out. Trying to give them support.
You have your machinery going around.
Working,
you're picking up people.
Everything is going okay with the party.
I notice inside it's kind of slow down right now, right?
Yeah, because now it's and some from the party will come out after lunch hours.
So you expect more this evening?
Yes. We have some more people coming this evening.
All right. So basically, you're doing your work. You expect your people to be out there.
Yes, sure.
Right?
Yes.
All right. Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for this interview. Right? For this election day, I'm Benedict Palmer reporting for the Big Shilling.
Okay.
All right. So we have had the interview there with the chairman of Progresso Village, but Harold, you were in the middle of saying.
Yeah, I was saying we need to also look at history. People like say, oh no, history was before my time, but let's look at it anyway. So the people who became just the prime ministers, we had 5 prime ministers, including the current prime minister. And if you look at their careers, George Price entered politics when he was 32. Now that is young, and considering the time when prior to that there were no political parties. Right? This was the beginning. We're talking about in the 50s. PUP didn't exist until 1950, so there was no party to join before that, right? And then Philip Goldson was also really involved. He didn't become prime minister, but he was also age. Then the first prime minister after George Price was Manuel Esquivel. A little older. He was a teacher. He got involved in 44, but he was involved a little before. So I say 40, because he had to work towards being PM. And then
I'm told that we do have footage of some ceremony happening in the Colette area.
In Colette?
Yes, in Colette.
Yes.
So with
ceremony?
Yes, a ceremony. Let's see what the ceremony. Yes, so hope you enjoy that footage there. I mean, yes, it is a thing, but Harold.
But related to the footage, those are obviously supporters of Devon Daly.
Yeah.
He's a young person. He's been involved. I think it's the first time he's running, but he's exposed himself to politics in the sense that he at the city council. So he's known in that sense, right? And then Johnny Briseño, Prime Minister Barrow, former Prime Minister Barrow, he ran that first time when he was 28.
Okay.
Of course, a few years to run up to that as well, and then he ran. So he's been in politics a long time. And then Prime Minister Briseño comes from a political family. So he was a teenager, he was campaigning, but he actually ran his first time at 32. Again, running up to 32. I'm saying all that to say, you have to be involved. You have to stay involved, and you have to work towards it. And I encourage people to get involved when they want to.
So I'm told we have an interview from a voter in Stan Creek West. Let's tune in there.
Good afternoon, Belize. It's your girl Brittany here with Channel 7 Belize News, Big Shilling Do Things broadcast of the general elections 2025. I have here with me Mr. Kenroy Young. He has not went to vote as yet, so we want to get his take today on the general elections. So how long have you been voting?
Well, for the last 4 general election, I've been voting. To start with, yes, and my take on the election, I really don't have a take per se, as I'm living currently out of the constituency, but I'm registered within Stan Creek West, and I'm coming to support an individual, not a party. And so my take on today's election, my take on what's happening in today's politics, I really can't say per se to get more involved with that, but I can say that I'm here to support somebody that I believe could make a difference within Stan Creek West.
Okay, were you able to bring out your entire family? Is your entire family involved in the voting today, or is just yourself?
Well, in our family, it's based on your own individual self. So whatever you believe, if you don't believe in politics, you believe in politics. We really don't get politics involved with our family relationship. And so I could speak for myself, yes. I could say, yes, I've spoken to some family members, but at the end of the day, their views are their views, and it's well respected.
Okay, so by you saying that, I believe that you've never been illusionized by one of these candidates or by an individual party.
No, I've been voting ever since for the last 4 general election based on a character and an individual. I look at them on an individual basis and who could make a difference within the area that I'm currently residing in.
Okay, great. Well, I hope you cast your vote, and I hope that you be out here supporting your individual person, like you said.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kenroy.
It's a pleasure.
It's your girl, Brittany.
What's up?
Logan. Big Shilling Do Things. Thank you, guys.
Man.
This is your girl, Brittany Logan, here with XTV Channel 7 Belize News, and we're here with Miss Bella Zabani. Now, Ms. Bella has already casted her vote, but we just want to take your perspective on what do you think is the importance of voting today?
Well, these are civil liberties that people have fought for, and not voting is not appreciating the history of our country, basically. We've worked hard to be where we are, and especially as a woman, we've worked hard for women to be able to vote. And so I think it's incredibly important so that your voice matters. It really does matter.
Okay. So you're out here voting. Is your entire family voting as well?
All the ones who are of age to vote, yes, they are.
All the ones who are of age to vote, okay. And is it your first time voting?
It is my first time voting here. I was just shy for the last election, so we made it.
Okay, so you've been out here since morning. I've seen you since morning. What is the energy that you're seeing out here? How does it feel like? Positive?
Yes, people seem pretty positive and comfortable in who they're voting for. Nobody has seemed confused or, what's the word I'm looking for? Nobody has seemed like they need to be convinced.
Gotcha.
People seem confident.
Gotcha. Well, we're hoping for a good turnout. We've had a good turnout so far. We've had a total of 429 voters since
just about
12 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're hoping, for here in Independence, which is like a big polling station, of that 7,000, we would like, a lot of people to come out.
Correct.
But we thank you so much for your intake in today's voting. Thank you, Ms. Bella.
interview with a young person there.
Yeah.
You had something to say?
There's something I want to take away from those interviews, especially the first one, and it's the level of analysis that is going into voting now. I think we're really beginning to move away from those party politics, and people are beginning to actually investigate what it is they're voting for. And I think sort of the reason, and I'm not here to analyze why the UDP has been so uncompetitive lately, but I think it's because they have been relying on the fact that people are going to be voting for parties and not people.
Color, really.
Yeah, on color and not policies, you know. So hopefully they can change along with the people, because it's quite obvious from those interviews that the people are changing. They're analyzing what they're voting for because they know what they want now.
I am all for analyzing, and I think we should have more scrutiny of the individual candidates. But candidates don't govern. Parties govern.
Right.
Parties govern. So you could be the best candidate out there, run as an independent, have the best campaign, win a seat, and you will not govern. That's how our system is designed.
That's true.
Right? You don't govern. So I think the look at individuals, the focus on individuals should be to force the parties to pick better people and retain better people. And it's somebody who proves not to be, trustworthy, whatever flaw, that they get sidelined, right? So, but parties are the ones that govern. That's the vehicle into power. There's no other way to do it. So, and that then leads you to policies. You want to see policies. So if you don't particularly like, on an individual basis, the persons running in your constituency, because you're not always going to like everybody, right? There's something that you can at least look at the policies and say, well, this party has A, B, and C policies that I like, this one has it I like, which one do I like better, and so I'm going to vote for this party. Or this individual to get to that party, right? Because that's the reality of it.
So I'm told that during this whole election process so far, that there's barely been any movement in the San Pedro town and the Kikaka village, but I think we do have some footage here that we want to show some movement actually occurring in those areas, right? Belize rural south.
And I have one thing, because this is footage from,
it's just footage, yeah, it's not an interview.
I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, because I actually work in a tourist-driven peninsula, Placencia, and I know what it feels like to be in a village or peninsula or wherever that is driven by tourism, and you feel like there is no infrastructure to support you, a Belizean who works in these tourist institutions, these privately owned hotels and different, rentals and stuff like that. And really what the majority of Belizeans who work in these places have to do is that they have to find living elsewhere. Not only is the cost of living so exorbitantly high, there is also no infrastructure for housing, and if there is, then it's catered towards tourists or people that you ask for the rent and the rent is in US dollars, you already know, well, that's not for me, right? So it's something that needs to be, because the tourism drives our economy to a great extent. And so who is driving this tourism? It's the Belizeans who are going on, who are these certified dive masters, who are tour guides. And these people need to be looked after. There needs to be an infrastructure in these peninsulas, not just on the surrounding villages, that can house and help these people who are, by extension, benefiting the country.
So are you suggesting that government should get into housing for service sector people, actually build housing and become a landlord?
That is exactly.
Oh, I'm not going to go with that at all. I think that's a bad idea. I think the pressure should be on the employers to help them.
To some extent,
the employers should help them.
We could continue talking over the footage. We have some footage coming out from PG.
The employers are making the most money.
But yes,
the employers are making the most money. Yes, they're paying taxes, but they're making the most money. Employers should help the employees do it. I'm not out for government tenancies.
I believe we do have Oscar Mira with an interview here. This is a live interview.
Dalapan.
Okay, they're setting up the camera there. Here we go. Hearing us? Yes, good afternoon. Are you hearing us? Yes.
Good afternoon, Belize. This is Chantel Magdalena Petso, reporting from polling station number 86 at the Belmopan Comprehensive School for the Big Shilling Ting Channel 7 Creme and XTV. I have with me the incumbent area representative for Belmopan, Mr. Oscar Mira. Hi, Mr. Mira. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Santiago.
How have you been feeling today? I know you've been very busy and trying to go to all of the polling stations, but how are you feeling about what you're seeing today here in Belmopan?
We're feeling very good. The team is out there working. I think our numbers are showing that we're taking out our pledges. And that's the objective today, to take out all our pledges as much as we can. I have been to all the polling stations up now, and it has been very, very positive, very, very positive. I know that it's a little bit, during the lunch hour, it's a little bit hot, and perhaps majority or more people will wait until the sun goes down a little bit, come out, but I encourage everybody to come out and vote. Right now, the lines are not that long. I have been checking with my data manager to ensure that our data, how it's showing, and we're doing well. We feel very, very positive. Of course, we don't take anything for granted. We'll be there working hard until the last voter is brought and until the last vote is counted.
Do you anticipate a low voter turnout? Because from the results between the last results I got at 12 midday, it was only 33% of the voters showing out and about. This time in 2020, we had a higher percentage of voters coming out, even though it was a COVID election.
I believe that indeed it's lower this election. We are taking out our people, so it's not lower on our side, perhaps lower on the other side. But for us, we have our target, we have our pledges, and we continue taking them out. We are not looking at the percentages on the other side. We're looking at our side and making sure that all our voters are taken out.
And if we compare the amount of people who were registered in 2020, Belmopan is now a larger constituency. Do you anticipate that eventually that we will need to split Belmopan in two?
No, that is a given. There is going to be redistricting. I am very, very sure that there will be 3 constituencies between Belmopan and Turnout South. It's needed. We are over 10,300 voters right now in Belmopan. I think South is about 8, if I'm not mistaken. So, yes, there has to be redistricting, and that is the commitment that this new government is going to do to ensure that we redistrict.
And what is your take on the young voting population in Belmopan?
Young voters in Belmopan are very smart, and they don't follow tradition. I can tell you they don't follow tradition. I have reacted.
Short commercial break. When we're back, we'll be right back. Just stay tuned for more election coverage at Big Shilling Ting. Stay tuned.
At Brothers Habet and Habet
Excellent. All right, there you heard it. We were with candidate for United Democratic Party, Mr. Marlo Pereira. This is William Smith reporting from Orange Walk East Louisiana Government School for Big Shilling, The Ting, Channel 7 and XTV. Thanks.
We've heard the interview coming from Orange Walk East. So, Zenaida, back to what we were talking about now, voting for people, not party. A lot of persons would be, yes, of that mindset. However, putting their names now on that ballot because of things as political victimization, branding, all of this that we know very well of. What would you say to persons who, good character, everything like that, want to come in, make that change, but are afraid to do so?
Things won't change. It's a culture.
Yes.
All right? And we, this generation have inherited that culture. That's a culture. And to break that culture, to impact that culture in any way, I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm simply saying it will be difficult. But it can be done. It may not be our generation, who knows, but to a great extent, the school, the education system plays a role.
Yes.
And if we, listen, people, time fly. And if our education system could ensure that in our curriculum, there's these civic studies that shows, the importance of, the best representation, good representation, effective representation, then I foresee that even those individuals at school level, whether they're at the primary school level, secondary or tertiary level, or even graduate level, that they will be able to have an impact even on their families. You might say, oh man, how only 6-year-old want to impact them? Yeah, they can. They can, because, see, if you have your 6-year-old and you have a teacher, I'm not saying that they ought to be brainwashing anybody. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there has to be this push, this education that when you go to vote, you need to look at this in particular individuals, and they are to be voting based on policies, on issues, what they bring to the table. Not, okay, well, you want to give me $50, man, a day, me buy $300, give me a house and a lot.
Soon to be 2 Georges and a Philip,
Oh, yeah. Boy, if they don't give me a house and a lot, me not going up. Me and my picnic need a house. No, that's not what I'm talking about. So if those individuals can go and say, hey, listen, mommy, daddy, and they literally can start discussing issues that affect them. Even as children, there's issues that affect them, man.
Right.
All the things that are happening, children don't feel safe these days, and their parents don't feel safe these days. The social media has also impacted them. So that, again, you finishing school and thinking that you're going to get a job when, that's not how it works to a great extent. It has to do with, who you know. It's very unfortunate. So it's going to be a mindset. It can be done, but it's going to have to be a revamping of our culture, our mindset, our school curriculum. And then we're going to be able to start introducing individuals even at the school level. Brandon, you're going to say, okay, you want to run. Oh, man, I think he'd be a good person, but you have to be neutral.
Right.
You invite make a talk. Let's say you want to run in a particular area. And make your contact or whatever, the other individual can talk, and you say, who is the best candidate or who? And from a young age,